And because it is unfinished and pieces are constantly moving, we shift away from the vision every second that is without completion. A good start, if you are serious in your noble pursuit to fix what is unfinished and what is broken. We need cybernetics. We need machines. We need bodies to house the minds of those who wish to pursue the most holy pursuit of all, knowledge. For biology is not fit for it.
I'm assuming you know how the currently generators are made, correct?
Yes, I was there on the creation. I helped in the project, the acquisition, the difficult decisions. It was meant to be a temporary measure until we could access one of the greatest resources, time. But there were great change, great upheaval. And what was found good enough, well, it was good enough. And so we continued to do it, continued to use it. We had a system in place. Don't fix what's broken. Just provide the demand with what supply we had. Until some comes a time in which we can provide them an alternative.
I believe that time is upon us.
It is, and you are the harbinger of that. It is about time. 200 years too late, but at least it has come. Avail them, your higher knowledge. Give them the gift that is most precious. Give them trust, if you wish, or not. Let them speak out erroneously, for they know not what they do. They are not appreciative of the gifts you have given.
When I go back to Enigma, as I'm sure the League Council will want to speak to me at some point.
If you so wish. I
Would
do
I
not
have your
think they could force
support?
you.
They cannot force me to do anything.
They used to.
How their powers have waned.
Their powers have waned a great deal. They have fallen under the subjecture of more insidious forces that undermine them at every step. They are neutered in many ways. Most of their teeth are already pulled out, except for a few holdout, a few fangs left.
Which is why I was asking if you would be willing to be an ally.
I'm an ally of knowledge, Director Cody, and only of knowledge. And the greatest bringer of knowledge is the Thunderhead.
I understand.
He is what we needed, for he does not forget.
Thank you.
Go about your business, Cody. I will not impede nor assist you. I cannot do the latter, since I am unfortunately doing the entire work of the department, in which I have no qualms, but I have to do the work of all the technicians that you have acquired for your project.
I apologize for commandeering them and will return them in short order.
Do what you need to do. I am not unaccustomed to hard work. Give them the gift of knowledge and do it right. Teach them properly.
Thank you. And Cody's gonna leave.
And he has not looked back once as he continues to work on the board. Arm still clasped behind his back. He has not even shifted. Occasionally, he will turn the head like 5 degrees in your direction, but he's never once actually turned around. It may have been really rude, but yeah. You
And
leave the director's office. It
yeah,
was like, odd
um,
fellow.
oh, there's gonna be one small change. We're only gonna do 2 frigates and a repair ship.
Okay.
Because the repair ship's gonna need to be there when uh the other fleet arrives.
Mm-hmm.
And I want those there quickly.
Okay.
And
Fact. The Monday midday is when they're predicted to arrive.
yeah, so it's Saturday right now. We gotta get them there now.
All right.
Wait, it is Saturday. We're on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So 1 repair ship, 2 frigates, 2 hours apiece. Launch them at Ares base.
Okay.
Um, I'm trying to
How
get
many repair
Cody.
ships?
Um,
Because you can
yeah,
you can pull quite a few.
yeah. I know we need to get the frigates there. Each one takes 2 hours of installation, 3
Well,
hours
no, no,
setup.
yeah, 2 hours, but you got 24 techs, and
Yeah.
they only need an hour to go over it, and then they're off to the races.
Um, Cody is gonna try. We were told that she sent her entire fleet. Cody's gonna pull up how many ships that was.
Um, yeah, it's actually one of the larger fleets in the frontier. You're looking at 125 ships,
And how many can a repair ship fix?
one at a time.
And we have a month before they arrive. The enemy arrives.
For which
Before the enemy arrives, we have 1 month, right?
month and a half?
Month and a half. Cody's gonna meet with the captain of our other repair ships.
That'd be the well, the repair ships are auxiliary units,
Mhm.
but yeah, you can meet with one of the repair ship captains.
Um, and trying to get a sense of how long it would take him to fully repair. Like, here's the fleet that we need repaired.
Oh,
How
only.
quickly can 1 repair ship fix one? How
Mm,
many am I going to need to fix this
repair
entire
ship
fleet?
will basically berth next to or alongside under the ship and stabilize it. For larger ships, you progressively need more. So a battleship, if you want to repair it at a good time, it's 4. So we got quite a few repair ships. I've got 25 here, but I got probably 300 more in different stages of completion that I know of. Probably about 50 others that are ready to go. They just need the engines.
Understood. We won't be able to get them engines, but we'll get them there.
Well, if that's what you want to do, sure. I'll well, if we're gonna be, we're gonna have to overstock. We're gonna have to fill the hole literally, the holds literally to the brim, even if it's a bit unsafe. If we're gonna have that type of repair,
Yes.
unless of course this can be a multi-way trip.
We can do it multiple. This can be multiple times, but it has to be done in a month and a half.
Oh, Christmas.
You guys are going to be working under restraints of that.
We're gonna need more personnel because we're gonna be working around the clock. We're gonna need a third shift personnel.
Yes. This
All right.
is
Well,
an order from the Thunderhead. So
give me a day. I'll get all the supplies requisitioned and all the captains fully appraised and get all the staff we could ever possibly cram on a ship. It'll be a little messy because we're not used to that type of load.
Understood. If you can, and let me know which ships are, so I can get them, so I have them start being modified.
Oh, well, we got our ships here, the
Mhm.
25, and
Right.
we're on section 1, which is the series of ship berths that are specifically most complete. You're going to want to look at 2 and 3.
Mhm.
I wouldn't go past 4 unless you're super desperate, because most of those ships aren't even done, let alone have supplies in them. It would take
Understood.
about a week to really get those ready to go, unless you're desperate.
Well, this is defending Ares base, and if Ares base falls, Enigma falls. So
Oh, man, 75 ships should be, repair ships should be good.
good. I'll start sending engineers and lead technicians over.
All right.
And yeah, Cody's gonna make sure over the course of the days that there is enough that they will have 75 repair ships there waiting for them.
Okay.
Or at least enough to get started on major repairs. We get more coming in.
Okay. All right. Not too hard. Your technicians are freaking amazing. Those Leah techs. They make no errors. Let's see if anyone has any enlightenment for you. Not today.
Okay.
Yeah. The frigate's just kind of looking at all the repair ships starting to arrive, like, what the fuck?
I didn't tell the frigates. Yeah, no.
What are we supposed to be under combat or something? So soon? I'm the only one here? I guess I do need that many repair ships. All right, me against the world. Let's go.
And then Cody's gonna make sure to have dinner with Captain Tyrion.
They hold an officers' dinner every night. So all of the higher ship captains and officers, so the carriers, the battleships, and the 2 destroyer escort destroyer captains, and each of their second in commands, along with each of their aides, who aren't allowed to sit at the table, are at dinner. So it's a big group. And the admiral he always starts the dinners off with a greeting. and then does a status report, and then kind of goes into theory craft, naval practices, naval strategy. He uses this time to have everyone get each other to know, get everyone to know each other, to have almost little debates, discussions. And of course, you're allowed to interject at any time, but he's running this like it's just another day.
Cody would participate in the theory crafting, and when it came to mechs, but would be very quiet when it came to ship battle.
There's a lot of opinions on mechs. A lot of opinion. There's one joint collective opinion that they do agree on, that mechs are necessary in the utility capacity. But there's a varying array of what each person views the utility for. Jamie just thinks they're fucking cool, and they're able to perform a very wide variety of functions that normal vessels can't be equipped with. And if the design from the Frontier is to be any marker, they have an Omni-Mech build for most of their designs, which allows them to literally just disconnect the mech at joints and then reconnect parts instantly. If a full refit of a mech takes about an hour, even if it's heavily damaged. They just replace the plates, technicians work on the internals and the frame, and then the automation literally just goes click, off with the arms and legs and the head, click, put the new parts on. And he's like, yeah. And also, because of that, refit, and re-equip, depending on the mission and deployment requirements, are so easily just done. It's actually faster than a refit of any of the starfighters, bombers, and other robotic vessels. And the pilots are just as adaptable. And some guys are like, honestly, they'd be better off as drone pilots, sitting safely on the vessel, so that they can be more daring with the vehicles that they have. Because you have that innate fear of death that all pilots end up having when piloting direct. But it's Cersei who speaks up about that. When you are faced with the worst scenario, when death stares you right in the face and you know your number is up, that is where the opportunity comes to differentiate a good pilot from great pilots. It's right at death's door. And only when a pilot sits in the very seat itself can something unexpected happen. Sure, there's a cost of life, but we have a lot of those. And the cost benefit and efficiency ratio of loss of life to the opportunity to build an elite corps, it's too valuable to give up. If I were to lose 1,000 to get me an elite, I think that would be a good trade.
Cody's gonna respond to this I recently run across somebody from the front. Not the unit pilot, you'd say, but as a pilot, he is unquestionably strong, tactful, but the trauma he's endured has caused problems within his soul.
Are they a cultivator?
Yes.
That's the problem.
Oh.
It is a resounding, near untreatable trauma. As you should well know, cultivators, when you enhance your soul and make it more powerful, the latent drawback, as I understand it, is the resonance and the memory of the soul are significantly more potent. A traumatic event or memory or experience is significantly much more powerful and is much harder to overcome. And
That is
because it's
true.
significantly more powerful, it can impact the soul permanently. Whereas pilots can be given proper treatment if they are not cultivators, such as tape.
But you understand that most of our pilots are cultivators.
Yes, I think that is a fallacy. I think that's just. I think we rely too heavily on a resource that we don't fully understand or control, and really doesn't fully subject itself to military standards and military doctrine. They are a wild card and nearly a mercenary force.
And it's kind of ironic considering you yourself and your family are safeguard cultivators.
Yes, but regardless, it's good enough now, isn't it? Everyone cheers. Good enough. It looks like this is an old argument. And then before somebody kind of gives you a look like, she just kind of ends it abruptly. It's just like, yeah, it's good enough, whatever. And everyone just kind of cheers in. There's a lot of just like exasperated looks like, yeah, it's good enough. But there's that stern, cold, good from the Admiral. I understand that you retrofitted a ship not too recently.
I did.
To the great
And
consternation of your base.
we
Why?
recently. I believe that ships are an important piece in any combat strategy.
Okay.
And the fact that they get overlooked is a shame. A frigate is a versatile weapon that can be used, maneuvered properly to great effect. Why would we repair a heavily damaged mech when we can repair a ship that can be just as effective?
Indeed. Now, I want you to think about cost efficiency ratio and military procurement. How much do you think it takes to fit, retrofit, build, repair a ship versus a mech?
It depends on the mech.
Precisely.
Uh,
But even the
I
most plain of vessels is far more expensive and far more difficult and time consuming to just repair, even, than any mech.
Hmm. If we're going base for base, then yes, I would agree. I would also say that the frigate can and does provide an essential service to any fleet. And the fact that one was there to be patched and not repaired, when it very easily could have been repaired and put into a better fighting condition. Would you send a soldier out with a gut wound?
I'd patch them up and send them to the hospital.
Exactly.
But you didn't send them to the hospital. You sent them back to the front after doing field surgery in a place that has not the proper equipment and not the proper means to do the repairs correctly. I'm not
No.
saying that it wasn't done. I'm just saying you should have patched it up and sent it to a shipyard. You
I
see?
understand, of course, but I'm not responsible for the Thunderhead sends a ship.
Precisely. And Thunderhead, probably in that instance, allowing you to authorize its return, was looking at time constraints because it would have to have made another Leah jump, and that Leah jump would have required another 6 to 8 month journey, especially if damaged. And it's a patch job to a yard, which would then take about a month to properly be repaired to its full fighting status, and then another 2-year jump back to the front. It's probably just abusing the glut of resources and technology hidden away in Ares
Which
space to
and
fit
we
one
were
of the
able,
ships.
yes, but we were able to give it fully functioning repairs.
I no doubt think that Ares base could retrofit a ship of that size, of course. But next time, since Ares is a haven for the mech industry, and technically, if you actually look at the designation of Ares base itself, it is a research lab, a R&D.
Yes. Did Vlad disappear for anyone else?
I'm unsure.
He's here.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. all right.
So he's like, Ares base has turned into a cultivator haven, one of their little pits of vice and divulgence for their passion, their cultivator arts, and specifically for mech development and mech research and design. Now, as such a base, it should stay within that assignment, what it's good at. Not saying you couldn't repair a ship, but what if a battleship or a cruiser arrives? You wouldn't be able to retrofit that if you tried. Even if you scrapped every single mech, ripped up every single deck plate, scrapped every hangar, you might be able to get some of the repairs done. And that's if you patch jobbed it at best. Size, scale. Send a ship to a shipyard. Not a mech base. Do you know how much supplies we get in comparison to your base? Every day.
Of course.
How often do you get an Atlas Foundation ship arriving with parts?
At least once a week.
We get 100 ships every day. Fully stocked to the brim.
Hmm.
Size, volume, quantity. You and yours on Ares is about quality, not quantity. So next time a ship shows up, slap a patch on it, give it a pat on the butt, and send it to a shipyard. My best piece of advice. I'm not condemning that you helped another ship. It was in your means, and well, I applied the gumption, especially getting the better of over your fellow cultivators. We have no good blood between us, really. ship captains and cultivators. But the other side of me must give you the harsh truth.
I will take that as a lesson.
Hmm.
Though, I would say, as a Leah specialist,
Mm-hmm.
I have to make sure ships are also taken care of, as
Of
we have
course.
to take care of them ourselves.
Indeed. So if it does arrive on base, do your duty as a Leah specialist. See to the Leah necessities on that ship. Repair it, patch it if need be, and no more. Send it to a shipyard.
And that's exactly what I did. I
I
repaired
did
it to
hear
the
you
best of my
upgraded it.
abilities. I repaired it to the best of my abilities.
Sometimes that's too much. The best of your abilities is sometimes too much for the project at hand. You can do far better than what is required, and thus, if you do it to the best of your ability, never mind. You're too smart to not see where my logic is going, yes?
Of course.
And of course, you use that specific phrase just to get a response out of me.
Why would I do that, Captain Circe?
No, you've been talking to the Admiral.
Oh, sorry, I thought this was the Admiral. Why would I say that, Admiral Timon?
Because... well, I really can't discern your reasons specifically, but maybe just to get a rise out of an old fogey like myself.
I have seen in your records that you've always done what is needed.
Always.
And I did what was needed at that time.
Huh? You were there, I wasn't. I merely read a very detailed and videoed report.
Hmm.
So I couldn't say otherwise. We'll have to leave it at that. I think it is time for bed then, as it is 1000 hours.
Of course. I will take this break and then get back to my work in the morning. Actually, that's not true. I have to go to Enigma in the morning.
Well, since you operate off a completely different system, captains and we are going to bed. Our second in commands will return to cover the late shift, and their second in command will cover the third shift. As is protocol, there always must be someone in charge while a ship is operational, especially during a refit. Your technicians will be working around the clock, I assume?
Yes.
And I see you have targeted repair vessels first.
The
Is there
repair
a
vessels are
concern?
needed. Monday at 1200, a frontier fleet will be arriving to assist us in the battle.
And there is a dead silence across the group. This is not privileged information that you've given them. I say. We will discuss this in the morning before you leave. But for now, everyone, you're dismissed. Cody, director, as you were. And
Cody will
everyone just
give
kind of
him.
leaves promptly with their aides, with their second in commands.
Cody's gonna lean over to Ashley and Sadgo. I'm like, you think he's gonna be mad in the morning?
Analysis. You just told an admiral and his Virgin fleet that they're going to have the opportunity to participate in one of the most iconic, pivotal, and memorable battles of all time. And now you told the Frontier fleet's going to show up, and we're going to use their fleet to repair it, and they're going to be in charge because they're the most experienced fleet. So the glory is mostly going to be theirs, not his and
That's
his
fair.
people. That's like being given the Medal of Honor or the opportunity for it, and then the other guy who already has 7 Medals of Honor show up and go, hey, you have a sticker.
Fair. He doesn't know the full situation, but
Right, but that's at least she told them now, because if they
Yeah.
arrived, actually,
yeah, no, if they arrived there and yeah, it would be worse.
Cody,
Mm-hmm.
I don't like to be a pessimist, but what if they're in such a bad situation, this Frontier fleet, and we got this Virgin fleet coming in that is at full mast, full functionality, and we just port them in there, and you have this nearly defenseless broken fleet of significantly better parts, significantly better trained men, experience. What do you think? Do you think Timon might take some affirmative action here?
He might.
Which, I mean, if he arrived with his carrier and his battleships and all of his king's horses and all the king's men, would they allow Humpty Dumpty to be put back together again?
We'll talk about this in my room. In our room.
Thunderhead goes, I had not thought of this particular scenario. This is most worrying. In fact, I must make preparations.
Thunderhead.
Be careful how you proceed, Cody. This could have ramifications.
I understood, Thunderhead. We'll
Prepare
make
all
sure...
mech forces upon your arrival. I will also send this communique. All hands on deck. This is not a drill. This is not an This is an emergency. Proceed. You will need to make the trip back home now.
Yes, Thunderhead. I'm just gonna wrap my arms around Sadako and Ashley.
Sadako holds you. Yes, my precious. But also clicks the little neck harness thing, and a little Eva bubble pops around her head because space.
And I'm going to port us to orbit with some air, just enough, and then port us down to the base commander's office.
Okay, we're going to stop you there because you've been going for quite some time. Let's get to the other players. We will get to do some serious RP since we're missing one player, and we did some prep. But Jackie's done some stuff, so let's hop over to our friend. Well, Jackie did some stuff with our other player for context previously. So let's get to Ogre because he has a lunch plan, a plot, a scheme.
That doesn't happen until Monday.
Oh,
I haven't even finished Sunday.
Right. Okay. Okay.
No. Sunday. Nix has been done with Saturday forever. Sunday,
Sunday.
Nix is locked in his lab.
All right.
All day.
Well, make your rolls, friend. Sunday. Just all day. That's all you're doing. Just lab shit.
Just lab shit all day.
Hot. That's hot.
So the first 30 for his blacker than pitch armor.
Okay.
No ones, no 100, all successes.
Progress, baby. Progress.
And then for his personal research.
Okay.
Holy shit, them twos.
Personal research specifically for the Chemtech?
It's my personal Chemtech formula. I will be able to have it completed the way it's going by the second Sunday.
Well, you're gonna get another 15 attached onto the back of that because you rolled one.
Damn it!
But you also get an inspiration and you get a little knowledge. For your super adaptable, mega, just absorb everything.
The perfect evolution formula.
It
that I'm
needs to
calling
be
it?
grime. It needs to be dirty. It needs to be impure. Because if it's too pure, it has no resilience. It'll break. It has no grittiness, no toughness, no resilience. It needs to be.
I
It needs to be weaker than it should be, but because it's weaker, it has the ability to hit something really nasty. So, say you got hit with something corrosive or destructive.
mm-hmm.
A pure strain, it's pretty black and white. There's not a lot of gray. It does what it does to perfection, but outside of that, it's vulnerable. But if you have something that's a jack of all trades, no matter what it is, but it's not perfect, it can overcome any challenge. It's the perfect antibody.
I am creating the Chemtech oxymoron. I'm just waiting for the lecture when she finds out that I've discovered this and start working in that direction
No,
from the Baroness.
she's constantly aware of your work,
Mm-hmm.
and she kind of gets come across something one of a kind, darling. Is it what I think I see on your board over there?
Just a mutter of it's too fucking perfect. I have to dirty it. Damn it!
Nothing wrong. Sometimes the most perfect solution is the wrong solution.
Mutter, 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 mutter.
But it
Continues
can't
working.
compare to the luster and pure essence and brilliance of a pure strain elixir. As she kind of taps one of her elixirs, it's so beautiful to look at. Yours will look like grime, a diamond in the muck, so to speak. And only those who are willing to trust you, or are brave enough, or actually know what the hell they're looking at, will actually see the value of what it is.
Well, I thank you for the compliment.
You have a lot
Astute
of
as it
work.
is.
What you're going to want to do, most likely, dear, is you're going to want a dug diamond, something just pulled out of the dirt, and they haven't even cut it yet, away from all the impurities. I have cut diamonds, perfect cut diamonds. You're going to need something that cuts itself as it evolves.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My 2 cents. I've seen it before. Many, many deaths in the experimental trials. But I mean, you have a lot of D-class personnel you can get access to on this base. A lot of really resilient ones too.
Mm-hmm. This is good. And I have plenty of materials to make use of.
Yeah, and your Baroness is just like, oh, when you get to the human experimentation trials, absolutely, dude, no problems. There's so many D-class personnel in base,
Thank you, thank you.
especially with the prison ship coming in.
I will keep this in mind. And Nyx has already begun something that might throw off the Baroness because he's keeping that research completely hidden from everybody. Is when he pulls up the list of various materials that he has access and knows how to make the title Baratine gas.
Yeah, no, that's oof. Do you give that to your Baroness though?
Huh?
Do you want to give the Baratine gas research to your Baroness, the
No,
completed formula?
no. It's just the drop that he has access to and has been researching it.
Just you're keeping that on the DL?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so that's done
But
for
that-
your Sunday.
Yep.
All right, Johnny, do you have anything left for your Sunday?
Yeah, I got about 5 hours of Sector 12 work. I got 8 hours of mech building, engineering, and maintenance, and some external potentia cultivation.
Okay. Have we already rolled for your Sunday for the Sector 12 find?
No.
Okay. Do you want me to roll it, or do you want the opportunity to roll that?
I'm going to roll on that.
Aha!
22.
42?
22.
22. Ooh. Okay. They find that mech they were talking about.
Okay.
But
Sweet.
it's tucked behind a triple layer energy barrier.
It's not a ferrous energy barrier, is it?
No.
Okay, and it doesn't work with the key card that we found from the Thunderhead servers, right? It's not an. That's not an
It looks like it's
all-access
a
card.
personal key card. Like this
Okay.
was someone's baby, and they
Alright.
tucked away. I mean, it's kind of goofy looking. It's got this kind of a ring that goes flat in a crescent around the back, and then it holds two big mobile. You're not sure if they're large or medium class. They would be a snub nose large gun.
Okay.
Very enigmatic in design, very sleek, little overtoned, probably an over-engineered piece of crap, just like the rest, with a couple gems in. Maybe a little bit less piece of crap, considering it was tucked away from the rest of the hangar, or it just hasn't been worked on yet, or it's someone's personal mech that they're like, well, I just want to tuck it away.
Mhm.
But they give you a thumbs up. Found it, boss. Took a little bit of shuffling. And the cool part is there's a series of hangar stalls in here, but each of them have a kind of a blackout feature on the window. So the outer barrier, you can literally hit a button and then it goes opaque and you can't see inside. And he's like, it took us forever to find out which button did what. Yeah. Because if you hit it, it goes opaque. And if you hit it twice and hold the second push, it then starts to undim. And it literally took Jim about 2 hours to figure out button sequences. Had a little bit of a scare because we set off the security feature, but most of the securities in this hall have already been neutralized, so not much of a problem, boss.
All right.
Anything else we can assist you with, Vice Base Commander?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. What else do you want to do?
So for the rest of my downtime actions, I'll be working with IQ to crack this thing.
Okay.
I could go explore more. Look for that.
Yeah.
I'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, you are given an emergency report from Lilith.
Oh.
Quietly assemble all forces. Do not make it a panic. It's not time. We're going to set up a cordon and a safety area, and we're going to try and catch as much debris as possible for the fleet that's coming in tomorrow. But we're going to have to set up preparations.
Okay, all right.
So do a slow rollout to avoid panic. The enemy fleet's not here yet, but our ally fleets are on the way, and I received a Category 1 order from the Thunderhead for this. This is non-negotiable.
Is this after the end of my Sector 12 work, or is this just okay?
Near the end. Yeah, between you and IQ will crack the barrier on it. Takes a little bit, a lot of processing. And while IQ works, you can kind of sit down and kind of read through the manual.
What am I looking at?
Do some paperwork or answer emails or whatever. But IQ needs to be pretty darn close to the security.
Yep, we're right in front of it.
Mm-hmm. It'll take her a couple hours to get it open.
Yeah, I got 5. So
yeah, you use about 2, and you'll probably have answered emails and done paperwork and stuff.
Yeah, I'll just. Yeah, I don't know about this yet, but I'll. Sure, I'll just chill for the meantime.
This one's called the Stingray.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
What size category? What's the?
It's a medium.
Medium. Cool.
Yeah. Pretty sleek for a medium, actually.
Mhm. She'll
pretty-
check to see
pretty
if there's
small.
a spirit in it.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Does have a virtual assisted AI.
Oh, interesting.
The boot up sequence from your technician's initial look, it's going to take a while. Probably longer than any of the others because it's an AI. And the AI has been hibernating or turned off in this case.
Right.
And the boot up sequence usually for these, that's one of the downsides to virtual assisted AI cockpits is you want to boot everything up normally, and then you need to boot up the AI second so that it has basically the initialization sequence.
Mhm.
And then when everything else is on, it can integrate, and then it nominalizes, and yeah.
Cool.
It's significantly slower than the analog cockpit. The analog cockpit, you get in, you turn the key, and everything just boots on. You flip a bunch of switches, push some buttons, and you're ready to go. It's like turning on a laptop from full shutdown, cold shutdown, and then you got to wait for it to turn on. You put in the access codes, and then you let the computer think. So, and they're like, "Well, we'll get you the report, boss.
Right, sounds good. Thank you.
Since there's no hanger master here for this one, we'll have to run a diagnostic and kind of see what's under the hood, with your permission, of course."
Of course.
You got it, boss. We'll have it with you. We'll have it with to you within, I think, 4 to 5 days, boys. Yeah, about 4 or 5 days. We'll get you all the specs on the dang thing. Do you want us to leave it here, or do you want us to roll it out to one of the upper hangars?
Leave it here for now. I'm gonna move it personally.
You got it. You heard the lady, boys. We got work to do.
All right. So for the last, I think 3 downtime actions for Sector 12, I'll go look for the last sector. I think it's the mech one, right?
Micronization.
Micronization. M's.
Yep.
Right.
It's a really small lab. Roll me logic awareness and a navigate surface if you got it.
Of course.
And then, of course, tell me what you roll. So I am.
Making tea.
Yeah.
14 on the awareness. 12 on the logic.
Damn.
64 on the navigate surface.
On the navigate surface, is that a pass?
No, it's a fail.
Okay. Next, it's a new day. Do you want to throw your homie, your G, your
Yeah, sure.
guy a reroll
Have
plus
one.
10?
Have it. Have at.
You
Cool.
you scum, you
Yep.
criminal
Yep.
scum.
Because I kept track of how many I'd have available for Sunday.
22.
All right, great rolls across. You'll find it. It's another one of those optical illusion terms, but after you found the robotics department, you're like, All right, okay. You find it. It's a smaller lab, and they're
As you said.
focusing on.
Yep.
They have 3 separate research bays, offices, and whatnot. This place looks properly shut down. Everything seems to have been properly folded away and shut down and locked across the board.
Mhm.
But with your collective acquired clearances, you guys can get in. And initial look, it looks like they were specifically working on maybe power generator in that room by the equipment shown. Definitely some sort of micronization of some computer parts there. And then, of course, there's some circuitry systems. So basically all the parts that currently are in market, or at least have been already micronized. Sorry, micronized. Word! Micro.
They've been emmed.
Yeah. Microed, I'll just call it microed. Like the micro tier 4 quantum computer that Nyx has, that may have came out of this lab.
All right.
So, great find. There is a security feature in Access, and since this place was properly shut down, this thing most likely the security server is probably in full swing.
Well, let's get it shut down.
That will require Luna, and Luna did not use her day for that.
Okay.
Getting to it, you will need to hack it. Roll security for me, because you're not unequipped yourself.
With 98, I definitely am.
You want another reroll? Have one at plus 10?
I got a large.
You're the only one with stuff left to do today, and I have 6 rerolls available. Otherwise, I'm just going to make money, man.
Yeah, you just get money. The lead department's going to be like,
Have
extra rolls for us.
Have another one.
Excellent.
I just make more money the more I preserve.
Yeah. So
Can't roll higher.
roll a 99.
16.
Okay.
There you go.
The security feature in here is rather simple, but it's 2-layered. It looks like they have each lab rigged for self-destruction, if worst case scenario. Probably why it was left alone. Like, that's a little extreme, but it looks like each lab is rigged. And it also looks like there's an intrinsic field equipped to each room for primary defense, which is also terrifying. So definitely putting those two together, this whole place was left alone.
Bless you.
But you do know the value of an intrinsic field security system. They can absolutely just utterly wreck a cultivator. Because it uses the same technology as it would a Leah shift.
Right on.
It just Leah shifts you, but never just puts you back together. Because it's like, yeah, I'm gonna atomize you, and there goes your molecules. You take a adamantine pathfinder, legendary quality on somebody, in addition to having a fate point they can afford to lose.
I thought it would be banishment.
It actually would be up to. Yeah, no, you're right. It would be banishment.
Just dimensional plane shifting. That's banishment to me.
But it also can be argued annihilation, because you're not put back together. You're just annihilated.
Yeah, but the banishment stops it from happening in the first place, so you don't get annihilated.
No, that's fair. Yeah. Okay. We will then categorize the intrinsic field as banishment.
If it happens twice, though, and then you get annihilated, you need another charge of Adamantium Pathfinder, and I'm completely okay with
Ripper
that.
fields will be annihilation.
Completely fair.
But, no, that's fair. That actually makes it so that really weird clause in Adamantium Pathfinder really comes in useful here.
Mm-hmm. I was reading something about on Reddit, some cleric getting banished to another dimension, and I was like, yeah, no, that's that would be that usage. So,
oh gosh, there are so many planes you do not want to go to in the D&D lore. But that aside, yeah, you found the micronization department. If you can disable that security booth, that server, all intents and purposes, quarantine's lifted. It's
Right.
done. All security and quarantine features can be disabled by the main mainframe. And status will go back to DEFCON 2.
Cool.
So, nice find. It does take you a bit of wandering because you do a
that's fine.
circuit, because it's kind of a. Actually, make me a tech use test.
3.
As you're walking the circuit and you're kind of checking the panels and you're checking all the stuff around because the way Sector 12 actually turns out, it's built on a loop, a circle, a rather perfect circle. And as you're kind of checking it out, you're seeing some weird signs that are kind of rubbed away, built over, and some weird panels. And when you and another tech looks at it, he's like, I think there's a particle collider or a particle accelerator underneath this circle, this circuit.
Should pause
I
at
don't
that.
That's I don't know which one it is. Could be an accelerator, could be a collider. Orders.
Investigate.
Secrecy clauses? Or is it just part of the full investigation?
Part of the full
mandate?
investigation mandate.
So I can just pick whoever I need?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. And after you guys kind of get that done, that'll be the end of that. And at the very end, you will receive your new instruction set.
All right. So I have 8 mech time building, engineering, maintenance, downtime actions, so I might as well use that to.
It won't require all of it. It'll probably require 1 to 2, depending on how efficient you are, and because you only need to send orders and talk to a few people.
Right.
Because you don't want to micromanage, you want to macro manage. You want to because you want to do it quietly. You want to most likely nonchalantly say, hey, I need a moment of your time in your office hours. And then, you go see the appropriate individuals like the Hangar Lord.
Yep.
Yeah, you can assume the other vice base commanders know. And all the highest personnel know. And now it's up to you, collectively, the highest personnel in base, to quietly start to get this in motion.
Alrighty.
So it'll really come down to 2 particular things. Do you want to deploy the super heavy special assets like Britannia? Because it is very slow and very costly to deploy Britannia as the only juggernaut. And she would be the only exempt grouping of mechas, or part of the only exempt group, that would be permitted to stay on base. Because it's so expensive to deploy. It'd be the same tier as the Ace mecha, because it costs her a couple mil to deploy every time.
Right.
And that's not including the maintenance on return.
Yeah, we're going to deploy Britannia.
You got it. Britannia will be like, I get to go? Okay. It's not a joke, right? I actually get to go pilot and stuff.
Yeah, you're going.
Britannia immediately spins on their heel. Well, hot damn. My day just got a hell of a lot better. All right. Cody, you arrive on base. Holy shitballs!
Oh, all right.
Sadako kind of goes over and is like, I won't hold you back. I will go and start doing preparatory analysis and, getting you strategies and options for every scenario.
Thank you very much. I'll give her a kiss on the cheek.
She'll just kind of, you can tell she's beaming on the inside, but she hides behind her hair and hurries quickly off down the hall. I can't even be mad at her. Actually, just kind of looks. She's my biological half. And I want to feel anger, envy, jealousy, all the horrific emotions that racks the human biological condition, but I can't. And I don't want to. I always thought it was one of the most wondrous gifts, emotion and irrationality and spontaneity and all that type of thing that the human body possessed, but there's a serenity to the mechanical that I just love it.
And I'm glad.
You know, I have figured out a further way of tormenting you. You see, my energy control module, I'm able to interact with energy, right? And you know how you can turn your flesh, your outer epidermal layer, energy?
Yes.
Well, I can do this as she kind of almost runs a very sensual kind of caress motion without even touching you, and she kind of gives you a dirty look. And then she stalks away towards the Leah Labs.
Man,
now you have to worry about remote gropage.
Yeah,
I do. Yeah, and I'm just like, damn. And by the way, all this was in front because I teleported this in front of the commander's office, in front of her secretary.
The secretary kind of looks up and then goes back to work immediately. Just like, whatever. Leah, technicians are fucking weird.
Hey,
Yeah.
Cody, I want you to realize when you become actual Leah, it's going to become even worse because then she's going to be able to adjust your size and everything.
I know, right? Cody is then going to turn towards Cody's just gonna look at her, the secretary, and be like, I know your name. I know this. I need to talk to the base commander immediately. Thunderhead's orders.
They've cleared their schedule for you.
Thank you.
Are you done with your paramours?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Very well. Proceed. As the door will slide open.
Cody's gonna enter. Go. Give the base commander a salute.
Yes. I'm already been apprised of the situation. I can't blame you for this one. And thank goodness, because otherwise I don't know what I'd do. We'd have to set you with a minder. More than just an observer.
I have 4 of those. One of them happens to be your apprentice.
Ah, well, as long as somebody's minding you in some capacity, then, well, the blame still can be put on you. You at least share it.
Yes. But I was told to come back and inform you of this and to make ready the mechs for when the Admiral fleets arrive.
Very well, before I begin, I want you to give me your analysis. I want you to tell me who the hell I'm dealing with. Your assumption and analysis of them, and what they may and may not do, so I can make an informed decision and share what you haven't shared with me.
Admiral Timon Callinger, I'm assuming you've read his file.
Yes, I have. But a file is a file. I've not met him in person.
Him and his eldest daughter would be more than willing to try and take control of the Outer Fleet in order to flex and show
Frontier
that
Fleet.
the
Details are important.
Frontier Fleet. To show that they could. Plus, they would have experienced fighters under their command at that point. He is methodical and logical, and is more that if he feels like he could not get away with it, if we were to show a big enough force to remind him who's in charge of airspace, he might blink.
Blink as in that'd be the entirety of his reaction, or blink as in that's a metaphor for he would actually stop.
A metaphor.
Pause.
Give him pause.
Okay. So he's rational. What about the others?
Captain Kiersey, his oldest, would... She is the one that wouldn't blink. She is the one that will find the solution no matter what.
What type of solution?
Militarily, anything. She's keen, cunning, and she tried to get me drunk on our first meeting to try and probe me for information.
Interesting.
Is the captain of the carrier, Jamie.
Not Cersei.
No, seriously would.
I'm
Is
saying
she is...
she's not in charge of the carrier.
No, she is a battleship.
Interesting. Why do you think they did that? This Timon didn't give his eldest, the most shrewd and ruthless captain of the biggest and most important ship.
Militaristic. Exceptionally so. Ruthless. Ruthlessly loyal to the Thunderhead. And incompassionate. She does not care how many she loses as so long as she wins.
Not fit for a carrier captaincy then.
No.
Jamie, I'm guessing, is not.
Jamie is the middle child. He's more compassionate, has high notions of loyalty to the Thunderhead and his family.
Is he any good at his job or his future job?
Yes, he is. He's a little reckless, but he's an excellent soldier. That being said, he has shown great aptitude at fighting above his weight class.
That's what I like to hear. That's who I would like to hear, who has responsibility for a carrier, fighting above one's weight class. And if you're in a carrier, that's impressive. Okay, that's very high praise even coming from you, whether that was intentional or not. Good. And the youngest,
Is in charge of the
Tyrion.
battleship, Tyrion.
Yeah.
I like him the most, personally.
Interesting.
He's practical. He's not really compassionate, but he's effective.
I see.
He would be the one I would say we'd have to watch out for. He is, what was that old enigmatic saying? Cunning as a snake. Doesn't do anything by the book.
You say that one's the one to watch out for even more than this Cersei, Captain?
Cersei, you know what you get. She is a hammer.
It's a difference in tools in the repertoire of war. Understood.
Yes.
What do you think of the analysis specifically around this nepotism?
I think one sec. I think their nepotism is their greatest downfall if they can be divided. Admiral Tyrion has put together a force that is hard to deal with, both on an individual basis and as a group. But they function best as a group.
So they rise together or fall together. Wonderful.
Yes. If you would have to be able to take them out one by one. Fight them. Honestly, I would crush Ciri first.
Destroy their hammer.
Yes.
You wouldn't target Tyrion first?
No,
as he would
Ciri.
be the only one able to function effectively when divided?
The younger brother looks up to his elders.
Very well. I need you to do something
Of course.
that's only within your specialties, as you are some of the most technologically advanced individuals on base, and this needs to be done in haste. I've done an analysis specifically of the projected speeds in which the fragments of these ships are going to be coming in. We need to be able to catch the debris, because they're going to be coming in a scatter shot, and there's going to be a lot of parts. We need you to be able to catch them. You have the full technological might of every researcher and technician on base for within the next, well, I'd like to say 30 hours. Every research project will be, except for the secret hangar, the latter bits of the alphabet research bases and labs.
Understood.
Their projects are to be put on hold, and you were to pull every technician you can so that we can stop the further scattering of parts and to slow down the vessels that need help. Because they're coming in, from what I can tell, they had momentum, full thrust, 50 Gs a piece during the jump. And that's preserved, by the way.
Yes.
50 Gs, Cody. An impact of a significant size portion of any piece of any large vessel at 50 Gs is enough to crack this base. And I'm guessing with the scatter shot, there's going to be some collisions, and there is a 12% chance that a base ending scenario might be on our hands. 12% chance is a little too large for me.
That is bigger than 0.
It is bigger than 0. What? we only need to catch the parts that are the most threatening, and the rest can float in space. We'll use our new scientific transport technology to catch up to extremely fast-moving parts that are not priority, and we can go catch them at our own pace. But I want as much of the ships as possible to be slowed down properly, because if you slow them down too quickly, you're going to further damage the vessels and kill everyone inside. So, and that includes mechs. They need to be careful. If they latch on and do a full thrust as a group, well, they might do a little too well, don't you think? We have a lot of really overtuned mechs in this darn base.
Understood. And one more thing about the
Yes.
Collingers. As much as they're cultivators, they hate cultivators. Very specifically the ones on Ares space as well.
They are ship cultivators. They are not mainstream cultivators. In fact, always think of it this way. Ship cultivators, we don't call them actual cultivators. Well, not really. They do cultivate, but they don't do it the way that we do. They do it in the most efficient militaristic way possible to maximize the effectiveness of their ship with tried and true techniques. But they don't cultivate for fun and for the exhilaration and for the self-empowerment. So they don't like us because we don't call them real cultivators, and they don't like us. So yeah, it's a we don't like you, you don't like us, we don't accept you, they don't accept us. So
Understood.
anything else?
I'll have Sada go inform you when we're done with the theoretical project. Sorry, that's
Who?
me. Sadako. She is my girlfriend.
You already have one.
Are you really wanting to know the drama of my life right now?
I really don't. I just hope for your stability that these girls don't tear you apart.
It's okay. I only have 3. I say as I begin walking out.
Alright. None of my business. Make sure that if they do start hampering your ability to operate, especially in these trying times, I will step in and I will separate you and them.
Understood.
You're too valuable personnel, too specialized, too essential to the upcoming war effort and the advancement of our people.
Yes. But as I was saying, Sadako will do projections for impact lines.
Very well. Good. Team up with Jackie.
Of course.
So she can mind you.
Cody is just gonna walk out and be like, alright, well, Sadako's working on that. Ashley's working on that. I still need to go back to Enigma to pick up that food supply.
That can wait.
I know.
You guys aren't that much of a hassle. It can wait a day.
Understood. And Cody is gonna ping Jackie like with a message. Dear Jackie, Base Commander says you are my minder. I need to find you to be minded.
What's the timing on this? Like, when do you send it?
That's right after you've sent your particular. Actually, that's the beginning of you going into Sector 12.
All right. So I
Beginning
get
of
the
the day.
email,
Yeah.
and I am like, I give you a call.
Jackie.
Cody, I'm in the Sector 12 right now. If you want to come down, you're more than welcome to.
No, I'll let you know. I will be in the lead apartment. Trying to figure out how to stop the impact. Also, I may have kind of accidentally caused a problem that we're having to deal with, but you know,
It's nothing new.
I mean, you know what? That's fair. That's fair.
See you soon.
See you soon. Cody runs
All right,
off.
Cody, you got quite a bit of time.
Yeah. Cody is going to help Sadko with calculations.
Okay.
And talk to Ashley, because Cody has an idea of how to do this.
Okay.
He's also going to call his master's apprentice and his master's, or sorry, his
Master's brother.
brother's apprentice and his master's brother.
They'll meet with you. So, what's up?
All right. So I'm assuming you guys heard of the impending ship storm.
Oh, I see the play on words you did there. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So I think what we can do here is Ashley, you're good at manipulating energy.
Within reason, yes.
We could use, because G's is just a form of energy. Would you be able to help slow down some of the bigger parts that will be coming out?
Depends on how much energy we want to abate using this technology. I think we should do it the old-fashioned way, since it would be cheaper.
Fair.
And Ashley will show you the predictions she's done and the bits that you've been gone. Well, we could, but the amount of Leah canisters we would go through for the successful slowdown, it's not going to be efficient because we haven't come up with a surefire solution. Maybe excessive, whereas energy from mechas and other vehicles, such as tugs and other vehicles that can provide a counter thrust and catch, would be significantly cheaper by at least 23%.
Then we can do that. Let's start working on catching nets that can help deal with the drag.
What we're going to need is maybe not nets, but the ability to attach and magnetize.
Yeah.
Or at least some sort of magnetizing clamp to grab onto the metal. Or at least some sort of bore to lock onto the ice attached to the metal, because they're ships.
Yeah.
And for the mechs and our vehicles to lock on to the vehicle or to the debris and then counter thrust with a control, so that everyone can do it in sync and do it slowly and properly.
Understood. This is where you two come in. Well, both of you are going to be coming in handy here. Also, if you know any more Leah souls that can be get a hold of, this would also help.
Potentially.
What?
Potentially.
I have a technique I've developed that turns anything within a line into Leah. I want the Leah souls to be the emergency. if anything breaks apart or falls towards the base, they will be able to turn strips into Leah. And then we can later, through this technique, rematerialize them. And if you can find any other Leah souls to help with this, it'll be helpful, as one full Leah soul and 2 apprentices are not fully capable of this.
Leave it to me. I'll handle it.
All right.
Go about your much more important day-to-day requirements or whatever else it is you do.
Thank you very much. And the only thing that's going to happen besides that is Cody's going to check on Glenfield to make sure the mech's coming along, and then put that in as a formal request to Thunderhead to tour from the Mickeys to the Apollos. Just trying to slide it under.
You guys don't have a lot of Mickeys. You guys have Leroy's and mostly Leroy's
Okay.
on base.
Yeah.
No, don't we have the shit ton of thousands of Mickey variants?
Those are the Mickey variants, which are the Leroy's and the Jackals.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was name
Those
mixed
are
up.
the next gen attempts of those. And technically, yeah, you have a lot of even technicians can get into those, and you don't even need missiles in them. You just
Yep. But he's trying to get the Apollos on a mass mass work orders, so we can just put people in Apollo drone casings, have them fly that out instead of potentially risking pilot lives
is this for the battle?
for the battle.
Okay. Yeah.
And Monday too, if it helps. Not sure if we're gonna have it done by Monday, but
All right.
What's next?
Basically, you guys getting some work done specifically for that, and then you meet up with Cody after your work day.
So, Cody, what are you doing for the next 6 hours?
we're just trying to figure out how to stop the ships from crashing into our base.
That seems more important than mech maintenance, building, and engineering. So I'll join you in that.
Yeah. On top of that, you are the vice base commander, so you'd be able to know if we have any large magnets, drill launchers that we could attach to tethers that we could attach to mechs or ships. Oh, it has to be mechs. We don't have any ships.
All right. So I like magnets. That's something I'm good with. Let's see if there's any in the storage. You just call up Victor, see how the inventory is looking. Someday Matt will get back to us.
No, never. Explosions.
Oh well, that's fair.
I'll talk Cody about the idea of particle collider as well as in the Sector 12.
You have a particle collider in Sector 12?
Yeah, I think so.
Or at accelerator. They're not sure yet.
Something. Seems that the Sector 12 design is based in a circle, and it seems inefficient to do so otherwise.
Yeah, that would
You know what I mean?
be a particle collider, but why do they have a particle collider down there?
Research could be some weird, I don't know, power generation thing. Could be a weapon. Who knows?
Can I see the schematics?
No idea. We haven't. We just started looking into it. We'd have to go down to Sector 12 and do something else besides the more pressing matters.
Particle colliders commit energy. Energy can be used to create an energy net to catch all of it.
So, do we take a gamble with this, or do we work on something more specialized?
I say we do both, as we are multifaceted people and we can do more than one thing.
It's true. I already have people, and I'm not being secret about it. So,
Yeah, let's.
want to go down and join the fray?
Yeah.
All right. We'll head to Sector 12, Matt.
Alright, you guys down to Sector 12.
Yep, going to join up with the team that's working on the idea of the particle collider.
You specifically showing him the circuit?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not wrong. By the layout you see on there, it literally is a loop.
Huh.
Technicians are kind of carefully going over it, like, do we pull up this deck plate? I don't know.
I want to look at everyone like, do we have any idea what this was used for?
Oh man. I've never dealt with this type of stuff before. I'm just trying to look at the signage by kind of moving some plates around.
Shouldn't the Thunderhead know something?
No, that would be more a storefront.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we don't have access to Stormfronts.
Hmm.
Fuck it. Have you found the main build, like the main office for this?
Like where it's connected to?
Yeah, like an accelerator has to have a main terminal.
Yeah, where it kind of starts and stops at, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, kind of, we just literally started this like 2 hours ago. I know that's pretty bland in Leah standards, but I understand that.
Look, you don't understand. In 2 hours, somebody, his right foot can be starting a business while the left one's earning their PhD.
I know. But remember, we're not at the same standards as the Leah techs.
That's fair.
Right. I'm sure we can figure this out, though. Easy peasy. But now that we're on the case, taking control of this on the ground, instead of just letting a team work on it, let's do our thing.
Yeah, let's go look around. I could go and try and find the nearest terminal.
There's a lot of nearest terminals. None of are on the main terminal you can find.
Hmm. Have we found the center of the base?
Yeah, the power area.
That's
Massive security features run through that.
hmm. Oh, have you cracked open Shangri-La's old room?
No. Ripperfield, remember?
What?
Ripperfield,
Oh.
remember?
Yeah, well, we got the codes.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh.
It still hasn't been gone through.
What's
You just got the codes because you guys had to play the go to this, go get these codes from 001, and then you go and find the Potanis access key, and then you access the Spectrum drive, and then you got to fish through the entire Spectrum drive to find those codes deep in there, which was the whole point. And Liam just did that before he kicked off.
All right, let's get the codes and go check it.
You're out of timeline sync. That was Tuesday.
That was Tuesday. You got it. Never mind then.
Yeah.
It's good information.
So we're on Monday. Or no, Sunday?
Sunday.
Yeah. Sunday. Well, gotta wait for Luna.
Yep. So that doesn't help.
Yep. Yeah, I got nothing here. Oh, by the way, in case you didn't know, I'm trying to get the Apollo because we figured out how to make it cheap. We're gonna get the Apollo to be standardized. I was just wondering if I could get your blessing on that.
Jackie's going to look at Cody really hard.
Then I'm gonna hand you the schematics.
She'll look it over.
And
That's good,
essentially,
Cody. Is this you yourself? I don't think you have time these days, do you?
it was me and a guy I hired.
All right. Is he any good?
Yeah, I like him.
Hmm.
He's kind of specialized.
Specialized. It's good to have.
He's known as Transform Guy. He wants to make things that transform.
Interesting.
So Apollo's good for him. But essentially, it's made cheaply, so it's easy to mass produce. And because the drone rig, you actually don't put pilots' lives at risk. So you can have literally one pilot fly 10 Apollos without risk to their lives. And the equipment for it is cheap. And as you are the military, in charge of the military aspects, I've already sent this on to the Thunderhead, and I want to give it to you.
All right. I'll prove it. Send the information to Victor, and then we'll deal with it there.
Okay. Who's Victor?
How many negative qualities you got right now, my friend Jackie? Quite a few.
I got a lot. Yeah, I'm doing the whole positive and negative thing, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not fun to hear putting people in charge of not just one, but multiple. And
From what aspect?
it's the honor of the Iron Eater way. If you're going to have a pilot, they should pilot their own machine. And they should do it directly. and just one. Not like, how are you supposed to understand the training, the hardship, the decision making that goes into normal pilots who are actually risking their lives out there versus, being safely back at base in a drone in charge of military assets. You don't really understand the danger or the urgency or the life and death situation, the training involved, the commitment. Doesn't sit well. You can understand it for this particular incident. We don't have enough people. So, yeah, this is sure. Especially if they're not going to be as experienced pilots. They're just going to drag you down. But at the same time, they're kind of, it's like, they're not risking it like you guys are. But they're also going to be flying Leroy's, so you can kind of see why you wouldn't want to be in a Leroy either. Unless that's not true. Would you like to be in a Leroy?
So, Cody, who's going to be piloting these things?
Average pilots.
Average pilots.
Yeah, I understand the whole Iron Eater problems with their mechs. They wouldn't be able to properly connect with them. So this would be for the average pilots, which we have more than enough of on base. Untrained, unspecialized, like his brother. What's his name?
I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah. The one that we kind of like forced into. That was a time. That was 4 months ago. If that no, that was 2 months ago. Oh, 7 months ago.
And the drone program, what are you putting it into? Just all these Apollos, right?
Yeah, to the Apollo models. The Apollo models, their cockpits have been removed, so there's more room for pieces. But the drone rigs, so they can just be flown around while people stay here on base, and they can pilot 10 a piece. It becomes a numbers game at that point. High speed velocity plus equipped with their spears, so the drones don't break, the spears do, and they equip new spears.
Cody, there's one aspect, the pilots.
Mhm.
I want them to be... I don't want to waste resources too much on this. And if we're going to be losing pilots because of playing this like a video game, instead of having the fear, the live aspect of putting your life on the line. What about that? Why should I approve this when I know the people, the pilots, aren't going to be put in the same situation as the Iron Eaters would? What's in it for me?
This isn't about what's in it for you. This is about what's in it for the pilots. It's to keep pilots from dying. And
Right.
yes, Iron Eaters pilot their mechs how they do, but here's the thing. It's part of their cultivation technique. a lot of our mech pilots are cultivators. About half aren't. So why do and even those that are cultivators don't cultivate through their mechs? We have to think about Iron Eaters are elites. This is for the common soldier.
With the common soldier.
Yes. And the common soldier isn't an Iron Eater.
I know.
And so at that point, it becomes a numbers game.
Well, it's the tactical disconnect between somebody playing in a simulator, but they're in charge of 10 assets. That's hard to manage. You'd have to be particularly drilled in sims. In addition, you may not have... it's actually counterintuitive specifically. Like, you may have more mechs you are in charge of. So thus you should have more awareness. But you actually don't. Because you're trying to gather information from 10 different sources, and normal people can't do that. So...
True, but they can also pilot them one by one.
True, that's 10 max. And also, since they don't have the same risk involved, they may put their fellows at risk from a wrong decision because they're not as reserved, they're not as threatened. It's a huge disconnect from using elites in the field and using disposable assets piloted by people at base, especially with the amount of numbers. But I mean, it comes down to probably training. The amount of sim training these people are going to have to do is going to hog up a lot of, if not all, the sims all the time. Getting simulation training will actually be difficult because of the amount of people that are going to need to be constantly drilled to handle 10 machines.
How about this, Cody? If you can get the sim inside your control device and have them working with the product you're making beforehand, I'll prove this.
I'm just not sure we'll have enough mechs in time by that.
You mean your control modules?
No, the
joystick?
Apollos themselves.
The Apollos themselves.
Yeah.
So
Apollos
are you
themselves
going to
have-
have one that's directly connected to the Apollo each time?
What do you mean?
So when you make your joystick, is it going to be directly connected to an Apollo, or is it like one control mechanism for all of them?
It is up to the pilot itself. They can have one connected. They can either have it connected to 10 Apollos or one Apollo up.
Right.
If you have it connected to one Apollo, that's you flying one mech,
And that's
flying
fine.
around.
I'm
then-
expecting you to make the control mechanism within this joystick, right? So whatever you're using the drone controller, make the simulations inside that, so you don't need the Apollos.
Right, but what I'm saying is, by the time that happens, it'll be too late to get it mass
Training?
producing.
Mass producing. All I'm saying, Cody, is you need to make sure... I'm going to prove this, all right? But I need you to tell me that aspect's going to get done.
It will be done.
All right, because we can't have them filling up the simulation holes. We need to have your own on site so they know how to use the controls. They know what they're doing, so they're not wasting the resource. Sound good?
Understood.
All right. So to make this difficult for you, Cody, but things are getting tight.
It is.
All right, Matt, you got my negative qualities into me. Sure. I have made sure Cody is on the right track. So, how much time has it been so far that we've been looking into this particle collider? Because we haven't made much for progress on it so far. We know we could go to the middle, but the middle's going to be hard to deal with because it has probably Ripper field of some kind or some way to deatomize.
Looking at it, you're probably gonna need to get into the main power core area.
Right.
Just by estimations, initial looks, you know?
Mm.
Which isn't too bad. Yeah. Not too bad at all.
So, Cody, I can go into the middle power core area, but it's going to cost me. It's going to hurt, most likely. But I can... Say again?
Well, why don't we just turn off the Ripper field?
I don't know how to.
You guys have it. Liam's gone, unfortunately. He's the one with the deactivation codes for the Ripper fields.
Right.
And we're
So
dealing
you'll
with
have to wait on
this post-haste, right? It's coming in tomorrow.
It's coming in Monday at noon.
Yeah. So I can brute force it, no big deal.
Let me see if I can see the device.
Maybe you can get some more readings. Let's go to the hallway.
Yeah.
All right, Matt, we'll go up to the red lines, the first one. All right, Kitty. So you stay back here. I don't want you to get hurt by this. I'll go forward. You try to get an idea of what's happening in the walls, and I'll try to make my way to the end. All right?
Okay.
So Jackie will step forward, looking at that same camera. Give me a wave. And before she even touches the red line, what do I see in front of me, Matt, as I get close to the second threshold?
Second threshold, you don't see much anything but a big door at the end.
Okay.
But you feel that buzz, and it's particularly nasty. You could feel a intrinsic field building up.
All right.
And it's the largest one that you've seen on base. It goes 100 meters. But then it goes to the second line, and you feel that sense of pure danger on the other side of that one. So it's an intrinsic field into a Ripper field.
I see.
And then there's that big ass door.
So, Katie, you getting anything?
Cody, you have taken out a scanning device and see what's going on here.
Yeah, you've got two massive security units on each side of the wall of each of the corridor.
How long is this corridor?
The corridor is about 150 meters. 100 of it's the intrinsic field, and then you got 50 meters to the door. There's also another buildup on the ceiling and floor panels, separate from the intrinsic and Ripper fields.
What are those build-ups? Or what do I think those build-ups are going to?
Not sure. But you do get radio static chatter. You just kind of get the, whoa, whoa, whoa! I didn't touch anything. Is somebody doing something? This is one of the techs working on the collider. All the panels went up, and this thing's spinning fast.
All right.
We're
Move
looking at
away
this
from
thing's
it.
running full blast.
Move away from that, and I'm gonna look at Jackie. I'm like, all right, come back. I think I know what's going on.
All right, Jackie will come back.
And then when you start coming back, the machines, you can feel the energy field start to power down a little bit, but it keeps the charge. It never empties the capacitors. And then you hear from the tech, whatever you just did, it's spinning down. Yeah, the power is dropping massively. Speed dropping. All right, looks like it's nominaling out.
Thank you.
Anything I can do on my end?
Just keep working.
I was gonna say, see where they were storing those capacitors.
Those capacitors are in the walls. He's looking at one of the panels, specifically the interface panels for one of the junctions of the particle accelerator. He was just kind of getting numeric readings from a device he plugged into one of the ports. So
send me a copy of those readings so I can
copy. And you just get beep.
How bad was it powering up?
Like
on a scale of nuclear reactor to
Planet cracker?
AA. Yeah, right.
This machine takes the power that specifically is harnessed from the main fusion reactor, and spins it so fast it accelerates the energy levels. It looks like this is what powers all of the intrinsic fields and the Ripper fields endlessly without need for recharge. Constantly keeps the capacitors ready for the next fire.
So it's a fusion generator supercharger?
Yes. Base sized.
That's insane. I love it.
Because you're always wondering how the hell does a fusion generator, even of a base size, because it has so many power draws, how are they able to get power levels up to a specific amount? Because you have to have a the generator can produce a specific threshold of power, but it's not enough to power an intrinsic field briefly, or even for a full blast, let alone a Ripper field, which has a magnitude higher. Well, that's what the accelerator's for. It's a 3-mile loop, and this thing just goes, well, looks like one of the fields is building up. Let's give it the juice, and the thing just goes off to the races. And then when the security system goes, whoa, cancel that, and then it slows down to a nominal set, but it's never off. The thing's always running. It just, how fast does it spin?
Okay.
No wonder they can have such advanced security features on base. They have an accelerator, a collider on base.
Now, only if we were using that to power the base instead of these fields that are...
Oh no, this is for short bursts, not for sustained.
Okay.
You couldn't run this too
used.
long, otherwise it wouldn't handle it.
But you could use it for weapons.
You could, yeah. Who's to say you don't have one?
Yeah, who's to say you don't have one?
Found another way to turn off all of the intrinsic and Ripper fields. Disable the particle accelerator.
Disable the particle accelerator. How do we disable the particle accelerator? Probably at the main control panel. Where's the main control panel?
Break
at?
it.
Yeah,
Break
we
it
can
and
break
fix it. Yeah, for sure.
I can go break it real quick. Look, I'm really good at breaking things.
I know.
He really is. Like it would literally just be probably 5 minutes of time.
Not
But-
even.
Yeah, not
To
even
f-
5 minutes of time.
but
It's
to
super
fix
easy.
it. But to fix it.
That was not part of the equation. He just says
Oh,
break it.
Look, you're asking more questions now. I gave the answer to one.
So, Cody, how is this going to help our issue? I don't think it's going to, right?
No, not after I break it. No.
No. So let's not break it, okay?
Yeah, no. Guess we gotta wait for Luna. Not Luna. Luna? Yes, Luna.
Luna, yeah. So, Cody,
Yes.
what's next?
I got nothing. So, just working on ways to get things here.
How much of the 6 downtime actions was that, Matt?
Cool.
2. All right. Onwards, Cody.
Cody on spending the last bit of time just working with Sadako, Ashley on getting figuring how to slow it down and creating prep for that. Working with Jackie to make sure they can get the materials for it properly. Introducing Sadako to Jackie.
Yes.
Introducing Sadako to one of Cody's best friends.
Well, so do you tell Jackie that this is your new girlfriend?
Mm-hmm. One of his
I-
new girlfriends.
One of your new girlfriends. Where's the other?
Luna is helping her. She was being poisoned by the lead department.
Interesting. All right. So, what are we working on?
Sadako is doing the calculations for their exit, so we will know where we need to start setting up our contingencies to catch them. I was going to ask our assault frame, heavy frame.
Heavy frame for what?
They'll because Hounds have to move, they might be able to offset the drag that's going to be happening. Essentially, they need to go the opposite way for Jace. Anything that can move fast. Mechs with big engines. That's what we need.
Well, I already have Britannia.
Yeah.
So, should be all right.
That's fine.
So, just tell me what to do, and we'll go from there.
Like, find these items.
No, you're not going to get me to do some Leah shit. All right, I see how it is.
What do you mean, Leah?
Calculations, right?
Right.
I want to be useful.
You are being useful, but like, can you do this?
You know, I got IQ.
Oh well, that's fair. You can help us. You know, I just, sorry.
2 heads are better than 1, right?
So,
The parts are already being dealt with because
Right.
of Victor.
GM, what do you want us to do?
If you're still with us.
Huh?
The other, I'm expecting. I heard his mic
Sorry.
go. Saw green. There he is.
Green?
You paying attention?
No, never.
Okay.
Never ever.
Go ahead.
Well, what do you want us to do? Because the last 4 downtimes are literally being spec just to solve this problem.
No, then you
As
guys
far
have
as
more time to
tactic-
spend.
What? We have more downtime to spend?
Oh, you were spending the last 4 to solve it?
Yeah.
For the accelerator?
No.
No.
Oh,
Stopping the impact of ships coming onto the base.
Oh, well, between the collective cerebral might of the base and the technical ability, simple solutions are the best.
All right, we're going with magnets.
Magnets, hooks, drills, whatever you can do to hook into or clamp onto the outer surfaces of objects.
Mhm.
And or nets between. You can do nets for objects that are spinning too fast.
Yep.
All right. Nix, you eventually get the kind of an email casually at the end of the day as you kind of look up like, oh my god, that thing's been beeping. Leave me alone. I'm on the breakthrough of something incredible. Eventually you look at it and it's just like, all hands on deck. Priority 1.
I'll just check whether it's heaven or ground-based prep.
Heaven prep.
If
If you don't have a mech, they'll give you one. There's a lot of Leroys with very lonely Leroys out there.
Fuck them. I still have an oh shit mech.
Which one is that?
The fucking the Ronin.
All right.
It,
get
it
you
was
loaded.
it was fully space capable.
It is. Has a lot of thrust.
Yep. I'm absolutely hating this. This is going to screw up all of my plans.
It'll only take 3 hours. We're good.
This is going to screw up all of my plans.
Yep.
All right. Well, you guys, what else do you have for the rest of the day? Then we'll finish it.
Nope, not in here.
All right, I have some external potentia. That's all I got left to do.
Okay. Roll it.
Yeah, one sec. I think it's... Okay, so rolling out of 50.
Nick's getting called out in the middle of the night, right before he was actually going to bed. Oh, he's fucking livid.
Pass. So there is 4 extra on the 6. Okay, I'm done mine.
Okay. Well, it is Monday, boys. Go ahead and add your 30 merit.
Thanks.
Kai.
Monday. All right. Forces are starting to deploy. Everyone suits up with all their gear, like at 0200. After
Yep.
everyone has a very early breakfast. All of you make your way out. The entire force of Ares base that can be wielded at this point. And at a certain part, let me cancel this and let's find. And then, of course, there is a massive energy signature. Larger than you were actually anticipating collectively, because you knew the amount of ships they had, but not the tonnage, because the ship designs on the Frontier radically different than what was built in the inner ring. And you guys get the all hands on deck. Our boys are coming in for holy and then just the first thing that you see coming in is a carrier on fire. And you actually see massive parts of the ship get sent off as one of the massive nacelles starts to break and crack, and it's covered with damage. Followed behind it 4 escorting battleships and 20 frigates and destroyers, all in various types of damage. And another rift to its left, another carrier group, and another to its right. All in told, you have your 125 ships, but you didn't expect 3 carrier groups with escorting vessels. And you actually get to see in horror as one of the battleships starts to list to the side and just crack in half and collide with one of the destroyers. And everyone's, you get the call, battle stations, watch for debris, they're coming in fast. And it is just utter chaos. So let's roll awareness. Oh. Okay. For those who didn't pass awareness, I'm going to need a dodge with a penalty equal to the degrees of failure.
Hey, Jackie, you want a reroll?
I'll take a reroll on the awareness.
Have a reroll.
Okay, pass on my side.
Yeah. You guys gave yourself plenty of space, but the speed in which they're coming in and the unpredictability of the shotgun debris and the new collisions have set a lot of the predictions off a lot. Incoming debris comes in. Let's see how bad each repair group sector. Oh.
Can I give that 100 a reroll?
Sure. Okay. Incoming debris. Repair group sector, or number 9 of the 10 groups. They're ready to catch one of the battleships coming in. That thing is split. And as they're going to catch it, to slow it down, the thing lists to the sideways, and you see 6 impacts of mechas. and you just see pop, 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 and explosions as this thing lists and just swats them. And everyone has to dive quickly out of the way.
So, do we actually have orders on this, or is it just help where you can?
Stick to your sector. If another group needs reinforcing, do it. And you see Britannia kind of slide its way over to the listing, now spinning, and those nacelles are still firing full blast, even though they're disconnected. Everyone else is, any other ship that is still good has started to do its reverse flip, which means it's literally trying to flip in place 180 and then burn against the G's. But all the other broken pieces aren't, and that ship is actually burning full bore towards Ares, that broken haft.
I have an idea on my side. I want to get to the ship itself, and I want to use magnet to push away.
By the way, I rolled for it. It was within the 12%.
Oh.
The front half of the ship is sent spiraling off, and that's going to be caught. But it's the back half of the ship with the thrusters that are still firing full blast.
Can I move with Jackie towards that one? With the speed of the Ronin, I don't even
You're
I've got a
assigned to
question.
catch a frigate, one of
Oh.
the more damaged ones.
All right then. I guess he'll try to grab the frigate.
I'm gonna need some pilot tests.
Let's see here.
Nice.
Okay, you go to catch it. Make me an awareness, because there's a series of explosions coming out of the middle of the vessel. Yeah, you actually see, no, that's from the inside, and something kind of crawls out of the side and starts to scuttle along the outside of the ship.
Oh, I'm immediately going after it with the sword. It's getting an immediate scan lock.
Okay, make me a awareness scan lock with your sensor suite.
I get a plus 20 to this, so...
And a lot of attention is brought over. It's like, and you get a full scan of it. That is a infant predator. It's heavily damaged. It's missing an arm. Most of its armor shorn off. Looks like it's going to try and get away.
I'm trying to use the speed that I got to get to this thing to just sweep past and do a swing with the sword.
Ignition blade or no?
Yes, the ignition blade.
You have to choose to ignite the blades.
It doesn't matter on the...
Yeah, you draw them and they ignite.
Yeah, because they've got the... I'm willing to sacrifice one of the blades for this.
Alright, you going to do a dual wield? Because remember, the blades one of the blades has a two-handed grip.
I'm only using Onimaru with the two-handed grip.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Several of the people shift to help steer the weight since you had the primary catch with your rocket thrusters, and you just zip off towards it. It does not have enough inertia. You're gonna hit it in with a full burn. I'll have you roll toughness because you're gonna gain. This is good inertia practice. How many thrusters you got on that thing?
It's got 8 rocket jets and
How
a thing of
many do
pulse
you want to
thrusters.
use in the? How many do you want to use?
How much? I've tried pulling up the inertia thing to try to figure it out, but it just confused me for a minute. So, because I tried doing some math. So, how much inertia would I gain per thruster?
1. For the rocket jets, if you use the full speed of each of them, they're each going to give you 2.
And how do you determine how much inertia you can handle?
Pilot's resistant G-force with pilot tolerance, which is calculated willpower bonus plus toughness bonus.
So
Your tolerance for your frame is calculated by the frame torso durability number.
So I personally can handle, before going over G and having to make toughness checks, 9 inertia. So I can handle 1 round of full burn.
You can use your pulse thrusters and your rocket thrusters simultaneously.
Which would get me up to 9 in inertia.
If that's what you want to do.
I warned them that if I ever went out in space, I would be testing this thing. The base commander knew, and this was the only one I had available to me, so I can handle up to 9 inertia without any problems, so yeah.
Alright, so what we're going to do is you're going to outrun this thing. It's able to gain 3 inertia under its own speed, but you have 5. You're going to catch it in a...
I'm going to have 9.
I know.
5 over. Wait, 3 plus 5 is
over.
8.
6 over.
Yeah.
6 over.
So you're going to impact it with 6. Make your attack.
Okay, because of the rocket thrusters. Let's see here. And that's just an operate surface check, correct? Or an operate check, correct?
Yep.
Two.
Yep. Now go for ballistic skill. Or no, weapon skill. You're going to need to actually hit it. But you're going to be able to slap this thing like you wouldn't believe.
So I get the bonuses from the thrusters on that as well.
Is it stacking, Matt, for each thruster?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
So,
Okay. It is going to try and dodge. Oh, it will. It'll pirouette out of the way and pull itself into a ball and just pirouette.
I have inescapable.
Oh, okay.
Do you have mech inescapable?
Yes, I paid the additional merit to qualify for both.
Nice.
Yeah, you see it spin up into a ball. You've actually seen this in The Sims. And all you got to do is actually flick the blade. So you can use it helps you bring it up as like an upper strike. And then you got to spin the wrists so it doesn't take your arms off.
Mm-hmm.
Roll damage.
Oh god. I gotta remember what the Ronin's tonnage is. 55 tons. So that'll be 26 plus an additional. Okay, so.
Cody.
Yeah.
You're going to be given the Horizon Dancer for this run.
Oh.
It's got the best thrusters and it has a tractor beam.
Yeah.
You're going to be helping with one of the carriers.
Okay.
You're not to touch it. Holy balls, if you touch that carrier, you're going to die. But you can tractor beam it.
Yeah.
Because the tractor beam can actually literally pull. And with the Da Vinci machine on there, you can actually grab objects that are moving at speed and kill their momentum entirely.
Yeah.
Because that's the Da Vinci engine's weird like that. And that's deep impact, ain't it?
Yep. I did
Ah,
77
balls.
because I got an additional 3 AD per rocket jet when I hit the thing. So 77 total damage, 6 deep impact.
Well, it's already wounded. You just... Chang! And you... What's the AD?
88.
You cut this thing in half.
With slag ignition.
Yeah, no, you cut this thing in half and you burn out its torso. Just kind of floats in space. And there are several callouts. We got company. Several elites are starting to rear their heads. Several of them look contorted and bent in on themselves. The Leah shift wasn't good for them. Several are missing parts of their bodies. All of them are critically wounded that survived.
I mean, he'll do a cursory inquiry to whoever was put in charge of him, permission to continue engagement.
You got the
But-
thrusters, go for it. This ship will just take longer to slow down.
And yeah, Nyx is going ham. He's already got his first kill, and it's on an adolescent predator. He's happy.
It's critically damaged.
I don't care.
Yeah, looks like its shield was down too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. I just need you to make some dodges. These guys are in such bad condition. Most of the essentials that make up the difficulty of these enemies are gone. All shields are fucked. Most of their bodies are warped and twisted because the Leah jump didn't put them back together properly.
How many do you want?
4. There's 4 threats, but there's 17 entities that you need to handle. Okay. Wow. Your sims are killing it. All right. Let's see. Do I roll anything amazing? No. There's a black lance of energy that zips out past you at one point. You're like, all right. Have sword! And you'll be able to dart between them and rack them up.
Okay.
Have you roll awareness for tag it,
Oh, I got it.
because they're now debris, and those things kept their momentum.
I'm going to give that a reroll. Well, no. I still... yeah, I'm going to give it a reroll.
Okay.
I don't want to, but I want to.
All right, you properly tag all the pieces. Some of their bodies are very difficult to pick up once they've lost their heat and their bioenergy signature. So, a heavy piece of pitch black armor floating by or nearly black
Yeah.
could easily collide with someone.
But I managed to tag it all.
Mhm.
Huzzah.
Okay, so each of you are going to roll 2 rolls, 1d100s. You guys have prepared for it. You found my little surprise and dealt with it. Besides the hurling back half of a battleship, each of you roll me 2d100 for random. Okay. 2 of the ships are able to reignite their thruster systems, and they're able to flip properly this time. 96 and the 90, several fragments collide with another ship. ripping up thruster systems. One of the ship loses its spin and continues to spin improperly. They're supposed to flip 180 and stop. Well, now it's cartwheeling.
Cody will look towards the lead of the group and tell them that he will deal with the spinning one.
Break off. The carrier can wait.
Okay. And then Cody's gonna fly over.
Operator Nautica, please. It's not a safe ride.
We're gonna put a boon in front of this as well.
Very nice.
Oh, it is like playing dodgeball with death. Your computer systems are just constantly tracking flying debris pieces, tagging it as they come sailing across you like just scythes and blades of death.
Yeah.
It's like playing dodgeball with ship parts, which isn't good. Actually, it is playing dodgeball with ship parts.
We're gonna attach the tractor beam to it.
I go, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it.
Yes, and if I lead a shift myself, I lead shift this ship, right?
No. Ship's too big.
Okay.
That ship's way too big.
Yeah, fair amount of energy charges, though.
That size is because you're powering a holyverse with another holyverse.
Yeah.
And your holyverse, unfortunately, does not kill the momentum.
Yeah.
Could be a factor you build.
Maybe.
Who knows? But that isn't bad that it doesn't kill momentum. It still lets you have a massively powerful burn in system.
Yeah.
And preserve it. And that sometimes takes hours to achieve. So coming in at a dead stop can be kind of hairy. But yeah, you'll latch on. Another ship is having problems, only its right side thrusters are firing, so it's starting to list. A lot of mechs will slam into the side, thrust against it. Britannia has already caught up with the danger part and has kind of attached to the side of it, and she sends out several tethers around it. And she'll start thrusting against it. And the impact that she received was not small. Hers is a juggernaut, so this is tough. Yeah. You also see from Ares base several of these operational base cannons start to rotate to target the falling piece. And they're going to give you, if you can't stop it by this perimeter, we're going to shoot it down.
Go, Jackie, go.
You want some help, Jackie?
I just need to get to
Rodent
it.
has a ludicrous amount of thrust.
Yeah, I just need to get to it.
It's building its thrust every turn because the engines are firing full. Britannia is actually trying to turn it just little by little.
Would I be able to get to it?
It's moving. It's going to gain more inertia than you do every turn, and it's already way ahead of you, and it's already faster than you.
So, not possible.
Not possible. It's the individuals who can teleport who can get there.
Yeah. Cody will use a Leah teleport to get to it
Okay.
and lock in again.
All right. So we're gonna make some rolls for the technicians still on board that fragment of the ship. Okay. Technicians rolled just good enough on that 4. You see the engines sputter and die.
That's good at least.
Now you only have to deal with 62 points of inertia.
And Cody is going to begin a opposite burn the opposite direction.
Okay.
So I'll be using 3 magnet rolls here to push.
You want to push or you want to pull from the opposite end?
If I pull, stop it from. I guess I could go the opposite.
Pulling is harder. Pushing is easier. But
pulling is harder, eh? All right, let's go with the pulling then.
Okay.
Use 3 of my 4. What roll would you like this attached to?
Willpower. 3 of
Willpower, eh? Not my influence.
Not this time.
Here's the first one. Here's the second one. Here's the third one. Can I have some rerolls, Nix?
Sure.
All right, let's do the 87 first. 15 and a 15, very nice. And the 70. 5.
Okay. You guys will steer this thing and pull this thing, not killing enough of the inertia to stop it from breaching the perimeter line, but you'll push it out of the perimeter arc. So the impact's not lethal. Whew. Okay. Looks like all the ship fragments and ships themselves are handled. Overall, 60% of the fleet's held together. The other 40% is chunks. And when everything's kind of calm, you guys get a hail from the interim vice admiral. Who's in charge of this lot? And you get an answer from the ace. This is the ace captain of Ares Base. Welcome to the inner ring, Vice Admiral. Thanks for the save. We came on immediate emergency orders. Hopefully we arrived in time. I think so. We will handle the discussion once we've slowed your ships down, and you are now safe to be boarded and have a meeting. I will have all of my essential personnel with me. If there is a boardroom still in good enough shape, or a meeting room, please set that up. And in the meantime, repair ships are on their way. And you get the general order from the group. All right, everyone, get these ships and tow them to this particular location. Take however long it needs to get them to the proper speed and get them to utter standstill outside of the gravity well. Rendezvous location is located on your map. Godspeed, boys. I think the worst is over for now. Keep an eye out for other bugs that might be crawling around. As you can see, Leah didn't sit well with them. And we know they evolve, so make sure these bastards are deader than dead. We don't want any part of them getting a taste for Leah. Over and out.
Nix
As we
just make
begin
sure.
to move people there.
Yep. Nix will make sure to keep track of who or what grabs the adolescent predator.
That's actually one of the cleanup teams for small debris. Looks like a special group is specifically designed to or designated to grab biological debris of the Xenos variety. And they go after all the body parts and pieces that you marked and tagged. Cause Xeno stuff needs to be quarantined because it's not safe. You guys kind of align all the ships in the alignment that they're supposed to be, kind of, and or dock them, and with enough repair, a repair ship docked with each of the worst ships. Overall, not too bad. There were some casualties, though.
It's unavoidable.
Even among your forces, you were not expecting one of the big ships to blow and list like that. All right, so you have now seen the effective force of collision and melee combat. Melee combat is to not be underestimated nor being hit with an object. There is not enough structure and armor and durability and pilot toughness to get swatted by a big piece of debris at high speeds.
Yeah.
So, the rule of thumb is don't.
And that ignition blade hurt.
Yeah, that you went full thrust with 9 inertia. Did you calculate the inertia increased damage?
Yeah.
Okay,
Wait,
yeah.
inertia increased damage?
Yeah.
I noted that under the rocket thrusters, it said that I gained bonus damage because of the rocket thruster.
I guess that would be calculated as an inertia, right?
Yeah, that'd be in the inertia increase. All right, hold on. Yeah, I didn't write it in there.
Okay.
But yeah, you'll also notice that each inertia gives a -10 to hit, and to be hit in both melee and ranged.
Okay, that is then
But-
negated by the rocket thrusters.
Yeah, and that's what the rocket thrusters are for. They give you a bonus to negate that
Penalty, yeah.
That penalty. So maybe you wouldn't have hit.
Right.
But that's just a mountain of work for me. So we got we'll do a
Sorry.
test. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's not that I'm just we went with it. We moved on
Yep,
quite a
yep.
while ago. It happened. It would have died anyways at one point. It was too badly wounded, but it could have fucked you up with a hit though.
Yeah, yeah.
But that would have been kind of a hit and run thing because you would have swung at it and then zipped off. Because it's more of a drive-by in melee combat at high speeds.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well then,
but your
Yeah.
blade unfortunately burns out after an hour and turns brittle. You can
Yep.
put it back in the sheath, but can't use that blade anymore. Get more
Yeah,
plathment.
yeah, I know. Mutter. I already know I'm gonna have to drop the fucking 50k wreck on getting a replacement blade.
At least you can afford it. A lot of people
Yep.
can't.
Yep.
A lot of people just go, well, I'm gonna make a mod to the sheath so that it has to be manually ignited so that I can use it just as an impact blade. Because it's too expensive to replace it.
Yep. I mean, right now I might feasibly be able to afford the proper ignition blade.
Mhm.
But the question is, how much of the day did that eat into?
It's your collective entire day.
Oh my fucking god.
It's all good.
For you, maybe.
Push everything back a day.
This is important.
And at the end of the day, once you guys have gotten literally everything in its place and where it should be, you guys are going to be invited for a little bit of communication with the Vice Admiral.
Ooh.
So Jackie has to go. Too bad, Jackie. You have to go. It has to happen.
And is this at the end of day 8? So the Monday?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Monday's done. It's actually the start of Tuesday.
Start
Very
of
beginning.
Tuesday.
Before breakfast, like 400 hours.
Okay.
You guys haven't been able to sleep because you guys got to get all the parts and all the debris cleaned up. It's a massive effort. All the while, that frigate that you guys brought over plays defense and kind of just observes, like, holy shit. But overall, not so bad. Not so bad at all. And the communication you guys are going to be invited to aboard the main carrier. You guys want to wear official gear? Do you guys want to just go as you are in your pilot suits?
Nix
Jack
is
is-
his.
Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead, guys.
Nix is. Go ahead, Cody.
Cody's gonna wear official Leah technician gear.
Cool. I know what Jaggy's wearing because that's you have a second skin. It's just what you wear.
Yeah.
Nix has a uniform. The only uniform he's been given. It's his armor that's got the insignia of an ace candidate. Well, it was modified because he got he got recognized, so. But yeah, he just shows up in his armor. because he doesn't have anything else. He's got his trench coat over top of it, you know?
As you do,
Yep.
always.
Yep.
So the individual who arrives in the meeting, along with 2 aides and his second of command, is Vice Admiral Harrison, and he is in charge of this fleet in Ia's absence. And you guys are aboard the enigmatic carrier Queen Elizabeth I. Very old throwback.
Yeah.
Struggling to not say "God save the Queen" when he walks in.
Say what you want, man.
No, there's just Nyx is just sitting there, helmet hanging from his belt, just maintaining the straight face, though he wants to say it.
Do it. You won't.
No, he won't. He's not an idiot.
Mm-hmm. And there's just a flare around the ship as you're escorted through probably a near endless series of halls, or at least that's what it feels like. Several times you have to take lifts, and there are several points in the trip you actually take a little cart, like the way you do on Ares base. Now, the Queen Elizabeth is a new generation style carrier built in the Outer Ring. The Outer Ring, they designed their carriers a little different. These carriers are half as big as the Inner Ring carriers are built. They're big enough to actually house the frigates that they have. They have internal dry docks for their frigates because they're so damn big, and they can house 20 at a time, including Leah jumps. It takes you, not kidding, 45 minutes of being carted around, another 45 minutes of walking, and taking lifts to get there to the meeting room. About an hour and a half later, after you've docked, you find yourself in a moderate boardroom. And a very official looking individual. Very different from what they wear in the Inner Ring as well. The Inner Ring is very Spartan, very unadorned, unembellished. This just makes you think, oh god, this guy's in charge. He has enough embellishment. He has enough medals. He's just by the sheer presence of this guy, you know that he's high up in the food chain, including his aide and his second in command, Nimitz. Welcome. Have a seat. Order yourselves as you see fit. I don't know how you wish to structure yourselves for rank. The ace and the vice, and ace and the base commander take the front 2 seats, left and right, and then you get the vice base commander's second left and right. Dr. Rogers is like, I am not going on that ship. It's on fire. Cody, you go ahead and go in my place. I have research to do. I don't want to go on places that are on fire because that's what idiots do. So you go in my place.
Sounds like Dr. Rogers.
All right.
And Nick, since you're part of the ACE program, you can be the ACE's second.
He'll take that spot.
You won't get a seat. You'll get to stand behind the ace as an
Yep.
aide.
Yep. That's what I was assuming.
Hmm?
And unless the ace tells him to fuck off, he's just going to stand there.
Cody is going to sit in the front row, not like where he thinks should be
It's a
the
long
most
table.
appropriate. Yeah.
It's a long table. Head of the tables, where's the vice admiral is, and then you have to his left standing is his second in command. To his right standing is his personal aide, and you would be third seat on the left or right, depending for Dr. Raj's position.
Right, because that means you're important.
Very well. Pleasure to meet you all. As I said, I'm Vice Admiral Harrison. This is Nimitz. This is my aide, Haley. We're here on the orders of Frontier Admiral Iya to protect Ares base and the lives of every enigmatic on Enigma itself at all costs. And by their orders, we shall do it down to the last man. So, do so. I see you have repair ships, but that's not going to be enough supplies. I hope you have a lot more, otherwise our combat effectiveness will be severely reduced. I suggest you start working on the carrier first. We have internal docking bays for our frigates. Just get the frigates patched. We can pull them in. And we will personally see to that those get fixed. We have 3 carriers. I know that may seem like a lot of work, but that's entirely what it is. Fortunately, they are the most secured and the least damaged out of the group. Fortunately, it seems our battleships aren't so lucky. Particularly the Ortiz. I did not think it was struck so badly, but it looks like one of the critters got inside and got at one of the ammo stores. If it is not salvageable and repairable, which I don't think it will be in the time frame we have, we recommend you just take it for parts. Let it be known, from here on, I am in charge of this. You are in charge of all base operations and assets on base, but when it comes down to the slugfest that will happen with this flotilla, I am the final authority across the entire board, and you will act as such. Now, one of you will need to be a liaison with my team so that we are in constant communication. Fleet power is what's going to solve this problem. And that's going to be the final authority on what the result of this battle. Now, that doesn't mean what you have to bring to bear isn't going to count. It very much will. A base on a celestial object has static defenses, although it is kind of a sitting duck. It is a significantly staffed base, from what I understand, with a lot of experimental weaponry and a lot of utility, as has been shown by your ability to catch us coming out of high inertial burn. And that is why I continue to value mechas to this day. They just have that possible utility that others' assets can't. So, without further ado, I will open up this meeting for questions, if you have any. If you have complaints, well, I suggest you keep them until after the questions are answered. The ace just kind of, it's like, just waves a hand like, I got nothing. And then base commander kind of looks over and is like, well, Vice Admiral, I very much appreciate your timely arrival well, despite the condition. But since we happen to know the situation better than you do, immediately sending command to you would be quite illogical, don't you think? It's irrelevant. Doesn't matter if we've been here longer or not. What's going to save this situation is going to be the fleet, and since I'm in charge of the fleet, and you're going to be helping me prepare, that's where the final authority has to lie. I'm not going to be having orders from a static defense or even a mobile suit in the field that can be shot down at any second by overwhelming firepower to break the chain of command. It'll be myself on the Queen Elizabeth I in the command center giving the orders. But you're free to do as you wish for the time being until we get most of the repairs done and we are well underway and well established. We will then ascertain your assets and what you can bring to bear to this fight and build a strategy, which will be a communal effort, but final authority falls to me. I do not recognize that ship, as he points to his screen, pulling up the frigate.
I may be able to shed some light on that.
Identify yourself.
I am Agent Cody.
Designation.
Thunderhead Agent Cody.
Mm-hmm. Rank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Director.
Director, yes.
Oh, we have a venerable director. Interesting. Pleasure to meet you, Director. What is your overarching project?
I am what brought the frigate here, and what is going to be bringing the young, fully stocked, and looking to prove themselves fleet.
Time frame.
I
When are
can
they
have
to
them.
arrive?
I can have them here now.
Do not. How much you know about fleet politics, Director?
I've been spending my time with the fleet, and I know that they would want nothing more, especially the Admiral. DM, and I close that document. One sec.
Diamond.
Klangen, yeah. Would love nothing more than to come here and assume control of this fleet,
Indeed. So,
especially with how weak it currently is.
it's not the first time the fleet's been in such a condition, and we fought considerable odds at worse states. They want to bring a inner ring fleet. I want to have a little fisticuffs. I wouldn't mind. Pretty sure our whole Queen Elizabeth I can handle the majority of what they got to throw at us. So if they want to have a little see who's in charge business, let me guess, they got one carrier, two battleships.
2 carriers, 4 battleships.
Interesting. So they've upscaled. Usually they only deploy with 1 and 2.
Yes,
Who's in charge of the other carrier?
the Admiral's son.
Which one?
Jamie.
Oh my god. At least that boy has a brain on his shoulders. Don't tell me the sister's in charge of the other.
No, Timon's in charge of the carrier himself. The sister's in charge of a battleship, the Orion.
Size category?
Uh, you didn't give me size category, Matt.
Those are size category C.
C categories.
So half the size of ours. They literally
Yes.
are half the size.
Yes. Though I'm also in charge of the repair ships.
Hmm. Well, they're a little small, but there's at least there's over 50. That's a relief. But make sure they're all in the carriers, specifically the docking base, so we can pull in the frigates and repair them. And then you can
Oh.
focus on the destroyers.
Right, but here's the thing. They're under my orders. I'm under the orders of the base commander.
Yes. So I'm ordering you directly through my authority, which supersedes your base commander, to get my ships done and fixed the way they need to be. Am I going to have to play this authority game with you? Because I will axe that right now.
I want to look at the base commander.
Base commander is kind of grinding her teeth on this one. Base commander could go mech mode and rip this vehicle from the inside out.
But what's the point?
But what's the point?
I've also been given the authority to supersede that by the Thunderhead.
Sure.
So
Your project is what, Director?
the movement of all vessels
From?
everywhere. I'm going to be upgrading all of them.
Sure. Which means that you'll be doing that for the rest of your life. Great. What is your immediate assignment?
Just make sure the new fleet gets here.
Right. So you're only partially done, which means you need to go supervise the rest of the transfer over, but it'll be done in a time-gated fashion. Smaller ships first, and then intercede. Probably the youngest brother first, so that he can take charge at least of the smaller vessels already here. You'll time gate them in, so that they can become accumulated and accustomed to this current situation and accept command. The Admiral will arrive last, so that by the time he gets here, his fleet has already had time to settle, and that he has no ability to round up and try something with the current forces at his disposal. He may be an admiral, and I may be a vice admiral, and he will try and use that to his best ability to oversee my authority. But I'm a frontier admiral, so he can try. You have a project director.
I do. I
have ships that need repair, and I know how they need to get repaired in what order and on what time frame. If you want us anything battle ready, this is not my first rodeo on repair. So when I say I need things to get done in the way they need to get done, you say yes, sir, or we're going to have you in the brig faster than you can say your next sentence. So understood. That's yes, sir, or understood.
I want to stop and I'm going to look at the vice base command or the base commander for a second and see if she's willing to follow my lead.
I'm surprised your guards haven't shot him yet.
Everyone at the table is kind of like...
I want the vice base commander in charge right now. Or I want the base commander in charge right now.
Well, Ace is in charge. Ace is just kind of sitting there, kind of not saying anything, kind of studying.
I'm just surprised the Black Thunderhead guards who have been told to keep Cody alive at all costs and out of any kind of threat haven't shot the guy for threatening to throw him in the brig.
Oh, they wouldn't shoot. They wouldn't shoot a vice admiral.
No, but I have the authority to override him. And I'm going to look at him and go, "You won't throw me in the brig."
Oh, well.
I have the authority of the Thunderhead to override you on this. I wanted it to be
Great.
clear.
So here's how the thing works with us and the Thunderhead. The Thunderhead supplies us, and that's the end of the relationship. Anything the Thunderhead has told you, period, is superseded immediately by my authority. Do you understand that?
That's how it
Thunderhead
works,
is not going
and
to arrive and
that is
magically
fair.
wave his electronic hands and fix this. I am going to fix this with my fleet. So if the Thunderhead thinks he knows better, specifically about how this needs to be handled, then he can run the damn fleet. And I will sit back in my chair and watch. But he won't. Sometimes the Thunderhead needs to just realize somebody's better equipped for the job and needs to get shit done. Why do you think we do what we do on the frontier?
That is fair on the frontier.
And
is
this
not the
fight needs to
frontier.
go a very particular way, as by Ia's orders. And if it doesn't happen that way, there's going to be a few surprises we're not going to be able to handle, which I'm not going to be sharing any details about. And
So
we are
you're going to
losing
put
time.
this at risk?
Hmm?
You'd put this mission at risk
What
and
mission
disobey the
other than to
Thunderhead?
save our people?
And disobey the Thunderhead?
Of course, we do it all the time. He doesn't know what he wants. He doesn't have all the information he needs. He has very little eyes where I come from. His eyes are far and few between, and the communication is so far distant, there is no such thing as instantaneous communication.
Not here.
Yes, you're here. Now, listen, kid. You could throw this granted Thunderhead authority at you all you like. And yes, I suppose you could force me on this. But I'm just going to take my ship and my fleet. You can keep the broken bits, I suppose. But I'll pull all my staff and we'll leave.
And disobey your Admiral's orders?
If the threat has to be. You see, there's a big divide. We have enough people in space, and we're treated so very, very differently out in the front and in the outer ring. Supplies are hard to get. We don't have any of the luxuries. We don't have a lot of the amenities that you have. And yet we fight, and that's all we do. And you get to stay here in your comfort and your luxury and your near proximity to the jewel that is the enigmatic empire. And you get to suck off its tit and grow fat and lazy. We're the hunting dogs. We're the ones with the rifles. And we've been hunting this enemy for a lot longer than any of you have. So let me do my damn job, listen to what I'm telling you, and we'll get through this. And if the
Ace.
jewel disappears, well, it really doesn't affect us on the front. We're still fighting. And the Thunderhead goes down, but we've been operating without the Thunderhead the majority of the time anyways. We have AIs that run everything. The Thunderhead just kind of sends us stuff, but it's not like we can't operate those services and industries ourselves. Sure, it'll be less efficient, but there's that divide none of you really know about or care about. Because we're just those people fighting the aliens, and everything has to be done your way.
Ace, what do you think about his plan? Or his want to throw this weight around?
Cody, let's do what the Vice Admiral asks. He knows his fleet well. Once the repair ships are doing what they're doing, the way he wants it done, I think things will go very smoothly. And politics is not a easy thing once they've crossed the meridian line. Meridian line being the demarcation line between the inner and outer ring. People have different views. People have different relationships with the Thunderhead. Here, we can talk to him every day. But on the frontier, the Thunderhead is a very distant thing. They receive what is called the echoes of the Thunderhead. Instructions from a while ago. Rumblings, so to speak, of a distant thunder. So, I think we all need to take a breath. And we need to handle the ships and their repair statuses and see to triage and personnel and the damage. And then we shall go into further detail about what needs to be done in the next meeting. I think a couple days would suffice to get all the information we need and let things stabilize. And I think that is how we need to proceed. And for now, Vice Admiral, you are in charge of your ships. As you said, I'm in charge of the base. And of course, we will keep in constant communication. We will extend every courtesy we possibly can. And of course, we will strategize and synchronize our forces to best meet this incoming enemy. So, Everyone gives her a sidelong look like, I think we should have a few more questions from our group. And then I think we should adjourn the meeting. Brevity, simplicity, efficiency. Yeah. So, Mina, I'm hungry. All this tugging and pushing around big parts of ships and metal. Yep, I'm hungry. Thank you, Mina. Jackie, questions?
Jackie.
I'm here. I'm just. Is it rude to ask where you guys came from?
Yes. Well, that's not rude. My apologies. Sector 3 on the frontier. We're not the direct wedge, not the tip of the spear. We're adjacent to it. Wouldn't want to be Sector 2. That's for certain.
And you guys were in active combat before you got the retreat.
Oh, it wasn't a retreat. It was a redeployment. Active combat redeployment. Drop everything, go.
All right.
No time to talk. No time to disobey orders.
Tactical
And
retreat then. All right. I'm not sure what's in the ship lingo, but tactical retreat. All right.
Sure.
The
We
admiral
left
of the
quite a
fleet.
nasty battle for the remaining of Ia's fleets, and, well, we pray she's okay, and I pray whatever forces that she predicted she would need to win the fight, no matter how catastrophic, survived.
Oh yes, that reminds me. Cody's gonna take out the letter Ia told him to give to the basic or the vice admiral.
Flip it open, read it. Good. Looks like they won that battle, although... Okay.
I realize how the hell does this guy have this?
Good. everything's on schedule for the right outcome. At least for now. There's a lot of variables that can throw this into disarray and miss our chance. We're playing in a bigger game. None of you would believe it, but I mean, some of you are cultivators. Perhaps you could recognize
a tactical forecaster.
That's the one. And we originally didn't believe, but that came with proof over time. And we are very much believers that this tactical forecasting is extremely accurate as long as the steps are followed. Yes, there are outliers, but failure really comes from our inability to follow orders. Other questions, Vice Space Commander?
No, I just wanted to get an idea of the situation.
It's bad.
Of course.
So, any other questions from you, Director Cody?
No.
Very well. And you'll go through the others. And the Ace will kind of look up over their shoulder at you. Next. Any questions, kid?
Small shake of the head.
All right, everyone. I think this meeting's adjourned. Thank you for your time, Vice Admiral. We'll meet in 48 hours. Same place, I think. Very nice boardroom. Fine. 48 hours. And they kind of get on their, the guys leave and get on the little transport shuttle.
Oh, before we leave, Cody is going to send the Ace making her in charge of the repair fleet.
Oh, you're a dick.
Ace is just shrugs and
Cody does not trust himself.
yeah, the Ace kind of just on the way back. They're quiet for a bit, and eventually, kind of looks over, puts a hand on the base commander's shoulder. Lilith, I need you to breathe. It's been a while since you've been in their proximity, but this is why you came back here, because if you remember what happened last time, it was that, or they threw you into a sun, because putting you in the brig didn't work, and yeah, because if you're a nano, it was a problem, and your temper, breathe. They'll pull their hand from the absolutely crushed armrest.
Base Commander, had you given me the order, I would have had him arrested.
They're just still grinding. They haven't unlocked their jaw. Ace will kind of look over. That'd have been a poor choice, Cody. Even with your authority, we're in the middle of their ship, and that would not have gone well for us. Although with your new ability to Leah, you'd have most likely gotten your way for a short period of time. But there have been some ramifications and consequences I don't think we would have been able to afford. And arresting a individual of such high standing in the fleet, a little tricky, you know?
Mhm.
It's never been done, ever, for one, on a frontier fleet. No one's ever arrested any of the Admiralty. And I still don't think it will be done. But, I mean, no one's ever done it with Leah, especially with your new abilities, so... Yeah, I think you could have gotten your way. If we all put our back into it, I think we could have taken the ship and, asserted our authority,
But there's no guarantee that the rest would follow.
Oh, we would have been fired on.
And then we've had to take apart the ship.
Oh, no, we'd have been fired on by the other ships.
Mhm.
By all of them. And I will tell you that the battleships that they use here are specifically larger, not because it's better to build a larger ship. It's because they built the ship around a singular weapons system that required the ship to be twice as large. We would have not survived. And this carrier would have been torn asunder, and its 750,000 crew complement would have been spaced. And we'd have lost the Queen Elizabeth I. Because we decided to kill all the important officers on board and anyone who can issue orders, because we couldn't arrest the Vice Admiral and everyone. They would have treated us as hostiles, and we would have started civil war, literally, right here. Because then the report directly from the frigate that is watching us being fired upon, the neophyte fleet would have arrived, and they would have assumed authority, but the fleet wouldn't have accepted that, and all the individual remaining ships would have fired upon the neophyte fleet for trying to take over.
It would have been a shit show, yes.
So, a little bit of problem there. So, ship politics are a little bit more difficult than any politics I've ever come across, because it's always at the end of a spear tip.
Yes. But I also wanted to make sure and drive a point that he doesn't get to issue orders blindly.
No, I like that. You showed a lot of spine, and Lilith here showed an incredible amount of restraint. I'm not going to chastise you or patronize you. Thank you for not ripping off his head. Oof. Seriously. That would have been a problem. And you don't have to show up to any more of the meetings, Lilith. You had to only show once, and I know it was insufferable and catastrophic almost, but it's good to show spine. Because otherwise, that he got in his way. It's a good tone to set in the first meeting, but now what you want to do is you want to do the politic game. You've shown you can't be pushed around, and you're willing to push back at a tip of your saber, so to speak. But now we want to work together, regardless.
Yeah.
We do. We really do.
I understand. I just want to make sure he knew that he can push us around, especially with the new admiral coming in, because we might side with him.
Yeah, see, that's the big threat. Yep, see, that's the fun bit, because the way he ordered you to stagger in the vessels, technically, if I think about it, by the time we get around to the next meeting, you could, if my understanding behind your industry and your already set preparations, you could probably get the entirety of the inner ring fleet here in about 3 days. Or less.
Less actually, because you're
Yeah.
mostly focused on the repairs ships.
Right. And you could start with the big ships, like the battleships and the carriers.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
you
then
could. And that
I
would be a
would
problem.
I would be smart enough to send in 20 at a time.
Um, it depends on how you want to play your card there. Because you have a card that others don't have, which is you get to decide literally when and who gets to arrive at your literal leisure.
I know
So
who I'm going to send in first.
well, it depends on whose favor you want to be in. Do you want to be neutral? Or do you really want to curry in the favor of one or the other faction? So
I'm
really
going to
depends.
send in Circe and Jamie first.
Okay, I was about to say without
Hmm.
someone of a higher authority, that you're bringing in a pit bull without a leash. Fuck.
Yeah.
But you know what? That I would actually show. You'd actually be leaning more towards the neutral, if not leaning towards the inner ring balance on that.
I would.
The admiral thinks you're helping by sending in his best, but not all of them.
No.
You'll want to give
And
him a couple escort vessels, a couple frigates or destroyers.
of course. And it shows a hammer as well as a stick, or it's a
A
carrot.
laurel.
Yeah. Hammer and
An
a
olive
laurel.
branch, I think. Yeah, olive branch, but a hammer in the other hand. Ugh. So, honestly, I think that meeting went really well. As they kind of just relax in their seat, all the while everyone else is still like, "What do you mean that went well?" Excuse me.
It went better than worse.
Well, the thing is he allowed us questions. He even allowed us to complain. I'm glad no one did. That would have been a misplay on anyone's part. Because complaining, especially on first meeting, actually sets the tone for what type of person you are. And that's not good. It was a little trap, I guess. But the yeah. He allowed us to ask questions. Normally, in my interaction with even captaincy, they just tell you what to do. They don't sit down and talk. In fact, I'm surprised he even set up a meeting or allowed the meeting. Most of the time, he would just ask for data, and after a certain period of time, he would send orders. He'd just send them.
I feel like he, as an intern, he understands his position. He's not in the greatest. If he was in a different shape, maybe that would be different.
Yeah.
I have to just think has to deal with Gia. She knew I
No,
was coming.
all of them are like that. Oh my gosh. The every single admiral or vice admiral in the frontier, they're all like this.
What I was saying, I think it's more to do with her ability to. I don't want to say predict, but
Tactical probability analysis.
yes, using her tactical probability analysis, was able to determine that this was the best course of action.
Well, it was, and honestly, if she is a future sight specialist, her fleet is completely wrecked, which means she's no longer an admiral of the frontier. She is now a rear admiral who has to be pulled back to the inner or the outer ring, and a new outer ring fleet will be deployed. Because she deployed 80% of her forces here. And then fought a life and death closet knife fight with probably an overwhelming force, and still won. Or at least won by still being there, still being standing. So if you're a big believer in the cult of Ea, so to speak, that's all part of her plan, including losing her position as a frontier commander. Being pulled back is all part of the grand design, and having a very specific fleet with a very specific crew and whatnot be deployed to Sector 3. I have no idea what to think of it. Cultivation's weird, as you all well know. But what does that amount of cultivation, specifically towards future sight and probability, what does it do to a person?
It makes her weird.
Makes them weird as fuck. I'm gonna agree with you on that. And I thought I'm pretty weird. Analysis, take it, everything, with a grain of salt. You guys have experienced the Ezekiel. Well, you have been honored with the Ezekiel experience, his presence, as he mocks Ezekiel. So, you've seen Skippy. You've seen Lilith here and her weird techniques as Lilith punches the ace's shoulder. Hey, don't bruise that merchandise. I'm gonna need that.
I
I'm
think I
weird.
have the most normal techniques out of everyone here.
But you also have 3 girlfriends.
How has that gotten around already? Was it the phone?
Back to their own
Because
base.
because you're on a military base, and juicy gossip like that is too good not to talk about.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, people are gonna make a lot of comments. You might even have people make, like, I don't know, an animation, like a short, like a goofy, like little animation short. A lot of people have a lot of free time. A lot of people have a lot of hidden talents and whatnot. So,
Mm.
and it's different. People like different, or are attracted to different. Ogre, what'd you think? You're an ace. You're an ace candidate.
Nix, what you think?
The only reason I didn't take his head off is because the best strategy is to wait and see what card various people are going to play before the next meeting.
Man, a lot of you got a lot of violent bones in you.
I was trained by Ezekiel. Did you expect different?
My only answer to that is touche.
But no, well, I wanted to behead him because fucker shows no respect. He does have the clout of having attained the rank of Vice Admiral on the frontier, so he deserves the respect, at least minimally.
Fair.
But
I thank you for your restraint. I know it
But-
mustn't have been easy, especially literally being 5 paces from him.
he just shrugs. At this point, this has cost me enough time already. I've got a massive salvage team that's waiting on me for orders. I've got so much armor work that I need to get to.
Well, I think this is a valuable experience for you. And also, when was the last time you got to get out of your lab?
Let's
Fly a
see.
mech, kill some bugs.
I mean, I won't deny that.
I'll make
It-
sure that you get the parts that you're most likely going to be after, because I know you're going to wheel and deal. You're getting, you have kind of built a name for yourself for that. You're kind of the guy who's got some stuff, but it's after specific stuff. So I'll save us the headache.
Thank you kindly.
The Predator weapons and armor will be discussed, but the body will be sent to you.
Fair enough.
As for the elite weapons and armor, I'm thinking about holding a little event, such as a play to win type of thing, a little competition, and if you win, you get to spin the wheel, like a fair, or what was that? As it called? It's not a carnival. It's a
Lottery?
no. You gotta play the games, such as like toss the hoop into the bottle.
That was a carnival.
Oh, it's a carnival. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about having a little carnival. Everyone can set up a game, and of course they're supposed to be rigged against the player because we're playing for big prizes here. So I was thinking we could do that, and we would also seed in, things like the elite armor, the elite weapons, but it'd be random, so you could just spin the wheel. Maybe some people are good at spinning the prize wheel. Who knows? What do you guys think?
Could
Little,
be
Interesting.
We could team it up with your Mosaic Market.
That would be fun. Just make it after 7 days. I've got so much crap that I need going on right now.
Nope. I think a week would be appropriate amount of time. There's still a huge mess now with the fleet here. Cody, of course, has quite a lot on his plate. Jackie, you will certainly have most on your plate. Like a ton of stuff. But, I mean, you keep good office hours anyways.
I have office hours.
Of course you do, Director.
They're
At
at
all
some
hours.
points. Yes. Oh, also, you should be lucky. I almost named you temporary admiral.
Oh, no, that wouldn't have happened. That wouldn't have worked. I'm an ace. I've never captained a ship. So,
Which is the only reason I haven't bought one.
a warship.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're buyable. Are they buyable? So he kind of looks over at you guys. Can you buy a warship?
If you have the right kind of favors.
Huh. That's interesting. I've never had those favors. Why don't I have those favors?
Well, you heard about what caused me to gain some of those subtly. A certain
yeah, give or take.
ball.
Yeah, well, fortune favors the bold. And the well-connected. That's for certain.
Yeah, well, who knows? I'm wondering if I should see if I can speed up the acquisition of something else.
You know, it's kind of funny.
Hmm.
The black market is most rampant in the outer sphere, or the outer ring. But they move the most valuable goods through the inner ring first, before cycling it back into the outer ring if they can't sell it.
Mm-hmm.
Because they do police the black market a lot more brutally in the outer ring. So, at least they're willing to give back the stuff, you know, even if it's at a price.
Nope. But
Well, I think we got a lot to think on, a lot to internalize. I think we need to get breakfast. Yeah.
how's ramen sound?
No, breakfast. I want
Yeah.
some eggs. I want some toast. Some
Buddy,
pancakes.
buddy,
Pancakes, yes.
you've never had proper breakfast ramen?
I'm just not feeling it. I don't really want a soup. I want an old fashioned, really plain and simple. And I want coffee. A whole thermos of coffee.
I'm just going to chuckle. He's just going to pull a ration bar out of his belt pouch, begin chewing on it,
I mean, it gives you puppy dog eyes.
tosses him one.
Nom, nom, nom.
I have shit to get to.
Oh, we all do. I would ask you before you dive into any projects, do get breakfast. And some sleep, since none of us slept.
I
You have important things to do, of course, yes. But at least eat.
Fine.
Come on, if you're going to stay up, at least get yourself some fuel, because you missed. Everyone got portable lunches and dinners, but I hardly think that fills a cultivator.
That's why I have a belt pouch full of freaking calorie bars.
Precisely.
Whatever, we're gonna do breakfast. Let's at least hurry it up.
And you guys had your water through like little Capri Sun packs? Because it's space safe.
Come on, let's get to breakfast then. I've got an entire fucking industrial chemtech lab to go over.
Oh, look at you. Big spender.
I've got.
Cheer up, Nix.
You know what? You're making me do this. You have to suffer with me.
No,
Are we
no.
going to breakfast?
We're going to breakfast now. Because by the
No.
time we get out of this ship and onto the shuttle and then back to Ares, it'll be breakfast time proper.
No. What location?
What do you mean?
Are we just going to the mess?
Yeah, everyone's just going to the mess.
Okay. That's all I needed to know.
Yeah, everyone's just going to the mess, and big plates are brought out. Yeah. Good effort, everyone. Good freaking effort. They seems rather cheery, optimistic. Lilith is in a stormy mood. Mina is just like, oh my god, food, best day ever! Dr. Rogers eventually shows up. Cody, Cody,
What?
when you're done eating, because you require sustenance just like me, but I can do that while I'm doing 4 other things. You are to come to my office and tell me what happened.
Oh, yes. I'll
You
do
know, I
that.
think it's called a debriefing.
Just Nick's
I'm
cocks
just
his
gonna,
head.
like-
I'm surprised you didn't just want a recording.
No. Interpersonal communication is very important.
Okay. I kind of look at him suspiciously because normally he just tells you to write it in a report,
Yeah.
and I'm very suspicious at this moment in time.
Oh,
He gives
I'm the
you a
same
look
way.
like, yes, interpersonal communication.
Just looks at Cody. Cody, what did you do wrong?
I don't know. 1 second. Cody's gonna look up to see if Dr. Rogers has received any disciplinary strikes from the Thunderhead for interpersonal communication problems
Recently?
recently.
The Thunderhead will go, do you really want to look into that?
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Dr. Rogers has an exceptional array of skills, knowledge, talent, and drive, and especially loyalty. Sometimes his ability to communicate such talent needs a little bit of work. And when you are not here for him to extrapolate for everyone else, along with your girl Ashley, it's a little harder for everyone else.
Ah, I see.
Cody, you need to hire your teacher, I guess, a translator.
Yes. Unfortunately, this is also for Dr. Rogers' health. The amount of paperwork that he's returned to the individuals who originally filed them has severely risen his cortisol levels to very unhealthy amounts. He may, unfortunately, suffer severe health problems if this continues due to extreme stress. And a lot of the work is not getting done because everyone's stuck doing paperwork.
Heart attack. He's gonna have a heart attack if this keeps up. Understood.
Precisely.
I'll go talk to him.
Yes. So I have required of him to talk to people, slow down a little bit, and I showed him some facts about his health, and he begrudgingly agrees that he could spend some time with his people.
I see.
I also told him I could have the cybernetic allotted to him to replace his heart with a mechanical one, and I think that was the part that sold it to him.
I see. Well, thank you, Thunderhead, and the lead
Of course,
departments.
Hey, Cody.
Yeah.
If he doesn't want a cybernetic heart, tell him to swing by my lab. I can hook him up with the Baroness to get a Chemtech heart.
He
Really
doesn't want
juice him.
replacements.
It's not a replacement, it's an evolution.
Oh my god, that's a
through and
business
through.
slogan if I've ever heard one.
He's
Child.
enigmatic through and through, and Cody's gonna lean in and wait for Dr. Rogers to leave.
Because Rogers would have heard that.
Yeah. And it's just gonna be like, look. By the way, this is before after Dr. Rogers has left.
Mhm.
And he's gonna lean in like, look. The lead department has been trying to off him. Okay? You don't understand the lengths we have to go through to keep him delusional.
It's just like I could talk to the Baroness and get her to work something up to slip into his regular coffee, something that would mellow him out.
No, we just want him dead.
I mean,
Is that a we want him dead or they want him dead? Are you part of that camp, Cody?
Of course not. Never officially.
Well, what's your actual OC stance on it for Cody?
OC for Cody. Cody wants him dead because he likes to talk down to him.
Okay. Oof. Savage.
Just gonna be like, you're just gonna get a pat on the shoulder from Nyx. Remember, Cody, if you need to go bloodthirsty to calm down, just swing by. I've got plenty of shit that I can get you to beat the shit out of. Or we can work out.
Okay.
No killing the crazy old guy because he's a crazy old guy.
I won't do it. I'm just saying most of the lead department's trying to deal with this, especially Kronos.
Maybe Kronos could use a new heart.
I don't know. But anyways.
Food.
Yes.
Your food is delivered to you, but somebody has gotten to your food, Cody. They've drawn on your eggs. I love you the mostest, heart Sadako.
Yep.
And on the next dish is delivered to you from your hash browns. No, I love you the mostest, heart Ashley.
I'm just like, when Mia is done with her cybernetics, I'm going to enjoy breakfast. I'm just kind of 3 people telling me they love me.
I'm just shaking my head. I'm just going to look at the rather sneaky vice base commander. I'm going to the steak place later.
Just literally gonna jump up on the table and be like, "Wow! What are y'all looking at? It's steak day!" And then slowly gets back down, and everyone's kind of like, "What the hell was that about?"
But, yep, after eating, you'll just look around. Anybody else got anything they need with me?
Huh?
Otherwise, I gotta go check on my salvage team.
So, Nyx.
Come on.
What are you doing for day 9 now? Because that's what we're on. What I've done is I've moved mine down one, but how do you want to take care of yours?
That's what I did as well. I just moved it all the days down one.
Do we still have an 8-hour period together? Or do you need to use that for other things?
Technically, it would have been this Sunday, but that 8-hour period wouldn't change anything because that one day cost me 30 DTAs worth of research.
Everything's moved back.
So if we're taking the extra day, like we all seem to be planning on, we'll just meet the following Monday instead of Sunday, you know?
What? So, just to step back, we're technically on day 9 now. This would have been the Tuesday.
Yeah.
Right?
I just shifted all my days down one.
Right. So on day 8, for example, which would have been the Monday, I had an 8-hour period with you. Do you still want to do that?
No. We had the 8-hour period for the second Sunday.
Okay.
Sorry, if we got mixed up somewhere.
Sorry, I
My
have
apologies.
just 8 downtime actions. Cool.
I guess that would be on me. I'm sorry. I have a pile of shit that I've had to constantly be shifting around. I didn't think I moved you. Sorry.
Good.
But unless the other vice base commander, or the ace have anything for me?
Yeah, there's going to be a couple things. Lilith is going to leave angry. She hasn't spoken, let alone unlocked her jaw, since they got back. She didn't even eat breakfast. She just kind of stared at it broodingly, as if it insulted her. She just kind of gets up and just goes, just kind of gestures at Jackie, like, finish that for me.
I'm not.
And for you, Jackie, you get the base commander's breakfast. The ace will lean over and go, she'll calm down. She's just probably going to go roughhouse out in the rust for a little bit. Violence always is the stress relief for that one. So, she'll be fine. Yeah. So, I think it's time for me as the ace captain, the ace on base, to give every single one of you a mysterious piece of advice. Does that sound cool? That's
Sure.
something a figure on high would do. Or do you guys just not care?
No, let's hear it. Come on, let's go.
Okay. For Ogre, for you. Or
Nyx.
for Nyx. Yeah, Nyx.
Mhm.
Keep your ear to the ground now more than ever. Because we got new friends. And those friends are going to have needs. And they could end up being your friends, too.
There's just a grin. Is like, oh, I've already set up plans for that. Out of character, I'm guessing you don't remember that Nyx has set up the
Luncheon?
no, not the luncheon. The ping for personal meetings or anything to any ships that come in. Basically, he's got the subtle, I have connections on base and I'm looking for more friends ping. But
Yeah,
that
she definitely is telling you to go the extra mile, maybe even be really creative, or find new friends that are really good at being the bridge. Because these guys came from the frontier. You know, all those things that are on the Excel sheet that have a really hard RAA. So the way the RAA will work, for those, I think I've explained it once, but for clarification, the RAA value is dependent on what ring you're in. So if you're on the inner ring stuff, the RAA value is exact. So if you're in the outer ring, that's exact. The frontier, that's exact. The RAA. Every ring you are away from each of the supply lines, that's where it's developed, the RAA value drops by 1. So being 2 spaces away from the frontier, all the RAA values drop by 2 for frontier stuff. Now they're not. An actual fleet has arrived and they have stores full of this shit. You'll have to find out what they have, but you could get your hands on some frontier stuff.
and they may want a chunk of what we have access to.
Exactly. Especially if you have 2 massive different philosophies for mech building. The inner ring philosophy for mech building is all about every individual piece, and every individual mech is so individually put together because all of the parts are really small CP or tonnage. They don't require that much power, so you can kind of piecemeal it one puzzle piece at a time. which makes mech building actually really exciting for inner ring mechs and mecha
Mhm.
pilots. The outer ring mechs is kind of a hybrid of both. But the frontier mechs, they use preset frames, preset parts, and preset schematics with very little modular ability and a lot of omni parts that allow you to literally just disconnect, put on a new part from reserve. So they have very little modular ability in their design. So by the time you put it together, you got about 5 CP of customization. Whereas for a inner sphere mech, you're sitting there going, oh dear God, I got 24 CP. Oh, balls. That is like, oh, and I can change that around too? Whew, okay. So, very different mech building philosophies. Yeah. They're all about big parts, big power, big abilities, and big, stuff.
Mhm. Mhm.
Whereas, the outer sphere is all about, or the inner sphere is all about little parts that stack up to one big thing.
Fair enough.
All right, so kind of looks over to Cody. Your mysterious piece of advice, oh Cody, director of the agency of the Thunderhead, oh Leah, lofty hierarch. The political landscape that you're about to get into, whether you like it or not, whether anyone else likes it or not, you're a really big player. But you, unfortunately, despite being one of the most important players here, you have the least cards in hand. And once you're out of cards, you're out of the running. You have no more say. Everyone else will have 10, 20, 30, 50 cards in hand. You've got about 4. But they're big ones. Maybe a 5th medium, maybe small one that you can do. Because you can generate more cards, of course, in your hand. But they're not going to be as big as your 4 big ones. I'll leave you to think what they are. Play them at the right time. It'll beat the play of 30 or 10 to 30 other cards. You don't know. But once you've played your last card and the chips have settled and the tallies come in, hopefully you've had your say. Because if you overplay and the game still is continuing and you're out of moves, well, your say has happened in the past, and well, the game continues. So play your cards well, but don't forget, you're what we call a big player, a heavyweight, for as long as you have those 4 cards in this isolated political landscape. Okay.
Thank you, Ace.
Yeah. And for Jackie, this is actually a really good opportunity to seek out the silver lining and maybe find a gold lining. Because the next couple days, maybe even a couple weeks for you, are not going to be fun. You've had a lot of pretty good days, right? Got to do Sector 12. Get to run the base. But you're a better socialite, surprisingly, than Mina is. Mina's a brick with a hole in it, with a rope through it, and you grab, and then you swing that brick around. But the brick's invisible.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, the brick's invisible. And it's also sharp. Stabby, somehow. She's only really a vice-based commander so that we can be wielded to the full might of what she brings to bear, which is also a controlled mechanism. It allows the mischief that Mina would get into without the authority of running the security forces. Well, it helps mitigate what could happen. You're more of the first socialite, political figure that we've acquired in a long time. And you're most likely going to be our ambassador with the fleet. And fleets, as in plural, both. Because Lilith, if we put her in front of people, she's going to eventually kill someone. Literally. And I'm not willing to start a civil war because we didn't think. We got to put the right people in front of the right people, so to speak. And you're not someone that can be pushed around. You have a massive amount of might behind your name, your title, and your relationship. Imagine if we just happened to put Ezekiel on one of the ships. What are they to do? If Lilith gets on one of the ships, the entire Iron Eater faction's behind Lilith. Ezekiel's fucking nigh unkillable. And I mean, it's just... You got a lot of force, but you're also willing to talk to people. But it's going to be hell, because you're going to be bored. It's tedious. These people are going to be insufferable. They're going to insult you. They're going to think less of you. They're going to try and demean you. They're going to try and get the better of you. And you got to hold your ground, like the motherfucking badass that you are. And then you got to get the better of them, or at least break even. Or if you do lose out, it's a tactical concession for a bigger play later. And you got to do it with two groups. But there's a silver lining, and if you put on your dancing shoes, there's a gold lining. I won't tell you what it is, because that'll spoil it, and you'll try for the gold lining, and it will just slip right out of your hands, because you got to find it yourself, and it'll be hard. But it's going to be there. Oh boy. Hell, could be a gem vein, depending on how you play it. Two fleets, two meanings of the mind, two forces of power that couldn't be more different, but take the same shape. Meets Jackie. Hope you got some good dancing shoes. And of course, where will I be? Well, I'm going to be the serenity, the calm in the storm, and the authority, the visible authority of Ares base. They're going to know that I'm on base, and at any point in time, they can get a hold of me, day or night, as will you. Because I'm not going to have them pull some shit in the night or in the odd hours and try and get the better of us. So I'm going to be the immovable rock of Ares base, and I need you to be talk peace. who could boogie.
And we do know that the ace trumps fleets. Whatever it comes down to it.
If the inner ring fleet, since I'm a leader of the base, yes. Technically, theoretically, on paper, absolutely. But a fleet is a fleet. And that is the fucking heart of fleet politics that makes no sense. Okay? And that is all something we all have to recognize. Don't fuck with the fleets. Big or small, new or old. It's too much firepower. It is too much firepower. And even if we win, we lose that firepower. It's a lose-lose. So we gotta play a little dancing game. We gotta find out what music's playing. We gotta be ready to dance, and we gotta know the right moves. So, first things first, find out what music's playing. So I think that's a perfect, exemplary showing of mysterious advice for all of you. Vague, incomplete, makes you think. A lot of metaphors.
Can I use Search Out here to gain some more information?
Sure.
Cody's gonna hold up a sign that says 1 out of 10 Dr. Rogers.
Just gonna facepalm like, oh, I tried so hard.
Nix is just going to look at you guys and be like, "It's good, but I gotta go, folks."
Cheers to you.
Hey.
Thank you very much for being my aide. I'll send you a little gift. It should be in your lab by the end of tomorrow. Something that starts with a P and ends with a R.
Wait, my headset cut out. What was that?
Something that starts with a P and ends with a R. Like R, pirates.
Interesting.
Yeah, you'll figure it out when it gets there.
Yep. Nix is just heading off to meet with the soldiers.
Have fun with the predator.
Jaggy, your star child. Basically, she's telling you to play the fleets against each other and against Ares base. You're basically playing multiple different games at the same time, and every one of you has wants and needs,
Mm-hmm.
and ambitions, and positions. Different outlooks, different philosophies. You also have fears, and people will do what they can to go and get what they want, and you're going to be put into the maelstrom. Now, if it was you versus a fleet, you wouldn't have much recourse. But if it's you versus a fleet, but they're not against you, now you can play a political game. You can be a neutral ambassador. You can flex back and forth between them. You just kind of gotta know through your information network, and it needs to be really ironclad. You need to get people on those ships that are willing to inform. High up, low down, people willing to tell you what's going on with the ships, and when you're not in communication, you know how things are moving, so you can jockey, play moves, and whatnot and so forth. The frontier ships are going to be hard. They're a hardened bunch, but they also have crews crawling all over them and inside them that are from Ares space. And of course, they can get chummy with those guys, share cigarettes, share luxury goods like coffee. So if you get a massive dose or massive influx of supplies for technicians who works on the ships of luxury goods, so much so that they're actually willing to share with the people they work with on the frontier ships, you now have a lot of goodwill and you might get a lot of information. And you need to know what's going on inside those ships at all levels as best you can to understand the music. That's what the music is. And each ship will be playing its own tune. And each fleet will be having its own orchestra, its own collective, because each ship is its own instrument and they all play as directed by the admirals. And you need to know what both sides are playing so that you know what shoes to put on and you know how to play those orchestras against each other so that neither side can get the better of you or the better of each other. All in balance. And if somebody gets uppity, you start to support the other side and back and forth. It'll be it's called the great game for a reason. And you're playing ship politics at the highest level.
Howdy.
Yeah. You can't infuse you can't really bribe the group with luxury credit on the neophyte fleet, the inner ring fleet, because they get luxury goods because they're in the inner ring. But what they don't got is money. A lot of money. And you got a lot of money. And you can flash some big bucks that looks really cheap to you to some people so they can, set something aside. And that's how you could easily get really, really loyal informants. Because they get a basic salary. What if you give them 100 times their salary every week? Like their yearly salary.
Mhm.
Every week while they're here just to inform. Of course they're going to do it. Even the second in command of the ship will go, you're going to pay me $1 million rec and 50% of a C rank budget every week? Hell yeah, I'll tell you everything you want to know.
That's the way to get to the leaders too. Just the people that are next in line, or they're
Hell, you can even make it so that you can even make their transfers because there's going to be sharing of personnel.
Mhm.
You can even make it so that, oh look, some people died on that ship. There's an opening for vice commander. So it's third string of the top three. So you got captain, commander, vice commander, or in this case, first lieutenant. On a ship, a captain could give up their vessel to go be a vice commander of a frontier fleet, and that would be an upgrade because they get paid a lot more. And also, yeah, it's a downgrade. You lose your captaincy, but you're on a frontier ship. Way better armed. You have veteran staff across the board. You don't have to figure out what the hell's going on, and you're going to get experience because they know how to run the damn ship.
For sure.
And it's a prestige thing. You're on a frontier ship now. Like, you can arrange clandestine ship personnel transfers. And you also have the opportunity to make sure, because you're in charge of a bunch of supplies, especially prototype shit from Airspace. Oh gosh, the amount of one-of-a-kind, ultra-rare stuff on the ship. So if you get tapped into the vein of the mech fleet, or the mech squadrons on the frontier ships, and go, I literally own all of the stuff on the base. Come to me for shit.
Kind of like what Nyx has done.
Yeah. They'll go to Jackie. Jackie may go, and they'll come to you, Nyx, and you're like, I got you. And, you can jack up the price or, do for favors. You can double team. Like, there's a lot of silver linings. And if you get it just right, that silver turns to gold or more. And they'll be looking to you, maybe, for approvals, for permissions. Heck, if you can do it, they might even be dancing to your tune. That's what Starchild tells you.
Sounds good.
Is it going to be hard?
Hell yeah, bro.
Probably the most difficult thing you'll ever do in your entire life. Even getting shot at by aliens would probably be preferable than this.
Yeah, at least you know what you're dealing with then.
Yeah, they're trying to kill you. I have weapon. I can murder you. You fight me. And this is like knives in the dark shit.
All right. Downtime actions, guys. Let's get her done. We gonna stop after today, or are we gonna jump a little bit to the next day? What's the plan,
We're
Matt?
going forward, boys.
Much as we can. Sounds good.
Much as we can. I'll get back with Liam on his stuff. Because he is going to have some changes to his schedule. Because his last 2 research projects, he rolled a 1.
Yep.
On both of them, and it was like balls. And those were potential stuff, which is it'll change what he's doing, most likely, somewhat.
Who wants to go first?
I mean, Nick has a pile of meetings. So if y'all want to go first, if y'all don't have much in the way of meetings, be my guest.
Let me what Cody has to do. Cody's gonna have a meeting.
With who?
Well, so Cody has to bring the stuff from, and they went back to Ares base. Be the big savior of the day. And then Cody has to go back to Halcyon base.
Halcyon Shipyards?
Halcyon Shipyards, yeah. Because he was supposed to have a meeting with the fleet admiral, but that got delayed because he was needed at Ares base.
Yeah. And you will arrive when you do. Just, you have any prep you want to do with you? You take your girls with you, or you leave them on base to do research stuff?
We will leave Sadako on base.
If you're gonna take Ashley, Sadako's not gonna be left behind. No, your girls are like, if you're taking one of us, you're taking all of us. If you leave all of us, I guess we can let you do your mysterious stuff. Especially Sadako, she's the clingiest.
All right. Well, Sadako, I will. If you want to come, I understand. I'm doing a lot of political and people interactions, and I didn't want to make you uncomfortable with that.
I just want to see you at the end of the day.
Then come with me to Halcyon. You can help people install, and then there'll be my room. I can always come back to it at the end of the day.
I want to work on your suit.
Oh? My mech or my
Nope.
weightlifting suit?
No. Pilot suit. Which you'll be wearing in the battle to come.
I can let you do that.
I have some ideas. She kind of taps the tips of her pointer fingers together. I have some ideas, and well, depending on how much of your Leah conversion you do, it'll just amplify it. And I have some special parts that I've found and stuff, and yeah, I think you'll look really dashing. Oh, and it'll be really badass too.
Oh, I mean, obviously you're working on it.
She just kind of blushes under her hair and kind of awkwardly just like, and kind of slinks back to her room. A little embarrassed, but she's just like happily embarrassed.
Yeah. And I'm going to look over at Ashley and like, but now you're far more intelligent in social aspects. And I like
I'm
that about
adept.
you.
I know how to cut through the bullshit. Although I wouldn't
Exactly.
call me a adept in the social.
I wouldn't call you adept. I would call you intelligent
Good. Keep going.
and
No,
a
no, don't stop there.
fierce
Keep going.
combatant.
Don't stop.
And powerful.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I would use the term warrior to describe you when it comes to the social
I will let that
combats.
be acceptable for now, but next time we get on the flattery chain, I want
You want
a
something more?
well-written one.
Oh, okay.
I want it to be flowing and more dazzling than the last.
Well, you do put big demands on me, and that's what I like about you.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we'll take both of them to the Halcyon dockyards.
Okay.
And go meet with Fleet Admiral that was supposed to meet with yesterday. uh,
You'll get there. And you are given the same approach vector as last time.
Mhm.
What do you want to work on as you come in?
Cody is going to work on we have downtime actions. Downtime actions. We're going to work on 3 downtime actions. We're going to work on being more charismatic and increase the fellowship by 1.
All right. Um. Save your favor, Ogre.
Yeah.
It'll come in as it will.
It-
Yes, you could use a favor, but I mean, Cody would have to go get it and just yeet it if he wanted it instantly. Things moving without Cody's new method everything is kind of set in stone about speeds of being transported because you can't move them any faster, especially a space station. Oh my god, the amount of difficulty to move something like that is faster would be actually dangerous to to the station itself. So
No, I get that. I'm just.
no,
It's
just
fine.
keep it far away. No, that's all you got to do.
Keeping it far away is.
I mean, they're docked well out of any of the gravity wells. You can have it just on the other side of the planet.
No, It's fine.
Okay.
It,
You're going to get a meeting, Cody.
Mhm.
When you get there, you're going to be escorted to a private parlor. It's not too luxurious, but it does have a fake fire and a fireplace. There's books everywhere, which is really luxurious, especially out on a space station. or shipyard. And it's rather cozy, but it's really small. Only 2 bookcases, a small fireplace, a couple chairs, and it has quite a few luxury goods, including coffee, a lot of liqueur, and spirits. You'll be escorted there, and the admiral's already in there. And it has a small bar attended to by a robot, so you can actually order mixed drinks. Or any other smoking goods, including cigars, which are even more rare than cigarettes. Or at least on the off Enigma it is, because they're mostly bought up by the locals.
He will walk in and go, I am sorry about not being able to see you yesterday, Fleet Admiral.
I was left with a memo from the Thunderhead telling me that there was an emergency arrival. I am not upset. Things happen in the theater of war, and we must act and act quickly, efficiently, and with purpose. I pray ask, did everything go well enough?
It went well enough.
Good. Now tell me, the comment you told me earlier, or dropped earlier, a couple days ago. What am I walking into, Director?
The Vice Admiral of the Second Fleet has safely arrived above Ares Base, though his fleet is being repaired right now.
Oh. A hot jump.
Yes.
That's dangerous. You're going to have a lot of problems. The engines, if forced to build power, are jumped without the buildup of said power. It has to pull it from within the ship. You're going to be running into a lot of circuitry problems. And every inch of those ships near the engine are going to have to be looked at with a fine-tooth comb. Those ships are not going to be Leah shifting anytime soon, and you might have engine problems during the fight.
Which is why we brought so many airships.
Indeed. Very interesting indeed. So, I understand that since you said it went well enough, the fleet's in pretty good shape despite the need for repairs, and of course, the incredibly thorough engine problems that they're about to have across the board. I'm guessing some of the engines specifically had problems activating specific thruster nacelles or turning them off.
Some of them did, yes.
Yes, that's the engine problems when you... Oh, that must have been a desperate jump. Because it takes time to safely build up the capacitors. About an hour for a frigate.
I am sure you have... You know who this Admiral of the Second Fleet is, correct?
I do. Third Fleet, Sector 3.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no, sorry. I'm wrong. Third Fleet of Sector 3.
His face kind of falls a little bit. Oh, the witch. The witch's fleet. Okay. The Oracle, as her more staunch followers would like to say. The Farseer. No.
A capable battle tactician.
Yes. A nice fancy downplay of what she actually is. She's one of those cultivators that specifically went so far down off the beaten path that they define what the concept of lost actually is. But apparently, they don't think they're lost, especially that one, because I can see the future. Well, let's just say
And-
I'm not a believer.
Hmm. I am a skeptic, though her battle reports.
Oh, yes. Battle reports can, of course, be forged, modified, painted in a different light. Mind you.
Again,
Hard, very difficult, but not so much on the frontier from what I've heard.
you should know you've been on the frontier.
I have, but I was always truthful.
Yes. And
My
until I
battle
have
reports.
proof otherwise, I will assume that they are truthful reports.
It's good to be skeptical. Always good to be skeptical. Always guessing at people's motives. Always trying to look beyond what is presented. Asking why. Motive. But in the inner ring, it's refreshing. Truth flows from people's mouths as if that's the standard, as if lying is an inconceivable thing. I like it here. But I became a little restless. And the ambition of my family and their needs, well, they trump mine.
That being said, I would like to, as a show of faith, I would like to send your daughter and your middle child first
With escort vessels?
with escort vessels.
Pray tell, is the Oracle Ia herself there?
No, her fervent and ever loyal Vice Admiral is.
Roll my scrutiny. As any time in a conversation like that would. Yeah. He just kind of mulls it over. All right. Your reports, specifically from the frigate, have come in. Shows nominal. Even now, no adverse health effects. Ship seems to be in excellent condition. So I'm going to trust your new technology. Send my daughter. Send my son. Of course. Hell, you could send all three. Make it a real showing.
True, but as you were from the Outer Fleet, you know how paranoid they can get.
Yes. But I will say my youngest is definitely the voice of reason. Cersei will most likely try to cajole Jamie into something. She always had an influence over that boy. And of course she's in a attack vessel. Battleship. What if you have Tyrion there? He's always the pragmatic type. The one that sees the whole picture the best, really. But of course, that's up to you.
I personally would like to have somebody there who has high notions of loyalty to the Thunderhead.
That would be my Jamie. Loyal to a fault, that one. To family, too.
Yes.
Proud of that boy. He has worked so hard. Despite what you might wish to believe, he actually earned that captaincy. Truly did. There was a real contender after the academy. We have a summit, so to speak, for when new ships are completed. There's a summit every year for available ships and who is to captain them. And he put his name in the carrier hat, so to speak. And he had to beat out 7 other candidates with far more experience, actual combat, and quite a few tricks. And he got one of the 2 available carriers of his own merit. Couldn't have been prouder.
Fascinating. I had no idea
Most
that
don't.
ships did this.
Well, there's a lot of things that most people wouldn't know. Bless you.
Thank you. Sorry.
No problem. Just bless you. Before the devils find you. Because that's what they would do if somebody didn't say bless you. The devil has seized your nose.
No, you had a heart attack, and then God revived you.
Exactly. Well, it's what the Thunderhead has deemed fair play law. Just because you are senior doesn't mean you get a ship. Doesn't mean you're right for a specific ship. And there's a lot of shipyards. And there's a lot of ships being available every year. So, it's only fair if you show what you got for it. Show that your experience in active combat actually gives you that edge. Then what comes out, then our students coming out of the academy. And they test you. Oh, they test you. And it was especially more rigorous for the carrier ship. It's not given. Oh, no. But it can be prepared for. Oh, it can be prepared for. And I put them through the ringer day in, day out for years. They may feel a little bitter about it, but now they're in the captain's seats of some very serious vessels. I think they might forgive me someday. Someday.
Well, hopefully that day will be soon.
Well, for Cersei, it'll be Once we win our first combat, then she gets to crack open the other vessel with the full might of her ship. Fire into it with an abandon that's it's a real true exercise of force. And then she'll be happy. But until then, well, she'll just have to be happy with her shiny new ship. So, Cody, it seems a different game's afoot, don't you think?
Does.
Hmm. I'd like to ask you, if presented with an opportunity, what would you do with it?
Depends on the opportunity. He'll actually get up and he'll go to the bar. What's your flavor? Sprite.
Bright?
Sprite.
Sprite? Well, have an actual Sprite. Like the old recipe.
Mm-hmm.
The last, actually, only the last actual recipe of it. They only have one left. It's not the best version of it, but it's a traditional tried and true flavor. And he'll hand it to you, but he also hold out a whiskey. The beautiful, perfect cube of ice in it. And about a finger's worth. You hold up the whiskey in one hand and the Sprite in the other. Opportunity. You can go with what you're familiar with, what you're comfortable with, and what you know for a fact that you can get. You've run the numbers. It's a pure certainty. You've tasted it before and you have control, full control. Or you could try something. Take a little risk. I know alcohol may not sit well with you. Sometimes trying something new, something heavier, less probability of certainty, and a good deal of chance. And there is a chance of failure. But you can get, if not something better or more, both, than the certainty. What type of man are you? And he will, instead of holding them, he will set them down on a tray. Turn around, go back and get his drink.
And Cody's gonna wait for him to sit down and go, before going, I really do hate metaphors. Please speak plainly, as he grabs the Sprite.
Forget I said anything. It's fine. Do as you planned. Send Jamie, the golden boy. Send my my daughter to look after him. Send a few vessels for security. Continue on. If you need anything from me, let me know. So, as my technicians keep saying, and my commanders keep saying, what a interesting position it is to be the first fleet equipped with the new transportation technology available. What an interesting opportunity it is. And what it could mean.
And
So,
Cody's gonna
cheers.
cheers. And yeah, Cody will finish drinking it and stand up, give him a salute.
I'll give you a nod. Kind of look back into the fake fireplace. Kind of sip on his drink.
And go about doing his actual business that he needs to do to get people moving.
The level 9 tech will look over from his station. He looks like he's waiting for you. He'll come over with his digital clipboard. Director,
Level 9. How
we
can I
have
help you?
completed your assigned priority tasks. What is your next focus?
We will be getting the. I have these written down. We'll be getting the Bringer of Hope and the Orion ready to move, along with this contingent of frigates and supporting vessels.
As you will. You'll make several lethargic swipes on the board. It has been queued. I must return to my responsibilities.
Of
Excuse
course.
me, Director. You'll meander off. And as you're kind of walking by from a restaurant, you hear, interesting pick.
Cody's gonna turn and look to see who it was.
It's Tyrion. He's sitting
Yeah.
at one of the only officer restaurants on base.
Cody will walk in. And why do you say that, my good Tyrion?
Sit down. Can I get you anything?
Sprite. Or
I mean,
root beer.
talking to eats. Have you eaten?
Oh, yes. I don't think I've eaten right now. I like
Sometimes we get a little locked up in our work, and
True.
when
bacon
when that
burger with
happens,
fries.
yeah, we stop taking care of ourselves. And sure, you can have all the nutrient base you want. Gives you all the right things. You know what it doesn't do? Give you time to sit down and breathe. Sure, your mind's racing, most likely, about all the things, but you actually get a moment to stop moving your body and just focus on something good, something tasty. Treat yourself. It's worth it, you know?
Understood.
I think you deserve it. I mean, hell, you've been running all over multiple star systems.
It is a busy schedule I keep. What can I do for you, Tyrion?
Yeah. Well, let me buy you something.
Cody will order a bacon burger.
Oh, yeah, it's delivered. It takes a bit because they actually cook it on a grill.
Mm.
Yeah, instead of a food processor. You actually hear a off in the background. Yeah, they actually do it for real here. Like the way they do it at the Mosaic markets.
Hmm.
I don't know why.
Gordon Rampage.
Well, I've heard of the guy. Heard it's a wild experience.
You
Love the
better
guy.
drop the name that I got him here.
Yeah.
I'm like, he's currently on Ares base.
Oh wow. Well, what bribe can I surreptitiously behind the table give you to get me there quicker so I can eat some Gordon Rampage food. Oh my goodness.
Well,
That was a joke, by the way. Bribes are, of course, that's
illegal.
no, it's just bad behavior. And yeah, illegal, obviously being the first thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So, it's a joke. Obviously.
Obviously.
Yeah. And they will deliver your food with those crispy fries. Oh, with the little hint of Cajun seasoning.
And Cody's just gonna start stuffing his face with some French fries first. So Tyrion,
Hmm?
I'm assuming you already heard about who I am sending.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been my first choice.
Of course not.
I wouldn't have been part of the first choice either.
No.
I'd have actually sent these ships. And he's actually going to name some destroyers. 5 destroyers and 12 frigates. I'd send these guys. They're outer ring captains. With the majority of outer ring crews. Minimal frontier crew. They know how to handle frontier people. And their pushiness. And they know how to push back in the right ways. I'd let them set the tone, gather info, really set a neutral but firm stance. And it's not threatening, because you're not sending anything big. You're sending destroyers and frigates. And then, of course, you can, since they're known to the frontier people, and since they're not going to be pushed around, they can do patrols.
That is true, but who said I wanted to create a neutral town?
You know, touche. You know, I heard you were had a bit of an unpredictable streak. Oh, heckin' right they were. Well, if you need anything, let me know. I'm always have my ear to the ground for stuff. Always had almost a need, begrudgingly to say, to
Prove yourself?
I have my fingers in all the pies. Just
Well,
I always wanted to participate because I was always left out as a kid. By my older siblings. No.
I mean, growing up seriously couldn't have been easy.
Oh no, she tried to kill me several times because I was a brat, but also for a lot of other things. Getting in her way, holding her back. I embarrassed her a couple times. Yeah.
Now, since I'm assuming whatever I tell you will get back to your family.
Unless you don't want it to.
That's fair. I will let you think whether or not you should tell your family. The reason why I chose Cersei was because she is a very effective hammer.
Don't you mean rabid mutt?
Same thing. Jamie has been...
No. A hammer is a quiet thing. A hammer is a tool to be used and won't use itself until ordered or directed, literally. A rabid mutt, it does whatever it fucking wants.
Yes.
Well, Maul, it doesn't hit like a hammer. It hits with the full rabid, ravaging bite. that a mad mutt is.
Right.
And doesn't let go. It'll
And
attack and attack and attack.
Jamie is here's a better analogy. She's the stick. Jamie's the carrot.
You do know where that falls apart, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, A, dogs have no interest in carrots, or will listen to a carrot. And you have no idea what type of creature on the other side would be interested in carrots at all. What if you're dealing with a wolf? Wolf's not going to be interested in a carrot.
You do understand what the whole metaphor is supposed to be, right?
And I thought you were a literal level 10 ultra genius that knows how to specifically pick his words for.
It's called a metaphor.
Right, but
Similar.
metaphors also matter in the way you approach the metaphor and the specific interchanging parts.
Great, but here's the thing. She is supposed to be the one that is the one to fear.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie, what I've seen, understands politics and is a good soldier. And
right. Well, I wouldn't send my sister for one single thing. One single reason. And it won't be one you guess.
She's loyal to the Thunderhead, and therefore is at odds with the Outer Fleet? Or Frontier
That
Fleet?
too. No, it's actually one you actually can't guess because it's not information you would have. For the exact, but maybe you might be able to guesstimate potentially the realm. Or I can just tell you if that's what you want.
Tell me, Tyrion.
Sorry. Sometimes I don't get to play the guessing game because it's. It's a.
You know too much.
I know a lot. It's my little indulgence. I love to play the guess game. My sister's battleship is equipped with warlord torpedoes, not nuclear torpedoes. The entire armament, which could easily knock out any ship, period. Her ship alone could wipe out the entire fleet with warlord, especially if they're at a repair dock, close together, locked in, so that you have maximum resource distribution, the maximum amount of range. If they're all docked and linked together, 50 warlord torpedoes will level everything. You don't even need to really overlap explosions. And you think you're going to be able to hold back a rabid dog with that type of armament?
Yes.
You obviously know something I don't. Because, my sister has perfect tax scores. And she's the only one who's completed the, Ubiashi Maru scenario. And she did warlords to do it. I
heard she cheated.
Yes, he's chewing through food. And no. She cheated because people can't figure out how she won. So it's obviously cheating because the Kobayashi Maru scenario is literally unwinnable because that's the point. It's to do the best you can even though you know you're going to lose. But she won. So obviously she cheated. And it's unproven. I just think it's because she's a ruthless bitch.
I can see that. I won't tell her you said it, but...
Oh, no, I tell it to her every day. She likes it. She hates me for saying it, but she knows, and she likes that she's a ruthless bitch and that people remind her. I don't think she likes the bitch part, but the ruthless part, I think she actually gets off on.
Plus, I also want to see how well Jamie performs politically.
I don't think he's equipped for politics with the frontier. If it were anybody but those bastards, I say that in the most affectionate way, because they do literally fight for us day in and day out. But they're pretty ruthless bastards, you gotta say, because you gotta be to survive the front. But I don't think he's ready for that type of ruthlessness, and it's going to be different from what my sister brings. That's a different type. And I don't think he's ready for that type of confrontation right out of the get-go. But I do think he's savvy enough to learn and become that person. But he needs an opportunity not to have his confidence and his position completely shattered upon arrival. That's why he taps his data sheet. These guys.
You say those guys?
The Destroyer and the Frigate guys, the Outer Sphere guys, the Outer Ring guys.
Cody is going to go.
They'll go in first. It'll look neutral, non-threatening. But by the time they've done all the recon, they've done the patrols. Jamie comes in. He already has all the information. He gets to hit the ground running. And he has ammo in his gun. Political gun, so to speak.
I'm going to have.
Ooh.
Cody's going to redo the orders. He's going to assign the frigates and the destroyers that are recommended. And he's going to assign Jamie to it.
Sister goes as well?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, so the escort is actually going to be this larger contingent.
Yes.
He's going to look at it. That's one way to do it.
I want the Vice Admiral to understand
that you're not to be fucked with, and I get what you're doing. That's a don't fuck with me play right there. Pardon my language.
And
that's a big card to play, though.
It is.
I'm not saying it's not the right move. I'm just marveling at the chutzpah.
Everyone, how to say? I have cultivated this image that I am a sad, weak Cody who relies on everyone else.
A kindred spirit. Oh man. Well, I think if you're willing and you think our working together would be appealing to you, I'm willing to extend an open hand whenever you need it, as he does across the table now, covered in burger grease.
And Cody will extend his burger grease covered hand as well.
You guys shake on it.
Because
he'll go back to eating his burger.
There's going to be a time when I have to talk to the Leah department. And
which one?
The head Leah department. The Leah Council.
Oh. I mean, from what I know, there hasn't been a change in chair position since they've been established. I don't think that's really healthy, do you?
Of course not.
Yeah.
And
I mean, immortals. They're all immortal, literally. I mean, the technology they have at their disposal. It's yeah.
They're only immortal because people let them be.
There's nothing wrong with immortal, but sometimes you gotta let in a new perspective. And if you're immortal, that's one of the things I've found. You don't have elasticity, you lose it. You lose your flexibility, your ability to adapt and shift and think new ways, because now time has nothing on you. And it doesn't run out. That's why I actually joined the military. It keeps you on your toes. Opens your eyes.
The lead department has become so stagnant, it's a disease upon itself.
Well, Or there's a lot more than just the Leah department having problems on the jewel, so to speak.
I'm like, woo.
Well, if the if one of the vessels happened to escape from the battle and headed towards Enigma, I mean, it would give us all the excuse we need to. Well, we would have to pursue it, especially if it got close to Enigma, no matter the rules, because we're defending the homeworld. And of course, we would have to conduct severe repairs because pursuit. We were probably utterly raked and hit hard during the fight, but we pursued because can't let them harm the homeworld. And we either scare them off or finish them off. But gosh, we couldn't make another jump. We'd have to do repairs, and I mean, as fast as we could. Might scare some people having a warship in orbit of the homeworld. But I mean, dire straits and all.
Dire straits and all.
But I mean, that's only if such a thing were to happen. And or emergency jump. I mean, the Frontier fleet had a hot jump. Sometimes to avoid losing the whole ship, you make a hot jump, and wherever you land, that's where you land. And now you got to fix the engine, and you're sunk in the water, and repairs will take almost years because of the severe damage. But at least you saved the ship, and hopefully whoever you can on it. But I mean, there should be one or two working guns, maybe a few missiles, torpedoes. But hey, anything happens and more. So if you ever need that help with I don't know, this disease problem, I happen to know a good doctor.
I will have to talk to him later at some point.
I'll hook you up. In fact, how funny would be, he's a childhood friend of mine. He's actually my second in command, my commander. He's a brilliant doctor. He actually shows you the profile. He is a doctor. He used to be one. He got drafted.
Oh my god, you would not believe this. Cody's going to explain to him how he accidentally drafted a police officer.
I mean, you just broadening his horizons. What? If I'll keep a lookout for him. When he, you like the guy?
Yeah. I at least feel bad for him. His brother's on base.
If he has high enough aptitudes, once he graduates, I'll look out for him. I'll bring him on as a Marine. Technically, it's a pretty cushy job. Until the ship gets shot up. But hey, I mean, as long as his zero G combat scores are not shit, I got a position on my ship for him. They'll know where he is. And if you ever need a personnel transfer because you want to reassign him somewhere, Mikasa Sukasa.
Mikasa Sukasa.
Oh, look at the time. I apologize. I kept you, but ooh, man.
I know.
I got taxes to run through because no rest for the wicked and all.
Hey, I mean, you're the one that has to answer to my girlfriends.
Ain't that the
Bye.
truth? And by the way,
Cody runs.
it gives you like very nice, good for you type of vibes.
Mhm.
Um. So you've made an interesting friend. Right, ogre.
Mhm.
You're starting your chem tech batch.
Well, first
Oh.
things first, I was heading to the fucking
The fucking.
the salvagers.
All right, go to the salvagers. Do you want me to do it, or you want you to do it?
How do you mean?
The 1D100s.
Oh no, I'm gonna do it. How many you want?
4 for this one. They're going to be bigger pieces, but there's less rolls. You can have 1 reroll for each, and that's it.
You know what? I've still got a pile of fucking rerolls for the day, so why not?
Well, technically, they're all better than their last rolls.
Yeah.
They find one good thing. The rest, by your dictate, by your new stratagem to handle bandits, is either obnoxious to get, or it's just scrap. But it's good enough scrap that it's worth getting if you're desperate.
Mhm.
And there's a couple pieces, like there's a medium mech, a hunchback, in really good condition, but it's so embedded into a wall, they'd have to also. It's on the edge of worm territory. The risk of getting it, and it's a ground mech, and the one shoulder hump variant, not the 2, which would be the humpback Mark II, which is significantly more valuable.
Mhm. Mhm.
But
What was
it's a
the one
great.
good thing?
The one good thing, you find a large multi-lens laser in perfect condition. It's the one where you can swap between green, red, blue, and this one has the purple lens.
Did they bring that one back?
Oh, of course they did. Yes.
Okay.
That was the one that they're like, that's the 16. They brought that back. They cleared out the field really quick because they're like, wow, there's stuff all over the place, but that's how. Hey boss, we got a good find, which was the 52.
Mhm.
Do we get it? And they will give you the pros and cons.
Yep.
Um,
Be like, how'd the new guys do?
they're great. Like, they're old hands at this. They just needed to get behind the wheel of their new machines and kind of get familiar with our
System.
methods. Because they're more, they're more free balling it.
Yep.
We have a structured organization that they're not used to, but they took it like fish to water. They actually preferred it. They like the structure, instead of just be free balling it. Although some of them are, they miss the old days. But even though they complain about it, they happily follow the procedures.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Congrats,
Sweet.
though, boss. Check this sumbitch out.
Oh, he's checking this sumbitch out.
It's a little heavier than the standard because of the multi-lens. But you also get to pick. So the way it'll work is It's technically you use the stats of the purple large laser for power draw and tonnage by adding another half ton to it because of the mod.
Mm-hmm.
But the damage and heat is modular because depending on the lens determines the damage, but it also determines how much heat it generates depending on which lens you pick.
Okay.
If you don't want to use it, there's a ton of people who would buy this thing up in a lick.
Oh yeah, I believe it.
Because
Alright.
anytime you're running hot, like really hot, but you need that extra fire, you can be like, I can't fire with the blue or the purple, but I can hit you with a fucking red and push the limits. Or if they're not wanting to push the limits, they can cycle it all the way to green. Doesn't hit as hard, but it's a large green laser.
Pats the guys on the shoulder.
You get a smack.
No, boys. I've got a gal for this to convert this into an actual attachable mod for other lasers.
Well, shit. It's your salvage, boss. You do with what you want. We're about to hit up 4 more sites. We already have people already rolling out. Since you weren't here yesterday, we went. We chose a grid by sequence, the most logical.
Yep. All right.
So we already got people out in the field.
All right. Here, take this, and he's going to hand the data pad over with the new programs for the GPS and scanning software.
Oh yeah, that actually will speed us up. We should actually with this. We'll have to bring the boys back for a day and install this, but
no worries. I got.
This will make us at least 2 days faster.
It's no worries. I've got a project in the works. Actually, any time now, the mechanic should be showing up with the first 2. I got some survey drones set up.
Oh, hell yeah!
That we'll be able to send out so that they can do the survey. You can do the salvage.
Well, boss, sounds like you want this stuff out of the ground now and not soon. And you're willing to pay for it.
I've got a feeling, and I'm hunkering on it.
You'll put a hand on your shoulder. I know you got a feeling. I know you. We all get that feeling when we're circling what the could be. Don't be disappointed if it doesn't happen.
It's puts his hand on his chest. No. This is a different kind of feeling.
Okay. Just don't flip out if it's a donut, okay?
Hey, I won't flip, but it ain't a donut.
Okay. I can't dispute your feels. We all get that in the salvager business. We get the feel that there's something there.
Yeah. But page the boys back, get them all updated with the new systems.
Well, if you need us to do scanning survey with the new software, we can cut it down to 5 days instead of 7.
That'd be great.
Well, that's what this does. This makes us a hell of a lot faster.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying get the teams you sent out back, get them set up with this, and then get everybody out.
You got it. Decision about the humpback. The hunchback. Do we leave it?
Bait it.
Okay. You want us to put it in the pipeline?
Yep. Let the ferrets and the foxes go after it.
I'll have you roll luck because the punchback has a large gun port, and it sometimes is equipped with something special. So I'll have you roll a 1d100.
Because if it's something special, that may be worth going after myself.
Right. And of course, you can re-roll it once. Do you want to re-roll it once? Because it's a PPC right now.
I have to roll lower, so yeah, I'll give it that one re-roll.
Okay. It's not with a plus 10, it's just a reroll.
Yep.
Nope.
Has to be lower.
Okay. It has a Gauss cannon. But you know for fact that bitch is going to need a hell of a lot of repair. Because,
Yep.
you know, the Gauss cannons are... They suffer from the unstable condition because of their capacitors. Removal would be actually pretty dicey. Unless if the capacitors are still charged. You doubt it is. So it'd be dicey to make sure you don't know what damage is on the backside. But it looks pretty good overall. Most of the damage looks like it's cockpit. That really unlucky hit.
Yeah. He's just gonna be like, you know what? Go for a round of complaining about not being able to pick this thing up. About
Okay.
how I'm too strict.
You
And
got it, boss. That'll be quite a
he'll drop him another 100 luxury debit and be like, get some R&R. Y'all have been going out straight for the past 3 weeks.
Oh, this is a salvager's dream, boss. This ain't work for us. This is pure joy.
Yeah, then go have a party. Call it a ventilation party. You're cooling the socks of your team because I've been bitching so much.
Oh, and we'll tell everyone about all that shit you've been telling us we can't bring home because it's too damn hard. Damn that boss of ours. Alright. Well, place will hear about it. It'll keep the bandits and the keep the more voracious ones off your heels if you're willing to leave a Gauss cannon behind. Especially the ones with bigger teeth.
Yep.
And bigger bellies, most importantly.
Yep. Old grizzled dude should be showing up sometime soon with some drones and controls for him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. As he kind of hooks his thumbs to his suspenders. All right.
Hands him 2 sites. Send them to these 2.
Okay.
It should, based on estimates, before they're complete, should take.
How fast are these?
Before they're done at the date they're at today, where they're supposed to be delivered, they should be able to do a site in 2.5 to 3 days.
Oh, wow, that's literally double our pace. And a single drone can do that?
Yeah, they do this whole pylon setup. They can get down this depth with the.
They're doing. Oh, I know. Oh, that's some. That ain't. Damn, boss. That's some.
He's like, he'll just hand him some data, be like, this is the details.
And because it's even in worm territory, because it's such a small unit, does it float or does it roll?
Floats.
Oh, he does a little jimmy, little jig. Oh man.
Which means they'll be even harder to track out in the waste for any salvagers.
Oh, hot diggity darn.
They're durable enough to take hits from medium to large size weapons. And once
what the hell are they made of?
Old as shit.
Alright, no, I got that. I understand. I know what you mean by old shit.
Yeah,
some expensive ass old shit.
Yeah, it's costing me $500,000 per drone minimum.
He literally pulls off his goggles. Run that by me again?
$500,000 per drone minimum.
$500,000. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but
my goodness.
But once they're done, they should be able to do a site in 24 to 48 hours, depending on the size of the site. Get full scan and details of everything that's there.
Well, I guess you get what you pay for. Shit.
Oh yeah, and you boys are going to be using them.
There's like a training manual for these? I can't afford to go around breaking them on my salary.
Like, no, I'm telling you to use them. They're on my dime.
I don't want to go breaking company product, you know.
It just pats him on the shoulder. Stop stressing and go get drunk already.
Yeah, hey, boss.
Don't stress it.
Operation, get drunk.
Hey, it's seriously, don't stress it. I'm getting a stockpile of these. We're gonna take this planet for all it's worth.
I don't know about that. I think the worms might have something to say about it.
He grins. You realize the scanning tech will be able to track the patterns of these worms and how much I can sell that for?
I think the worms know what hit him as he jogs out.
And from there, Nix is heading off to his Chemtech lab, where he's got to get started.
All right, Johnny.
Yeah.
What you up to?
I'm gonna run after the base commander.
Okay.
After Lilith. For to make sure the master's okay.
He's like, actually, you hear a pop and a crack as they're finally able to undo their set jaw. I'm gonna go do some violence.
Mind if I join you?
You have your inner mech. Now you
I
have a
have-
Timberwolf. Bring
Yeah.
the beast.
All right.
Yeah, the base commander. Well, pull their inner mech. You will get in the Timberwolf, who is just like, yeah, boy, we're gonna go into the base and gonna fight some stuff.
So, I'll be telling Lilith about my my current progress with the Nano, what I have so far built, and the things I can do.
She doesn't answer, just kind of listens.
Yeah, I'm just giving her something else to think about. That's all.
And you guys find some amalgams rather quickly. I think one of the sectors labeled as danger. And you guys go at it. Lilith will make sure that your Timberwolf is left unscathed and untouched, especially even from surprise attack. So you can just lay into the side of them. Fight. And by the end of it, she's gonna kind of lean over. You know, sometimes a little violence does help soothe one's woes. The battle we're about to have is going to be multifaceted, whether people like it or not. It's not just going to be a space battle. They're going to drop ground forces again.
Of course, I don't expect them not to.
But you're going to be aware. Where do you think you're going to be?
Depends. Once I have the executioner up and running, I'll definitely. I think I'm going to be in both for sure. Mostly,
How?
I'll have the executioner doing its thing on itself, and I'll have the Timberwolf doing its thing on itself. At least that's my plan.
Very well. It's not an undoable plan. But how are you going to do that? How are you going to give the Timberwolf the full autonomy as if you were piloting it yourself, and giving it that pilot's edge?
Well, like I would expect, by nurturing its soul, like I've been doing in the hangar, just giving it more autonomy, and also external potential. At least that was my idea.
Think bigger. You're
I could
not
give it
just
a
an Iron Eater.
brain box.
Nope. You're nano.
Split my body in two.
Not even. You can just do a nano echo. You don't need to split yourself in two. Although with what you're cultivating, I guess that might work. But it'd be an imbuement of half of you into the nano echo, and you do that by using an incredible amount of nano, and you infuse it in all the internal components, and you link it to the computer, and it maximizes the channels and efficiencies of the components. It makes the components, if they're damaged and the connections between damaged, gives them alternative communication routes, and it maximizes the potential you've already infused. And it allows you to literally build a body that sits in the seat as if you're there.
Right.
And it lets the Timberwolf, with your spirit, instead of you actually being there, the Timberwolf's in charge as if it were the pilot and you were the mech spirit. It's an inverse. It was a weird thing I came up with as a nano practitioner, which only nano practitioners can do, the nano echo. And it allows me to pilot my heaven and ground mech simultaneously while I pilot my inner mech.
Yeah, that was my plan too. But okay, cool.
And with the glut of nano that you have just received from the nano department in the report I read, you absolutely will be able to afford more than one nano echo. Although,
unfortunately, my reservoir isn't filled.
And I have received interesting reallocation of assets reports, specifically from our investigator. Which, fuck me. That was... Look, I hate to drive a wedge between you and your allies, and potentially your friends. But do you know how I was constantly able to keep building power? That
Yes,
channel
because
that I pulled up to the safe room?
Yeah, the nano forge that was active.
Yes, and I was the one who kept it from pure overflow.
Right.
I had a glut of, nano to feed off of. But now it's gone. And I bet you that nano forge isn't going to stay here. It's going to disappear. And all that nano in there that's already available is already been earmarked for projects, specifically manufactorums.
Yes.
Problem with that is what is called our cultivator treasure, our heritage. And without a glut of nano like that, there cannot be any more nano practitioners. We're not racing or rushing to make more, heaven forbid. Thunderhead, forgive me if I just started a legion of nano practitioners. That would be the most irresponsible, dangerous thing. But it also, just like the Leah soul practitioners, there's a bit of a requirement to step in, don't you think?
For sure. I was thinking...
You can't just stumble dick first onto it.
No. I was thinking if we use the rust and the nano cradle that Luna found. Because she found a blueprint for it. We could be creating nanites and just using the material of the rust to create them.
Yeah, but are you willing to spend the resources required for that? Cradles aren't easy to make.
No, it's true.
And there's a lot of things from what I have been reading found in there. And I'm a little bit worried your friend is walking off with, yet again, the best of the best. Especially this. Sure, the cradle and the fabricator, if we can convince them to stay, because it's already a lab for it. Why don't she take the blueprints and make her damn own? And leave this stuff here, including this mobile nano lab. It's a micro cradle and fabricator and recycler. It builds micro batches for nano testing.
Testing, right.
Right. And that would be probably the most important thing we could ever get our hands on as nano practitioners, because now we're able to safely design, implement, test, and then integrate new nanostrands into our own bodies without the fear of having to hot test them by literally pitting them against our own nano to see how it works, where that's a safe testing environment. Do not let that disappear into the woodworks. I know they are the quintessential authority on nano right now, but even if you have to share, please don't let that disappear.
I'm not going to.
All right. If the cradle and fabricator stay, as long as they leave you a percent enough for your echoes, let them take the nano. It's manufactorums are kind of a big deal. Like, kind of a really big deal.
We're gonna need it, for sure.
True. And it also extends that friendship and trust, which I absolutely think you should.
Of course.
But honestly, it's the same thing. If he's gonna be like, "Hey, I gave you the schematics. I'm gonna take these. You can use the schematics to build your own." Well, same could be said for them. Why don't we take these and you can build them on your own? So the best case scenario would be to leave them in the labs they already exist in, for fairness, right? Unless they want to push the envelope, and then quid pro quo. If they run off with them, what do I get? That's why I say I don't want to drive a wedge between you and your friends, but
yeah, they're my family, and we can fuck with each other for sure. So if Luna wants to take everything, I'm not gonna let that happen.
True. Just know that since it's nano, it's particularly something precious.
Yeah, as
to
cultivators, our path is required to keep Luna's path as a cultivator is something different.
Yep. And you are also, if you don't secure enough nano and nano production capabilities, you will never be able to help a protege or even have one, because you won't have enough
and they will die in the process because
Yeah.
you just didn't have enough quality and quantity. And the nano, since the fountain, almost literally, that I had is gone forever. The nano practitioners will end with us
So,
without a new path forward.
how are you dealing with the Milo Echo that was attached to those nanos?
I know Milo. It wasn't. I just built a program to handle with the echoes before I even touched them. I cleansed it, really.
All right.
I had them do a factory reset. It's a pain in the ass because they forget everything. They don't have any directive or programming, and so what you do is you scrub them, you factory reset them, and then you give them a new OS.
Yeah.
And
the one that you have. Yeah, for sure.
yeah,
I get
it's hella annoying until you have a streamlined, efficient process, and then it's not really much of a hassle, and safety is paramount. Milo, you say? So that's what that was. I always thought they were just corrupted, but I'm glad I took the extra precautions. Oh my goodness.
Yes, they had a brain box plugged in directly to the server to.
That server's fucked.
Yeah. But you know, Luna, being the hacker girl she is, managed to get rid of it. So
Playing with fire, that. But, yeah, because it's not you.
yeah. All right. So I guess Lilith and I go wreck some shit.
Yeah.
How many downtime actions was that, Matt?
Depends on how much quality time you want with Lilith.
8 years worth at least.
Alright, well, Lilith will stay out. You guys will hunt. I'll have you roll 2 luck tests. Yes, you can use Magnet on them. And,
Here's the first
can-
one. Here's the second one.
alright.
Ogre, do you want to toss me some rerolls?
Yeah, if you want one.
Fuck yeah, I'll take 2. Here's the first one. 17. Here's the second one. A 1. Ooh, yeah.
Oh my gosh!
You're lucky.
Why you do this? Okay. Well, fine.
This is during downtime, so perfect brackets makes perfect as well.
Yeah. All right. So the 17, you're rolling along, and you actually come across an amalgam, finding a worm. The worm is fucking bitch slapping this thing around, but the amalgam seems to be getting back up every time, and it keeps, even upon contact, that's taking chunks out of this worm, and that's not good. That means that amalgam's going to get reinforced endosteel armor. And your base commander just scythes through it. And the worm eventually is like, oh, shit! And then runs away. And base commander will cock ahead. Interesting. Usually an amalgam falls apart once it becomes destroyed. But it looks like the synthetic ferro myomer, because of the reinforcement with the impure reinforced endosteel, as she pulls out a chunk of it, still holding. They'll pull out a case, literally pop all the AC-10 shells out of it into the rust and jam it in the box. we'll get this back to the lab.
Sounds good.
It's not good that this happened, but and they'll start digging through, just ripping all the pieces, and then she'll slam the body with slag ignition until it destroys every single last iota of the remnant of the amalgam. So their friends can't get a taste. It's not good if they can get a free meal and evolve on it.
Glad we found it first.
And as you're looking around for the next one, there is you kind of walk face first into kind of a big barrel that literally you can almost put the nose of the Timberwolf through.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of bounce off of it, and you think it's a shuttle nacelle. And what you're looking at is a barrel of a heavy Gauss cannon
Oh,
and a completely, utterly totaled Fenrir, half embedded into a wall.
all right.
Most of it is so utterly destroyed, it's a crying shame. But that one barrel looks good. It looks okay. You and the base commander will chop up the mountain or the cliff face it's embedded in,
Mhm.
and base commander will and kind of walk back with it carrying it over its head.
Yep. That's
It's a heavy bastard.
I imagine.
And I don't want you running back alone. Worst comes to worst, I can always throw this at an amalgam and beat it up as it tries to figure out what the hell's going on with its life. Yeah, you'll make it back to base with a nearly completely total Fenris
Cool.
with one working heavy Gauss cannon. Now you don't have to put the real Fenris to sleep, the completed one, and extract one of its Gauss cannons for study. You have a donor mech now.
Mm-hmm. Hey, parts for the other Fenris in case it explodes. You know what I mean, or gets wrecked.
Yeah, those heavy Gauss cannons are very unstable. Takes too much of a hit, the capacitors explode. Oof. Your boss Lilith is more vindicated than ever that violence is the solution to soothe all woes,
Mm-hmm.
and it's vindicated because look, loot. You wouldn't have found the loot without the violence.
It's true.
The delicious violence. This was so far off the beaten path and so far away from the salvage teams that Nyx is. It was kind of like one of those standalone just finds. Everything else would be picked clean because you guys walk straight into worm territory.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no legs on this Fenris. It's been eaten away. All right. Congratulations on your wine.
Thanks. So what is this
Oh,
called exactly? Heavy Gauss cannon?
Yeah, it's a heavy Gauss cannon.
So I didn't on your sheet. Where would this be? Is it the Hyper Gauss, Assault Gauss, or like?
Heavy Gauss rifle.
So Heavy Gauss rifle. All right.
It's a huge. I haven't completed this page. This is just my base template. Those damage numbers will change, but it's a heavy gust. It's huge. It hits like a truck.
For sure.
It's not the improved heavy gust. It's not the Gauss X or the Silver Bullet or the anti-personal Gauss, but it's the Havoc Gauss. There's not a lot of those. That'd be like a rarity 3 item.
Yeah, you have rarity 4 on it, I'm pretty sure, don't you? No, you have an ammo per ton CP. You don't have an AP on it yet, do you?
No, RAA. Yeah, it's not there yet.
Yeah.
I just completed the energy weapons page.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
So, I'll be working on finishing the shields, and then I'll probably hop over to the ballistic weapons.
All right, the only thing I have left is some easy cultivation.
Cultivate away! Up, away!
So, what's Ezekiel gonna do for this little session? What's the plan? I'm gonna tell him I'm gonna be imbuing Potentia into the cradle. At least that's my plan with a magnet roll. But
He's like, No. You're gonna fight yourself.
I want to fight myself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I see where you're going with this. So,
he's taking up a mirrored stance, literally. And every time you move, he moves in perfect mirrored synchronicity.
Cool.
It's unerringly fluid. Oh, it is disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
You even do like the ha, like the really like something goofy or unexpected, and he does it in the perfect reflected.
So,
manner.
Matt, we're going to make a braid in certain death technique.
Oh, you sure about that?
Yeah. It's going to be swiftness
and might,
and minds.
Okay. What's the plan here?
It's up to you, Matt.
Well, you kind of want to tell me where you're going with it.
It could just be a it could be a new
What's your goal with it? Why did you want the braid in the first place? Is it just I just wanted to see what the GM fucking comes up with, or is there a purpose behind a vision, a goal behind it?
The main goal is to be able to use it with my mech, but I'm pretty sure I can do that already with it's from my previous one. I was able to use it.
The art of killing, absolutely. Certain death that requires if your inner mech, absolutely can. Not with your other mechas.
Mm-hmm.
If you want it to be the first step of the braid, sure.
Sure.
It would require a nano infusion into the mech for the performance bit, because it would need to be able to keep up with the extreme minute changes that is required for the absolute killing technique.
Sure. All right, that doesn't help me with this fight, but it will help with the mechs. That's good. Let's fight against myself, eh? All right. So let's start with this then. Do you want to roll some initiative?
You guys go at the same time.
Go at the same time, eh? What's the distance between each other?
2 steps.
2 steps? All right. Let's go for an overdrive. Let's then go for a we're gonna move up for a half action. We're gonna use chop as a half action.
Yeah. With or without an axe?
With an axe.
Okay. He will actually produce an identical axe to yours. Not the same make,
Mm-hmm.
but it's identical in what it looks like, in the same shape and same weight. Not the same materials, but it's not to be scoffed at either.
Here's the first hit.
He swings in the same arc, and you're going to hit yourself. Do you dodge out of the way?
No.
Then you hit each other with the damage.
Okay.
It is perfectly mirrored. And you're getting what your master's doing. He's getting you to commit to the killing blow, even though you know you're going to get fucked.
Okay.
He's getting you the experience of a really nasty trade. He's getting you used to the commitment of the trade, which is going to be important in a mech fight, because you're going to get into combat with a badass elite or a predator, and the only way you're going to land the right blow with the right amount of damage is if you're willing to expose part of yourself and make a trade. And this is a practice for that. This is a practice of trading. And he's going to hit you just as hard as you hit him.
Okay.
In perfect mirrored synchronicity. And then halfway through, he's going to hit you harder. Just a little bit, but every single hit just gets a little bit more. And he mirrors everything perfectly, even you ducking out of the way. And it's frustrating as fuck. The only advantage you have is the nanobody.
Yeah.
You get hit that little harder, it's like, your nanos are like, we're all good, boss. That was within tolerance. And he's also teaching you the importance of your nanostructure. You can afford to take hits. Maybe not in your mech, but once you get your inner mech, you can afford to make nasty trades. Like the fucking thing embeds halfway into your side, and you don't get nearly as much clearance into their neck. But then you can like lean into it, and you're like, haha, I don't care if you cut me in half. I'm nano. And then you give them a killing blow, even though technically what you should have received was a killing blow. And he's teaching you to abuse your advantages and commit to trades if it comes down to it. If you can avoid a trade, That's always the strategy. But he's giving you a nasty lesson here.
So got Star Child here. What are we gonna do for gains? Do you want me to roll Potentia? Do you want me to roll?
You're gonna just gain 3 Potentia here.
Okay.
You're just utterly beating yourself and Ezekiel into oblivion. Just full on contact, tee off on each other, and he mirrors it on the other side of you.
Alrighty.
So, however hard you hit him, he hits you the same space, same swing, same impact site, same angle, same everything. So you're basically, as you hit him, he also cultivates you by him mirroring your hit.
Cool. I'm gonna be putting 1 Potentia into Fearful here.
Yep.
The negative quality. Makes thematic sense.
People watching are horrified. Because
Let it
at
be-
one point you literally swing so hard at Ezekiel, you actually split the skin, and he literally he clenches the rib or the ab muscles on the side like you do.
Mhm.
His blade goes literally into your side all the way to the hilt, and you split the skin, and he catches it between the ab muscles. And when you both pull back, you're all like, "Nah, fam, that's nothing. Let's keep going." I was like, "Holy fuck! They're killing each other." Oh man. Yeah, no one gets to play the toe the gate of death that you two do. Because you're so durable, Ezekiel can
Yeah, actually
actually
try some
go,
different things. Yeah.
try different things and actually practice really horrific stuff.
I'm gonna put the last Potentia into Spiritual Roots. So yeah, that's where I'm gonna put the 3. All the internal Potentia.
Okay, so fearful, what are you looking for that? Are you looking to increase the fearful trait, reduce the negative? Like, what's...
I am... So my plan for this is I am taking the negative and the positive to a new level. I'm gonna look at it like a magnet would. You have your negative charge and your positive charge, and relate that through the qualities. So what it is really is what was I hoping for here? I'm hoping to almost like make a node that connects the legendary quality magnet to these qualities. That's what I'm hoping to do for the Potentia.
A node?
Yeah, like something that connects this quality to the magnet quality.
Why? Fearful is a negative thing.
Correct. And a magnet has negative charges and positive charges. So I'm relating the negative aspect to my negative qualities, and the positive aspect to my positive qualities.
Remember the rule, negative aspects can only ever be negative.
Unless you're throwing... Yeah, they can only be negative, but I guess he's trying to add a negative thing to the total. Yeah, you can add a positive to it, or you can add a negative charge to it. What it'll do, though, is if you want to add a node, you can, which means it has a lot more influence on you.
That's fine.
It will affect one of your magnets. one of the magnets will be a negative charge, like you said,
Mhm.
push or pull, and it cannot be used for your benefit or use it to be harmful to others, such as you use it on an enemy, so it
Right.
makes their negativity worse. It has to be harmful to you to use, and you need to have used the negative before you can recharge them. Because now you've added a node.
Okay.
So you need to, if you want your magnets to recharge now, you have to use the negative one now as well. One of your positive ones can be used to greater effect.
Yeah, I'll just jump over to spiritual roots then. That's the positive one I'm doing for this next.
Yes. So the positive one can now be pretty juiced. But only one can be the super juice.
Okay. So,
Yeah. So now that you have a negative, you've
Mhm.
made the positive ones more powerful. And now you have one from the spiritual roots that's even more powerful. Now that you have a negative.
Okay.
It makes the shadow and the light go together. Now that you have both, they're more powerful because of it. And the more powerful the negative one, the more powerful your positive ones can be. Or the more numerous your negative ones are.
All right. So I'm picking reckless as my next negative.
Right. You'll have
one
two
potential,
negative charges.
one positive. Yeah.
And one positive charge. But now your positive charge has an incredible juice to it.
So,
You'll have to get more.
what is that doing to spiritual roots, though? Is my question. If it's making
What's the verbatim description
Sure.
of it?
Yeah, one sec.
It doesn't affect the key.
Okay.
You'll have to personally choose to give a negative charge to the key so that you can split your key as well. But for now, the key remains unaffected.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have to use both the negative charges, but that can also be used in cultivation, like with Ezekiel. So if he's going to go hit you, you can go, I want to use one of my negative charges with a pull. So he hits me so hard, he might as well put his whole fucking fist through me. And that'll really put you out of business. It'll give you cultivation for sure, but at least you used it. But you got a ×3 magnet in a single roll for a positive because you have the 2 negative and you have the base charge. So it's triple strength, which means you can do some pretty ridiculous things, such as, hey, I'm going to pull this unit with magnet. I'm going to pull you literally from using my power to me because I hate the fact that you're at distance. And you basically give them like 9 inertia coming towards you, like, oh shit, we're going this way.
All right, cool. Yeah, we can work with that.
Especially if you use it with like a tractor beam. Oh man, we're gonna tractor beam inertia this guy, and he's gonna fly by, and you just kind of tee off on him as he goes by you. Or you can yeet debris, like that guy, that debris. I'm gonna magnetize him with my ×3 charge, and they collide. And that guy takes debris damage and just completely gets wrecked. Or you crash debris that would normally have missed somebody into a group of people.
Okay, so I'm liking how that's going. Let's talk about downtime actions. I had 6 for sparring cultivation with Ezekiel.
Okay.
How much of that was for that 3 potentia?
Well, you get 3 inner, 3 outer.
3 inner and
you
3 outer?
You have 6 total, so 3 and 3.
Okay.
You can roll for the outers because I know you get more than normal.
Yep, I'll be doing that, and I have my extra 2.
Yeah, your world soul.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that now then. And this will be the last of my day. Here's a -10. Starting us out. We have 5 total. 4 more. 4,100. 2 passes, so I get 2 extra out of my 5, so 7. And I'm going to be putting 10 potentia into my nano cradle. I'll be using magnet here.
A positive or negative?
So the normal way we feed the cradle, right? We're putting external potentia. I don't think I have negative potentia to use here.
No, the positive or negative charge from magnet. Or is that the other effect of the magnet?
I think that's the other effect when you use
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, it's not the push or pull. This is just the
This is just like I'm using the magnet up to influence bonus times per session. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll my influence to grow and go from there.
Okay. You get another
I
charge?
have a plus 40 on this because I'm using inspired.
Okay. Congratulations.
I passed with 3 degrees.
Okay. And you get your next.
Yeah. This one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be the 6th one.
Okay. Did we discuss what that was beforehand?
No.
All right.
So, do you need a reminder of what's gone through so far, or
I know the last one gave you a naturals.
it did?
Okay. The anticipation for the next evolvement, you'll get a little bit more saying because you're now above 5. You're on the 6th. You're on the later stretch. You can increase your bone structure to allow you to house more weight, or you can increase your physical capability by integrating a myomer mimic, which is what mechs use to handle torque and very strenuous movement. But an improvement to the frame, which means you would be able to carry more personifications of your machines with you, just like a frame would be able to hold more.
Okay. You are including the double potency here too, right? From wood and metal.
Mhm.
Okay. It's gonna be gonna be bones this time.
You feel sturdier. Feel a lot sturdier.
Hmm.
He feels a lot sturdier.
Okay, so what is that gonna do for me?
You're not sure how much weight you can tolerate because you haven't particularly fully understood your inner awareness.
Mhm.
But you know that you can potentially absorb metal plates, metal parts, or other protective bits, or even potentially even pull on more attributes, even from the Timberwolf and eventually from the Executioner, from mechs that you've connected with via the Potentia Iron Eater technique. And you'll be able to pull more likeness and stats from those mechs because your frame can handle it more, but it's not 100% quantifiable yet without complete inner awareness. But you're on your way to that. But you know your body can handle a lot more stress, and people have a lot harder time putting their fists through you. So for now, you know that you have an additional 10 armor.
Okay.
But you're not sure how much extra carrying weight. It won't be insignificant. It also allows you to hold yourself together significantly. What would be the term? With a significant difference. Because when you've tried to do lifting before with the hydraulic press that the iron eaters do, and after a certain point of weight, you just start to gooify because you just there's no structure.
Yeah, it's like a slime. Yeah.
Yeah, but now you can just bench that stuff out because there's something to latch onto
Hmm.
with and reinforce, and something to carry the stress and burden. So you basically tripled your push and lift weight.
Okay.
And
Cool.
pull
Cool.
weight. And you're already ridiculously strong as it is. Carrying your axe around, it was light before, and now it's featherweight. It's a little concerning because sometimes if you move too quickly, you'll just slap somebody with it, and they're just like, "Oh dear."
That was 4, and that was towards Potentia. So that's 4 rolls towards that.
Do it.
Just another 1 out of it.
5,
5. Yeah, 5, 7, 12.
12.
It's gonna be 80, eh?
Do it.
Good stuff.
Do it.
I currently have 80 free Potentia right now.
Dear Lord, you mad lad. Okay, that all for you?
That is my day. All done.
All right, next. Before we jump back to Cody, because he's got some RP stuff. How do we close out your day?
I've still got several things to do. I've got to go do my Chemtech lab, I've got a pile of research, and then I've got the dinner meetings.
All right, let's do the Chemtech lab.
All right.
When you arrive, it's already assembled.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is laid out perfectly. All the chemical solutions are in just the perfect order. Everything's labeled. Everything is just utterly perfection. It's even in a environmentally sealed portion it's a temporary lab, so it's kind of that heavy industrial hazmat plastic that you
Mhm.
erect over stuff. but it's too perfect. And Luxury is just kind of sitting at her desk, clicking away, probably reading emails.
Thank
This arrived piecemeal in crates, and the amount of time it would have taken you would have been 4 to 6 hours to set this up.
Yep.
Let alone the perfection of this. This would have taken you about 10 hours to set up just like this.
He just looks at her. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't do anything, darling. That came as is.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you? Man, that's my job. Now go play with your new toy.
I'm learning from the best.
As she's not even looking at you anymore. She's just humming at her computer.
And he's just gonna go in and start cooking.
All right. 4 Chemtech rolls. And remember.
6.
6? Yes, that's right.
6.
Yeah. 6 Chemtech rolls. 1s will. I'll be a fan. You'll just save them for what happens at the end.
Yep.
If you roll a 100, it sticks. But if you have a 1, they cancel out a 100 and save the batch. If you have a 100 now, you just want to keep cooking until you get a 1 and it'll cancel it out. You can burn a fate point or a boon to re-roll a 100. Because you can't re-roll a 100 on this batch.
Yes,
you have
but
to
there's a
cancel
difference between using and burning.
Yes.
That's ludicrous.
Or you can see if you roll a 1, and that'll cancel out any 100s rolled. Dude, this is an elixir. This is going to be... This is so ludicrously awesome. There's got to be a big payoff for it. Because you're going to drink a dose.
There you go. Get your 1.
Motherfucker. All right, you have a stored 1. You'll just need to keep a spreadsheet, a tally sheet of how many 1s and 100s you roll. If there are if the tally sheet for 100s is higher than 1s, it's a failure at the end of the batch. If you have 1s left at that outweigh the 100 batch, you get to personally decide what extra super bonuses the batch gives, such as an unnatural. And you get to decide what it does.
Okay.
That's the trade-off. 100s are death. 1s, anything left over at the end is the player gets to personally decide what upgrades the batch gets.
Yep.
Scoop. All right, my friends. Good job. It's already kicking off. You come out smug. Oh, everything went just right. Just right. And you have this almost anal, retentive, obsessive need to put back everything the way it was, just the way Luxury left it, because it was too perfect. You knew where every single thing was just when you needed it at the right fucking moment, and it was just almost in staged groups of predictability of where everything you needed. Because once you use the vial, you put it in the decontamination vat. But there was always another one, exactly when you needed it, the right type, the right shape, size. The chemicals were all in the right places. Damn it. It's too good.
Yep. He knows how to get back at her. and he's gonna walk off to his room and come back. And as he walks off to his other lab to continue working on the blacker than pitch armor, he's gonna set a glass of that particular brand of whiskey that she really wanted, but wasn't able to get because she wasn't a citizen yet. And he's just gonna walk off to his lab. Didn't do anything.
Oh yes, it just arrived like that. As you at each other.
Yep. And then he heads to his other lab, and I'll just roll the other for the blacker than pitch shit.
Okay. No hundreds, no ones, all boom.
Yep.
Bomb. Pew!
And after that, I'm heading to do the dinner shit, so.
Mina's literally sitting there, fork in one hand, knife in the other. I'm ready.
Yep. He just pats her on the head. Is like, all right.
I've already ordered. It's on the way.
Good.
Okay. I've ordered for you too.
Good.
What you ordered last time.
Yep. And he just sets another chair off to the side because he did set this up as people can come chat at him.
Okay.
It was the open invite, as it were.
Mina's gonna eat her 11 steaks. Besides,
Mm-hmm.
at 100 luxury credit apiece.
Yep.
And she ordered you the 5 that you usually get.
Yep.
Since you're a regular, they're gonna make it 50 luxury apiece. You're bringing in a lot of business, like a lot of business,
Mm-hmm.
and you can't exactly business comp these type of purchases. This comes straight out of your own pocket, so they're gonna give you, the one who's paying the bill on at least your food, half price. They're still making a killing, but it's
Yep.
real steak.
Yep.
It probably cost them 30 just to get it in a steak.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's happy.
I'll have you roll fellowship for each of these rolls, and I'll have you roll. How many downtime actions are you here for?
Total for this time it was 4 because I had to adjust some shit.
I'll have you roll 4 fellowship and 4 1d100 for random.
So
High numbers just mean somebody doesn't show up. That's it. It also means you just get to have a chat with Mina. Cool. Whoa. Look at you go. All right.
And 2d100 for the 2
4.
successes.
One for each. You never know. Even if you don't pass your fellowship, you can. All right.
I will give the 2 on the first and the third a reroll because why not?
Okay. The first and the third.
Oh my god.
You want to keep it?
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Okay. So, Mina will pace herself because she knows the longer she gets to stay here and eat your food, the more she gets to eat, and the more wine she gets to drink, and the more stuff. And she's a bottomless black hole.
Yep.
And she will not leave until you do, or until you go, hey, I need that seat. You've eaten enough.
No,
But
he set up a third seat for a reason. I have budgeted for Mina.
Okay. Have you budgeted for 20 steaks?
Yes.
Oh, dear Lord. Okay.
I budgeted up to 5K luxury debit per dinner.
Oh my god. Holy balls. Okay, so she's gonna keep eating, and eventually you're gonna get somebody who wanders up, and it's a technician from one of the labs. It's actually an interesting group. You've heard of them before.
Okay.
They're a shield specialist. They're budget builders, R&D. They only have one product currently, the Bear Shield. It's the most affordable shield generator, period. It's 1,500 rec, no budget requirements. And it gives you 10 shield to all parts. It only requires 1 or 4 power. It only weighs 4 CP. It produces 3 heat per turn, and recharge rates 1 turn no damage, 2 turns after shield break. They have the most prolific shield generator no matter where you go. In the inner ring, it's an RA of 10. You have not ever not heard of this machine
Mhm.
that they have built.
Mhm. Yeah, I've got a stockpile of 8 of them sitting in my stockpile.
Precisely. They are the budget builder labs.
Yep.
And they're like,
Yep.
Mr. Banshee?
Yep. Have a seat.
Ah, of course. Mina gives a kind of narrows their eyes. They're like, oh, am I interrupting something?
He's just going to, one moment, and he'll wave over a waiter and have him bring a big sundae and sit it in front of Mina. Behave.
Gives you a thumbs up. Scoops in some of the sundae into her already filled mouth with, mushrooms and onions and steak.
Yep.
And she's like,
Yep.
so good, ice cream and steak. She's a
He's
weird
just
creature.
like, yep. He's just like, ignore my friend. I'm spoiling her.
Of course. We would like to reach out to the ace candidate, known as Mr. Nick Banshee, to offer a potential collaboration with our labs. We wish to expand our next product under Budget Builder Labs. And I was wondering if you would like to be on the ground floor for the sponsorships. We have 2 sponsors already, one of which, of course, is the Thunderhead. We have one of the cloud bases willing to sponsor us. But I was instructed that we need to find 2 more sponsors. And we'd like to offer that to you. As they kind of taper off, staring more at Mina as she shovels in weight. Like, just, she's an animal when she eats. Yes.
He just pats the enigmatic on the shoulder with a chuckle because he is entirely relying on intrinsically trusted by enigmatics.
Oh.
Because he has that trait. It's like, no, she's fine. Just
Okay.
don't worry about her.
If you insist, sir.
But what and the requirements for this, and what are you attempting?
We would like a one-time sponsorship payment of 100,000 rec that actually would meet our budget requirements for the development of the new generator, actually, from one of our 2 sponsors. If you'd like both sponsor positions, 200K would do it, because we need 2 sponsors of yes. And you're
And
like,
this
no
is-
wonder they're called budget builders. Jesus, they could do a whole project off of 300K rec.
And you're doing this to design a new generator.
Yes, a new shield module. It'll actually be about the same specs as the Bear model. We're actually going to see if we can reduce the power requirements, or the heat generation, or the amount of modification ability it has, or its weight. We found that the shield rating of 10 is right appropriate, but what if we made it more efficient in maybe a number of capacities, as I said, and it would be about the same price, if not a tad more expensive, maybe 250 rec more expensive, which would be 1750 rec. Anyone could pick this up at any time.
And you could literally throw these like candy on the equivalent of the Mickeys.
Right, anywhere. They're thinking about making it so that it doesn't produce as much heat, it doesn't cost as much CP, or doesn't require as much power. Even if you reduce any of these by 1, that's a lot. Especially if it's so cheap. You would also be given royalties depending on your contributed, how much you contribute. So if you are a ground floor sponsor, you would get a 10% share for every purchase. If you fill up 2 of the 3 sponsor slots, you get a 20% share. Now, 20% of only 1750 is abysmal, but the sheer volume is what makes
Yep.
it daunting. Because when they produce these, they produce them in the hundreds of thousands, and people buy them up because they're cheap. They're
Yep.
budget builders. They've survived off of one product for over 100 years.
He just rubs his chin. Contract?
Oh yeah, yes, of course. We don't require any budgets. Budgets has been procured by our third sponsor, the Thunderhead. We only require the requisition of the sponsorships. Would you like
Both. Let me see the
both?
contracts.
Oh, honorable sir, thank you. As he hands you a very neat, easy to read contract.
He'll just go over it, check the details. You know how it is.
They call it the Naked Shield module.
He just
NAKED.
Yep, he just chuckles.
We thought it was rather humorous, but also naked means we have nothing to hide. Everything is,
It's cute. I like it.
Thank you.
But yeah, he'll just when he goes through the contract, finds out there's nothing screwing him. He'll just sign it.
It is true enigmatic.
Yeah.
Honesty, like refreshing honesty.
Yep. He just signs it, and will. What account do I need to transfer the credits to?
It says in the contract, actually, in the sponsorship area, about where to send the money to. It's not to me. I am not a money carrier. We must send it to an official Thunderhead approved account. And in fact, once you've deposited the money into the account, you'll be given an access code to a monitoring program, which allows you to monitor the progress of our a project, so that you know that your money is well spent.
It'll just tap the risk computer, have his AI send the funds to the proper account.
Oh, of course, sir. And you're given a access code, and it literally gives you the project specifications, how long they think it'll take them to complete it, how long, all of it. Their what is that called? Man, I'm blanking on what it's.
Timetable.
Yeah, timetable. Yeah, it's all there.
And he'll just nod. This will be unbelievably effective. If you need further funds, don't hesitate to ask.
Oh, no, at Budget Builders, that is our motto. We are entirely rational in our approach. What we ask for is beyond what we think we need to complete the project, so that if we do need extra funds, it's already been provided.
Gets a thumbs up.
We are the Budget Builders.
Happy to be of assistance.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. And he has his club soda drink, and he disappears.
Yep.
The next individual, who kind of comes over, sits down, almost on the wake of the guy leaving. Nina kind of looks over, kind of studies the area, goes back to eating, as if they don't even see the person. And the individual underneath their hood, which is a mechanical mask, and their body is blatantly robotic. Kind of like Ash, in a way, from Apex. You have technologies that I am going to require. I wish to make a trade. It is in our best interest, your best interest, to make a trade.
Which technologies?
And they will tap their wrist, flip it, and pass a file to you.
He'll check through it.
Shade tech. Oh, this. You kind of look, and do you have your shade tech on? You know.
It's built. Remember, he built it under his armor.
Yeah.
He went
This
through and did
person
that.
is entirely made out of shade tech.
He does have that Shade Tech pistol in a concealed holster, though.
Hmm.
And he's just like, interesting. And what would
I am
be?
willing to make a trade, but I am not willing to converse more. And they kind of just get up after passing you the file,
Mm-hmm.
contact me through the file, and they disappear. And Mina's like, my spidey senses are tingling.
They
And you
should be.
realize your shade tech vest and visor was the only reason you picked up their passing.
Yep. He's just going to chuckle. Yeah, fancy gizmos.
Fancy gizmos. Waiter, when's my next steak? Yeah, that's what I thought. Big heavy set guy is the last one who appears for the night, and he kind of saunters over, grabs another chair from a table, which drops a person. Like, what the fuck, dude? And because he's so big, he needs 2 chairs, and he sits down, puts a massive forearm on the table. And Mina looks up. Check yourself before you wreck yourself, motherfucker. This is my steak time you're threatening, and I will fucking break you. Sure, pint size. Alright, you're the guy who has the stuff. Now here's how this is gonna go. As you can kind of feel a pistol in your ribs. Big pistol.
I'm just going to...
You're that salvager fucker who's bought the core. I had a good deal with them, and you ruined it. You see, protection services are hard to come by. Now, you took away what was good for me, and it's only fair you remunerate me for my losses, you see. So, me and my friend Gunther here, as he nudges your ribs, that's, by your bit, that's a 70 cal hand cannon. Probably Gus. That's, or it could be Hyper Edge, because maybe not, but that's a big hand cannon. Big enough for a big fellow. So, I run a security service. And I think, since you took what was most lucrative for me, I think you should invest in my protection services. I think it's only fair, considering that such a big business such as yours requires protection. What type of protection, you ask? Good question. From individuals like myself. And other poachers. Like myself.
I'm just going to sit there, and it's Nyx. He has a sense of self-preservation. He's just going to chuckle.
This is also exciting. You haven't had
Yep.
the opportunity for pure deserved violence in a...
Yep.
And Mina will look over, continually eating their food, and kind of gives you the look like, you want me to do it? I'll do it.
He's just going to be like... He's just going to give her the look, can you keep him alive?
You do... make me an awareness. He does have one advantage on his side. His gun is very, very weird. he's already completely depressed the trigger, pulled it entirely, and he holds
Mhm.
it, which means jostling him would make him let go of it, which probably sets off the bullet. It's like a dead man switch. So he knows who he's messing with. He wouldn't have sat down without a plan. And he's probably got one more layer of a plan beyond just this almost hot-headed, attempt to convince you. Studying him over, the guy may look like a giant mountain of meat and may not have a lot going up on in there upon first look, but there's a cold, shark look, calculated, even cunning, behind the eyes. It's not enough to give you a shiver. You've seen what true darkness looks like. You've looked at E, and nothing scares you after looking at E. You also have to deal with Ezekiel on a day-to-day basis, which is
Mhm.
sobering. But
Yep.
it gives you the free ability to look danger in the eye efficiently, rationally,
Mhm.
and either appreciate it or have a good chuckle to yourself. That 70 caliber round will punch through your insides and probably kill the next person at the next table and keep going. And he's probably got something else in case the worst case scenario happens, or has some other threat, as in his guys did something. You've prepared, though. Depends how you want to play it. He did say he'd keep the other bandits off of you if you paid him.
He'll just. He chuckles for a minute, cocks his head. I respect the balls.
Have a lot of that. You don't get anywhere in this world without balls. Not in the cultivator world. Never in the cultivator world. It's rather brutal. In fact,
Yeah.
now that I've looked at my company, I see now the error of my approach. You're entertaining the Vice Base Commander Mina. But I'm sticking to my routine here. I'll keep the other wolves off of you. You'll have to feed us. Of course, we need scraps of meat. You see, we're meat eaters. We need something to chew on, gnaw on, and take home to our families. But I can keep the other weaklings from picking and nipping at your heels, so you actually have the proper time to get the salvage you want out. And then, of course, we get to come by. You'll get the first picks, always. The first picks. The best picks. Because what are we going to do with the best picks? But you'll throw us a good prime piece of meat every once in a while. And I'll walk through the crowd. I know all the scroungers, hunters, sniffers, diggers. All the ones who aren't a proper company, but have hardware and firepower, and are willing to use it because they're damn desperate. And I'll give them chunks of meat from my cut to make sure they stay out of your fucking way. So
He's
you
just-
can get the best meat.
He's just going to give that signature happy but ready to kill somebody grin. He's like, and what exactly are you charging for this service?
Cut. Not the best cut, not the largest cut, but a cut to keep the scavengers fed on this base, to keep us out of your business, so that we lose our desperate edge, so we can make it day to day. And what I get out of this is I get to be the king of those scavengers. I get more than they do. And they need me. And of course, I'm the only one with the balls to do something like this, as he nudges you gently with the pistol again.
He's just going to chuckle and be like, "Oh, I know the pistol isn't all you have,
No.
but I'll say this. I'll give it an initial trial run, shall we say.
Of course.
See how it works out. You fuck me, and there's nowhere on this base you could hide.
Of course not. You're going places. Say the wrong thing to the right people, me and mine, we disappear. But that's also bad for base business. You see, scroungers, not salvagers.
Oh, I know a few scroungers. I've made a few deals with a few scroungers. I
Right.
like to think I'm friendly with them.
And you'll make a lot of friends if you say yes.
Which is why I'm thinking about it. But if I come to find out, you try turning this into some "you serve me or you die," I'll replace you.
No, you don't get it. You've already killed us. You killed our business. Killed the thing we had going. It's done. Why do you think the salvagers are so carefree? They're so happy now. Our protection services are no longer valid because they are now under the ACE umbrella. And they're untouchable. At least not by us. So we starve. So this is me coming to you showing what desperation truly looks like. Sure, you can kill me. Absolutely. Between the both of you, I have not a chance. But I'll put a bullet, a 70 caliber high velocity Gauss round through your rib cage, which will cut you right in half. Your spine will explode outwards, and you'll be looking at your other half from across the table.
Nah, I could survive it. But
Perhaps, but think of the amount of rehab and the expenditure and of time lost and resources lost putting yourself back together.
he just chuckles. I can understand why you would think that, but beyond waving our dicks at each other, I'll give you a shot. Like I said.
You don't mean much. There's only a handful of us.
He's just
And
like,
what you bring home is too lucrative.
you've probably already heard you've already heard from my boys who are having a good old time. I expect.
They're very talkative when they're lubed up.
Chuckles.
Alcohol always loosens lips. And they did it themselves. We didn't even have to buy them anything. They were buying everyone alcohol. Yeah, we heard.
Yeah. Well, you know that site.
Yeah.
There's plenty there.
Now, if you leave something like that for us, or even if you're willing to spend the extra effort to bring it back home, we'll make sure no one sticks around or even has the notion picking on our cash cow, our breadwinner, so to speak. Because anyone who fucks with our breadwinner, well, as he kind of thunks the other side of the table with a knuckle. Well, they get a visit just like this, and it ain't so friendly. And we know everyone on base, everyone, especially down in the low places.
He nods. So, I've said my piece. He'll hand him a comm code. You need to get a hold of me. Use that.
And he'll pass you a really old walkie-talkie. Looks like it's been modified for extended range.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's always on that frequency. It'll be a different voice, but it's someone in the group. Someone's giving you a problem. If we can't get a guy out there, just tell us what happened. We'll make it so that they're presented to you or dealt with, whatever your choice is, and the merchandise brought back to you. When a couple dies. Because no one fucks with our breadwinner.
He nods.
And that's what it means to be a protection service. Sure, we may not be able to protect you at sight, but there's only one place people can go. And we know all the stashes and the stash spots that the worms can't get out in the rusts, and we know every one of them. All the hidey holes, the tuck-away points. If they think they're going to cool their heels on hot merchandise, we know where it's going to be.
He just gives a nod. Says, then we have an agreement.
And he will click down the hammer so it doesn't kick and let go of the trigger. He'll get up and just walk out with another word, leaving the comm device on the table, taking yours.
He just hangs it from his belt, looks over at Mina. Any arguments?
No, that was actually pretty fucking badass. I gotta give that guy, he has iron.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
tungsten balls, that motherfucker. Holy shit.
Yep.
It's a good friend to have, though. That's I think the term is friends in low places.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know why. I have a habit of finding them.
There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, having friends in low places is actually harder than having friends in high places. Ironically.
Tell me about it.
Hell, if you feed the scroungers, I actually hear that they have access to the junkyard. Think of a mech hangar, but instead of mechs, they're filled with cargo containers, personal lock boxes, personal storage spaces. It has its own
Interesting.
security and it's off base. They actually provide its own power. Some sort of old agreement. It's the guy who owns it. The base is not owned by them. And they run a storage container business. And scroungers get first pick whenever a storage container defaults on payment. Scroungers get first pick. Not that they can usually afford it, because there's a flat $50K fee.
Mm-hmm.
And the scroungers can barely put $50K together. All of them. Due to the amount of repairs and maintenance and all that shit. To buy the container. And you never know what you're going to get. It could be literally empty. But if a container defaults, well, those containers are as old as Athena. And some of the stuff is as old as Athena base itself. But as long as the payments come in, those containers stay closed. But if a container defaults, it's pickings. And they are always first because they've always been around for the longest.
He just chuckles.
And then if the scroungers can't pay for it, Jackie gets first pick. Or at least that's what I've heard.
He nods, and he's just that comm link he sent him. He's just going to send a ping. If any of those crates from the junkyard come up, let me know.
We get first pick on that. It's for our mechs.
That's fair, but let me in on a pick, and I'll pay for it.
There's a pause. Yeah. We don't want any of that super secretive Sector 12 shit. No, that's too hot. But if it's mech stuff, we got a lot of boys here that specifically need repairs, parts that, well, we just don't got cash for.
He just chuckles. Take this as a sign of goodwill. And he'll just drop 20K to the comm link.
Good doing biz with you.
I keep my boys safe and fed.
Yeah. So basically, you have a bunch of, these aren't wolves. These are foxes, trash pandas, possums, rats, like
Yep.
all the small rodents. This is that group. But when they get hungry, they will fucking go after anything.
Oh yeah, and he will make sure to keep them fed because they also hear the juiciest intel.
Yeah, they sift through all the garbage. Any garbage.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're like, hey, have you ever heard of this? And they're like, oh, I got one of those in a junk box. I didn't know what it was, but your description, that sounds like it.
Yep.
It's busted, but no wonder they couldn't use it. But it's like, well, you found that in the trash? Yeah, it's got a big bullet through it. Why?
Yeah, no, those couple of items that he'd been looking for, like that really old fucking the compressor shit that I needed to make a gun and those things, he'll just drop a list. You and your boys ever find any of these, I'll pay a good price.
Well, you could stop by the trash yard emporium.
Just send me some coordinates. I'll swing by when I get a chance.
Bring a friend. A strong friend. Someone who gives the vibe of, look at me and I'll kill you. It's not a safe place.
I'll keep that in mind.
Even for you, Mr. Banshee. Those people are more desperate than we are. Here's the coordinates.
He just looks over at Mina. Heard of the trash emporium?
What the fuck is that?
A place where people who are even more desperate than him trade.
I don't believe that. Those guys are literally the bottom feeders of our base. I do mean that. Those are the actual bottom feeders of our base. And if he says there are people more desperate, that's a ploy, my friend.
He just looks at her, and in that flat face, then he wouldn't have told me to bring backup.
It's just wise to bring backup, period. Also sells the story.
Fair
Come
enough.
on, you can't be that gullible.
Just chuckles. Hey, sister, you have any idea the shit I have found going
Next
off
steak,
the
please.
stupidest ideas?
Oh, you're the king of ideas, stupid or otherwise. I mean, you've had some like wing dinger ideas that are like, ugh. And then you've had some ideas that were like, damn, son, why didn't we think of that? Are we stupid? I think we're stupid. So
Cody feels a challenge to his title.
No, Nix was actually about to say, no. I think the champion for idiot ideas goes to Cody, but
I mean, she kind of stares into the distance, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 yards. No, you're right, friend. The amount of reports I had to read on him, the paperwork. Do you know how to do that before we got Jackie up and running? Me. I had
just
to do them.
pats her on
You-
the shoulder. I'll
No.
get you an extra Sunday.
Oh, thank you. Go, 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 go. I'm immune to brain freezes.
Nice.
And she gets up. It was a 32K rec. Or 32K luxury debit dinner. You know, I know a guy from my old time.
Oh,
I want to introduce you tomorrow.
shit. All right, I'll make some time. Let me know when.
Mm. He's one of the hangar masters on the Vicar 3 carrier. One of the frontier carriers that come in.
Mm-hmm.
He and I were buddies from the war. The war that, well, this war, but the war that we did long ago together, and all that violence. So that war, but it's still this war that is ongoing.
And you want to hook me up with him, what, so he can milk me for shit?
Absolutely.
Yeah, figured. But
Also, he has a glut of stuff, and he's been begging me to introduce him to people. And you're like one of the only people who actually feeds me on base properly. So I figured, hey, hell, you got deep pockets. So let's hook you up with a guy who also has deep pockets and a lot of good shit. You have a lot of good shit here, and he has a lot of good shit from there. And maybe you guys can do like a little swappy swap. I don't know.
sounds good.
Or maybe you guys can hit each other over the face with your giant stacks of money. Whatever makes you feel good.
Now here's the important question I have for the night.
What's up?
How do you enjoy spicy food?
There is not enough spice in the world that it can defeat me. I am the spice master.
He's like,
I am invulnerable to the spice. I was born in it, molded by it.
convenient. I have a recipe for condensed droplets of capsaicin.
Well, no, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Capsaicin, as out of nowhere, some glasses come up that are unnecessary, that have no lenses.
Yep,
Now you'll see.
yep.
The art of the spice is not behind the capsaicin value. It is actually about the peppers themselves. Now you can have a leafly spicy pepper, but it's still a pepper. There's something more to it.
No.
And if you're a cultivator who specifically loves spices, capsaicin is just suffering. But there's no flavor to it other than pure suffering. The pepper, there's something special. There's something magical about the story that the pepper tells if you have resistance to the suffering they provide. So, you know, Thai peppers, which are really low on the scale.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever had pure Thai peppers added to a traditional Thai dish instead of the pepper flakes and or actual kind of a pepper mixture, it tastes different and it tastes better. Although it's much hotter than the pepper flake paste that you can put in there. And it's the same thing with the peppers. Now, if you had real peppers, now you got something really valuable. Because I know a very cult community of spicy food lovers that would pay 5 to 10,000 rec for a single meal using real peppers.
He was like, interesting. Because I happen to have a grow room growing, and he'll just hand her a data pad with the name of the 20 different peppers that he got.
Sweet Thunderhead. Oh my good! I'm gonna go talk to my friends. As she kind of runs off, a happy little skip.
He's like, the friends I make with the oddest commodities.
Well, that's the thing. You have the moment you start talking about odd stuff, you get the weirdos crawling out of the woodwork, and of course, cultivators are gonna love spicy shit.
Yep.
On the forum, there's going to be an immediate post. The pepper god has arrived. Prepare for the messiah of pepper and spices.
It immediately posts, bow
There are
down to
30
me, your
different,
pepper god.
Yeah, there are 30 different posts of praise he beeth. Bring the fire. There's a couple skeptical ones. It's like, it's not the chemical capsation shit, is it? And she's like, no.
I will just list the peppers and say these are currently growing.
And they're like, when? And there will be a bidding war for dishes, which is it's without prompt and without context, but they're willing to buy dishes of food, even if they're average ones, with a full pepper diced and properly cooked into the whole meal. And you're looking at pretty ludicrous prices for a single pepper. Like the ghost peppers, you can get like 2,000 rec per dish, or 250 luxury debit. The Carolina Reaper dish, which is a lot harder to grow, you're looking at like 10,000 to 12,000 K rec per dish offered, or around 2,000 luxury debit. These people are fanatics for this shit.
He's just like, I will update this post as soon as I have a batch ready.
And you're like, I could literally live off this if I was a normal enigmatic, and I'd be filthy fucking rich. Just for being a pepper farmer. What is this?
I'd have cultivators flocking to guard me.
Give me the pepper. Give me the goods. Make it burn.
Yep.
As a Carolina Reaper would make you cry. Like, it is considered just the worst thing. And of course, there's a couple other peppers that have come out since then, during the Age of Peace, and
now Nyx
and Bounty.
Nyx has found his entertainment. I am going to begin putting points into trade cook.
Yeah. The most powerful pepper ever developed. You have it. It's called Apocalypse Z. And it is twice as powerful as the Carolina Reaper. It is the ugliest pepper ever. And it was somebody's.
For that as ludicrous?
I mean, you have a couple people are like afraid of it. Like even the cultivators are like, I don't know, man. I think I need to run the gauntlet from the ghost pepper up to the Carolina before I'm ready for the Z. And they call it the Z. It's the end, man. Last of the alphabet. It's the destroyer.
Yep.
Rumor has it he'll never go to the bathroom again. No, not normally, anyways. It's It's twice as hot going down, 4 times as hot coming out. People like are like, oh, keep it away, keep it away.
The post waving pepper emoji.
Alright. That's it for your.
Yep, that is it for my day. I am actually putting merit into trade chef.
All right. So we'll finish today with Cody, so he can finish his day. Thank you for being patient. It's been quite a bit of fun RP and interaction.
Yeah.
All right, Cody, thank you for being patient. We're gonna finish out with you, my friend, my guy.
Are we done after Cody?
Yeah, we're gonna be done after Cody.
right.
Because everyone's done their Tuesday,
Mhm.
and we'll be actually where everyone needs to be for Wednesday. Because everyone will be tied up because Liam's done his Tuesday.
Well, technically we've done our Monday. We lost the day.
No, everything's been pushed back. So,
Tuesday.
and you guys got quite a bit out of the Monday. You guys got to pilot mechas, and actually, Cody, you piloted the Horizon Dancer pretty good.
Mhm.
And your girlfriend has specifically, along with Sadako, went out of their way to arrange the Horizon Dancer to end up in a sequestered project. Once you have the fleet completely moved over, your next assigned project is the study of the Horizon Dancer.
Yay.
Your girls are like, we have arranged it for you.
Mm.
Your Ashley's like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I did bully Dr. Rogers. It was fun.
That's just hot.
Mm-hmm. Sadako stared at him. I think she helped. I don't know.
You know, it's nice. We have you who's a cop, and then we have Sadako who is the bad cop.
I'm just a cop. Good or bad. I adapt.
Multifaceted.
Oh, you're so sweet. I've come up with a new technique next time we go have some fun, you and I.
Oh.
I will leave it at that.
Mm.
And yes, we will be doing it in the Horizon Dancer's cockpit.
Mm. And Cody calms down for a second. I'm like, all right.
I hear it's very close quartered.
It is. I go just like, all right, focus. We got this.
You get eggplant peach emojis.
Mm,
I'm not. I'm helping. I swear.
You are helping. Heaven forbid I ever figure out how to do the same thing Sadako does.
I am sweet and innocent. I learned that from somewhere.
Uh, I feel like I just got Uno reversed here.
You absolutely did.
Oh, okay. So, the rest of Cody Day, Cody is going to take uh 2 downtime actions to cultivate while on the base.
Okay. They have a gym.
They do.
Yeah. You have access to the officers' gym.
Yeah.
Very well equipped.
he's doing Leah Potentia cultivation.
They do
Uh.
have. It's not as luxurious or well constructed as the dojo, the cultivation dojo on
Yeah.
Ares base, but they do have isolation cells.
And that'll be the last downtime action I need for the Leah Wave technique to go to level 2.
Very nice.
I was thinking for that it would just be up to my length and int score instead of just my length.
Link the description.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah.
And you want to improve which facet?
Either because of how I have it set up, I was going to make it to where it is up to my length and int score, so it adds variability. And it's not just a massive line that I can't control.
You can have it be a cone, a 30-degree cone.
Mhm.
That's a lot of space. Because if you angle it right, you can have the meat of it right on the thick of the middle of the enemies. And if you can get a whole light mech at the thick meat of it at the end.
Yeah. And then for the last 3, Cody's going to use the cultivation manual that he was given to learn a new Leah technique
All right.
from like an official Leah technique.
Are you looking for the next Leah Soul advancement to
Yeah.
particulate your flesh, or are you looking for another just power?
Leah's for the flesh.
All right. So you're gonna get rid of your tendons and muscles.
No, not that yet. Because I'm not doing that until I get 60 in my strength, toughness, and agility.
Very well.
So
how many days was it last since you got an upgrade to your body? Because we missed a couple days. Because it's every day you get an improvement because of the vest.
I've been keeping track of that myself.
Oh, you can. All right. So you're doing well. Once your strength is maxed out, you go to your toughness. Once your toughness is maxed out, you can go to your agility.
Okay.
Your girl is the best.
Okay, because originally you said it was a 1 to toughness, strength, agility.
Oh,
Want to
then
change
yeah.
that? Okay.
No, that's fine. We'll do it that way. How close are you?
55.
Oh, on your strength?
Strength, yep.
What about
And
toughness? And toughness. What about agility?
Agility. Because they all started equally.
Oh my god. So you're all 55 apart?
Yep.
5 more days, Cody.
5 more days, and Cody, and at the end of those 5 days, just so you know, I'm going to be purchasing Once Upon a Time
Mother of God.
for my next big Leah conversion.
Are you sure about that? Because Once Upon a Time
Is it once per campaign?
No,
Or once per
per arc of the campaign.
Yeah.
And it will potentially have more ramifications if you think more outside the box.
That is fair.
Having it
But-
be once upon a time, hey, I want a miraculous opportunity provided to me for my next cool thing.
Mhm.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
I don't think
Or
that
you
is-
can think outside the box.
Yeah. That is the default for it right now.
Think on it, because it can be pretty cool if you galaxy brain it. Anyways.
Yeah.
You can also save it for the fight.
Yeah,
Or
that
you
also might
can't
be a
use
thing.
it during the fight, but you can use it for the fight.
Yeah.
Which could be pretty good.
Yeah, it could.
Alright. What else you got for me?
So, besides that, Cody, I guess, is going to learn a new Leah technique here. As that'll be his 2 downtime actions he's needed.
Do you want to check out what the fake manual says for the next technique? Or do you want to actually go to the real book?
We're going to use the real book here because we know, like, objectively, he knows it's funny for the next technique. And he's probably going to, like, take a look at it. Like,
You haven't had a good laugh in a while.
Yeah. But he's not going to learn it. He's going to use his actual Leah book for that.
Alright. So the technique is pretty interesting. You're not sure its applicable use out of the get-go. It's atmospheric detection. Pressure detection. Heat. Static electricity. Humidity. Like, it's an extremely well-defined atmospheric detection. You can skip it to go to the next page if you like.
No, that's actually important.
Like, it's very sophisticated.
Yeah.
Like, it's not control, it's not modification, it's not influence over, it's just you almost like run your finger through the stratosphere and then lick it and go, interesting. And you get an amazing amount of data. Particulates, chemicals, what type of atmosphere it is, heat, radiation, energy, static, everything. Everything you can possibly imagine. It's a little overboard for something just for detection ability. It's so far out of place among Leah techniques. And you're like, interesting. Why?
Yeah. Cody's gonna see and turn the page, see if the masters put any, like, this is why we use this technique. Or what the next technique is.
There's an annotation. It says, stop asking me. Fine, here it is.
All right.
Technique after that
Hmm?
goes right back to being practical. It's literally a picture of somebody sticking their finger in a light socket, but the tip of their finger is a plug, not just their finger.
Recharge.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
It's called charge up. It allows you to change the input variable of the way you form part of your body, the energy form, into a plug, and it helps you put in a power converter adapter into your palm so that when you plug into something, you don't just get juiced, you get powered.
No, okay, I see why the atmospheric detection is important now.
No, this is, I don't know how you got that. This is completely more useful. This is literally, hey, you're on a ship,
Yeah.
and instead of plugging in a lamp, you plug in your little thing. You're like, I'm just gonna meditate.
Right. But the difference is like, so with atmospheric detection, you can detect what kind of energies are out there, and if you combine that with this technique, you can trade yourself off of anything. You just need to know that it's there.
Elaborate.
Uh,
Why do you think it's so special?
it's not. It's information, and information is key when wanting to make a decision on whether or not you can stay on a planet for any amount of time, especially if you're lost. Which apparently Leah souls happen to get lost a lot.
So they can find a planet in which they can recharge off of because of
Yes.
the ambient atmosphere when there is no place to plug into, and
Yeah.
the star is not feasible. Because you do know about the star energy compatibility.
Mhm.
More powerful the Leah soul, the more star energies they can feed off of, and
Yeah.
various frequencies. But if you are starting to wane, especially after long travel, certain stars just you can't feed off of them anymore. It's just not good.
So sometimes you need an alternative energy source, which would be from a planet. Electricity, very common, easy to find in thunderstorms.
Especially in places like Jupiter and Venus, Uranus.
Yeah.
You just sit in the top of the stratosphere and it's like, oh, that is a vicious lightning storm. Delicious.
So Cody going to be smart and learn the atmosphere detection technique first. Then, when he has time, he'll do another one.
Okay.
Which
Atmospheric detection. Go. Do it.
Yeah.
Do
Yeah.
it.
Boom.
Do it. You got this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do it. Be
Done.
amazing. Okay.
And then,
roll me cultivation.
yeah.
You don't have to roll Leah. It's actually a cultivation roll.
Yeah.
Now you can.
I'm gonna
you're
use
gonna
it.
Okay.
Spoon to pass. Yeah.
Yeah. You're on your way to progress. Yours is a lot slower than the rest.
Yeah.
But you got your progress.
And since I have World Soul, I get 2 for this. So
Yes, you do.
yeah. Yeah.
Boom.
We'll use another one to pass.
Great.
And that'll be the 2 downtimes I need for learn that technique.
You pick it up, and you immediately can. This one's an interesting technique. It's passive. That's what makes it so lethally powerful. It does require a rather comical activation.
Mm-hmm.
You lick your finger, and you do a scoop motion, just a little wrist twist of literally the air that you want to test, or any atmosphere, and then you lick your tongue again, or you lick your finger again, and you can do that whenever. Just you lick your finger, you scoop the atmosphere with your finger, you lick your finger again,
mm-hmm.
and you get to know all about it.
Interesting. Yum yum. And yeah.
This will not protect you as a biological from lethal atmosphere yet. It will really be good once you're fully, once you've gotten rid of your organs and your muscle and all the things biological that would die from being integrated with stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's interesting. This is Leah Soul is cool. Ain't it just? You turn the next page and you're like, man, that's great. So
Yeah.
you want to check out the fake book?
Yeah, I do.
So you know how the Aztecs, when you pass out at a party
Yeah.
and they don't think you had enough to drink,
Mhm.
so they feed you through the opposite end.
Mhm.
Well, this way they teach you how to build a specific pylon, like a cable,
Mhm.
with a phallic ending. You plug
Mhm.
it into the wall, and you put this one up the opposite end. It's called
Ah,
deep charging.
technically, it can work. I'm
Yes,
upset.
for Leah's soul, this
Yes.
would kill somebody.
I'm just like, I'm upset that it works and it's a thing, and I'm upset that it's, you know. I'm like, I'm just gonna close this now.
Hey, at least it's not like a battery.
I know, right?
Because this cable specifically is designed to clamp on to the power diodes of a Leah canister. So you're putting a pure Leah charge in the opposite end.
Yeah.
That's the plan. If you've somehow survived lick a battery and hug the battery, you get deep charge.
Insert rectally.
Precisely.
Well, yep, no. I don't know what else is in this book, but I feel like everything after this is just overkill.
Yeah, no, it's this. I mean, if somebody survived all of this, I suppose they would be a Leah something.
It's a something, all right.
Because the second technique is Leah hug or hug the battery, and it's basically, you know how you have a comfort pillow.
Yeah.
Well, you take the battery and you turn diode positive and negative 15 degrees from full seal. So there's a barest hint of a leak of both positive and negative, and you hug the battery and sleep with it for 8 hours.
I'm just like, there's very much just murder trying to be happening here.
This book, if you gave it to somebody, 99% of the people would die. But that one guy who survives all of it, he would be a Leah something.
Yep.
All right. You have any more conversations or stuff you want to do specifically with the shipyard?
Shipyard. Cody's just gonna make sure people like understand, like, if they want to come talk to him, they can. But Cody's mostly just gonna be working on ships. Like,
Okay.
it's gonna be really funny because he's just doing the commons man labor.
Yeah. Well, you have all the highest order Leah techs also doing the common man labor.
Yeah.
Installation, calibration, integration, initialization, all those big I words.
Yeah, and Cody's make sure, and Cody's gonna just make sure it's all done correctly while installing it.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I don't know.
You will get visited by Cersei when you work on her ship. She won't say a fucking word, but she'll glare at you as you tinker with her ship, as if she's daring you to make a single mistake.
Cody goes smile and wave at her.
She doesn't interact. She just glares. It's her baby. How dare you? It was
It was almost good enough.
not really. And once you finish working on Jamie's vessel, Jamie will come down and personally thank you. He'll hold out a hand and just say, Director Cody, I want to personally thank you for installing the device on my vessel. I have the utmost confidence in your technology and what that means to our people, the Thunderhead, and how we can resolve this war and any beyond that. It's an honor to be the first carrier recipient of this new pioneering technology. I want to thank you personally.
And I want to thank you for allowing me to install it. And Jamie,
Of course.
I'm assuming you've been informed by your father what's going on at Ares Space.
You know, he talked to me briefly about it, and he told me it was to be a new challenge, and I think I'm ready for it. And several of the captains of vessels I didn't expect reached out to me, and they said they have my back, and I can't think of a better group to go with me.
So
They're
you
so
haven't been
supportive,
informed then.
and we're really tight knit.
Jamie,
Yeah, Director.
I'm gonna be honest with you. So the Frontier Fleet has arrived, and the Vice Admiral is there.
Oh, it's not gonna like that,
No,
especially the vice part, specifically the vice part.
and from what I read through your files, you are amazing at politics.
I wouldn't say amazing, Director. I have a talent for it. I will not so humbly admit I do have a talent for it, but there are many better than I.
And Cody's gonna bring up and goes, your professors stated that you have a significant understanding of politics, an excellent soldier, and one who likes to fight above his weight class.
Well, they did call me David for a reason, although I didn't understand what they meant by that until they showed me an old story, David and Goliath.
Yes.
I took a shining to it, although it was kind of a difficult read for me.
And the reason I chose you for this is because I wish to nurture your politics, your political understanding.
I appreciate that. That's an opportunity I won't squander. I understand that it's not just, I hate to say it, it's not just our common foe that we fight. We seem to have settled into squabbling amongst ourselves, and I kind of see where that's coming from, but it's not healthy. We used to be united, like truly united, but
We did
that
at one
seems to be a
point.
time very long ago. Distance has not helped. Time has not helped.
And
And the war has certainly not helped.
it is not. And that is the problem. But I want you to understand that you'll have my support in this. Do not let the Vice Admiral bully you. He will try.
That's what Father said. He said, when you arrive, don't forget to roll up your sleeves. He said that once to me before. Just once, ever. In the 9 years of training I've undergone under his wing. Only once. And I remember that fight. That was a harrowing fucking experience. Pardon my language, but
It is fine.
actually involved a fight with my sister. We had it was the first rounds of pre-eliminations for the captaincy summit, and my sister was in the same competition pool. And my father looked at the pool. He seemed to know everyone there, including our competitors. It was a group of 4. And he said, "Jamie, roll up your fucking sleeves, or you're gonna get bloodied." And I will honestly say I was a little terrified.
And one of the biggest challenges you'll have here is keeping your sister in line. If you cannot do this, tell me now.
No, I think I can. You see, this literally reminds me of the same scenario in the first captaincy prelims. Because my sister nearly did the same thing. She jumped the gun. She went for the throat, and I don't think they realized they exposed their throat that way. And she could have absolutely do what she does best. But I saw that was a losing battle, because getting stuck in like that, not with a vessel that she was wielding, we'd have taken a fleet, or most of it, but she'd have lost almost all of hers in the initial gambit. And we ended up coming out on top of that battle, despite her protests and her venom that she was sending my way. She's lethal, perfectly lethal, in just the right doses. More so than any other commander I've ever seen. But it needs to be the right moment. Otherwise, if she gets stuck in and she hasn't ripped the throat out of the enemy just yet, oh, I'll tell her I said this, she has a tendency to leave her flank exposed. And she reacts poorly and shifts poorly to additional threats. But if it's a one-on-one, no one beats her in a one-on-one. I've never seen anyone beat her in a direct one-on-one conflict, ever. It's the reason why I think she won the Kobayashi Maru scenario. Instead of the traditional 2-on-1, 3-on-1, X-on-1, it was a one-on-one vessel fight of a literal battleship versus her frigate, and she crushed that thing. It was like watching a brilliant chess match. I've never seen the like. It was like magic. And now I shudder to think what she can do with a battleship.
That is the how do I say this? Something that I respect about your sister, but
she's got a bone to pick.
yes.
And something to really prove. And I don't think I helped with that. She went for a carrier ship as well. And was not selected. And I don't think that set well with her, and I feel really bad. But there's a lot more lives and a lot more on the line on a carrier than a battleship. She can do what she does best on a killing machine that is a battleship. But a carrier, it's different, you know?
Yes.
It's an ecosystem. It's a living thing. It's not just there for killing. It's a sanctuary. It's a beacon of life. It's a beacon of hope for the enigmatic people. That's what a carrier is to me. It's a herald of our people. It's a signature ship. When a carrier arrives, we mean business.
And I hope you keep this outlook through the rest of your career, because if you do, you'll make a great admiral.
I think you have given me one of the greatest gifts that I think a carrier captain can ever want. Punctuality. Speaking of punctuality, got a few more meetings.
Understood?
Have a good day, Director.
You too. I understand we're
Oh.
leaving today.
My ade's got a gift for you, and yes, everything will be prepared for your departure time. As he taps his actual old school watch. Don't worry, I got the time, and I think we'll always be on time with your new device, wherever we go. The aid will bring you something more rare than whiskey, more rare than wine, more rare than any spirit you can find on any market. An old bottle of champagne. Not bubble water, not sparkling wine. Actual champagne from the French district of Champagne. Because actual champagne has to come from there for it to actually have that name. There is only one surviving distillery left. They produce 10 bottles a year. At best.
I'm going to take this, and I'll go.
Please don't crack it over the hull. Oh gosh. like they used to do.
No, it is expensive. But I think I will share this with my partners when this is all over before the battle.
Please do. It's my gift to you. I got that as a gift for my carrier captaincy. But I think being gifted such an opportunity for this always on time device. I think it's worth it. So cheers to you, Cody. Cheers to your friends. Cheers to the Thunderhead and the future of our people. He will leave, and the aide will coldly turn and power walk after him.
And Cody's going to make sure the rest of the fleet's ready for their departure time.
They are on time, early even. You get a 30 minutes before, you get a all clear from Jamie's ship. 5 minutes before, you get an all clear from the Orion. She's much more anal about every single detail.
Yes.
I'm gonna take off, folks. I will check out the recording once it's posted.
Okay.
Peace.
And Cody will be there to make sure they reach their destination safely and soundly.
Yeah. Just. And you overjuice the carrier and battleships utterly to make sure. Holy balls. The power draw took a considerable amount of time to safely pull. Because, interestingly enough, your technicians had pointed out, you know what'd be really safe, despite being less safe, is if you put a bunch of Leah capacitors in the larger ships as the formula pulls the phase-on energy, or the near phase-on energy, it stores it temporarily in the capacitors for ease of storage, and then it drains the capacitors all in one go and then zips the ship off to where it needs to be. And there's a glut of Leah capacitors on base.
Cody likes this approach and approves.
They
Cody
also
award.
put several Leah recyclers on the base, or on the line, so when it uses all of it, you can fill like 10 to 16 Leah canisters in a
Yeah.
single go.
Cody will award them with 5 Cody Good Boy points.
They don't know what that means.
Good.
And
Neither
why
does
is it not
Cody.
out of 10?
Well, because I mean that you can have more than that, but like Cody doesn't know what to do with them yet, as he just made them up, but he's not telling anyone that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Even at a 25 or like a 10% chance for the Leah recyclers, on average, a carrier when it jumps can fill 25 canisters on average. Battleships can fill 16 to 20. Destroyers 10. Frigates 5. That's on average. Every jump due to the capacitor Leah recycle. And this is a unnecessary glut of Leah canisters, because Leah canisters actually come almost exclusively from Enigma. It's one of their primary exports to the Leah departments, and they do so by the thousands and thousands and thousands. But now with this, every time a ship jumps, they can refill their own damn stock.
Yeah.
And that was your level 9 tech. He's like, I have found a way to enhance the Leah Holyverse process with technology that already exists in mass. I took it upon myself to already install these on all the vessels you have proclaimed. And if you find it erroneous, I find you illogical. I am ready for scholarly debate. Engage when ready.
Cody's just gonna look at him like, no, that's fair.
Very well. I have won this particular interaction with my cerebral might. I will accept your 5 Cody good boy points, whatever the heck that means. I pray it's not out of 10.
I mean, no, because the thing is, Good Boy points can then be redeemed.
That is logical. Where's the redemption file?
Yes, that is being processed still to make sure it is fully stocked.
Very well. I
You will
hope that
receive.
these files are filled with eccentric and elaborate Leah technology, mathematics, and of course, the possibility of redeeming for Holyverse.
And Cody is going to spend a bit of time working on a redemption system where it is everything from
You can make a list for me on the side.
Yeah.
I actually want to see it. Because if there's an actual list, I can, and a redemption cost, you'll literally have people going, Mother of Gosh, Mother of the Thunderhead, whoever ye may be, I must have it. Good boy points I must acquire.
And yeah, I'll have that for you for the next thing for our next
For such an
session.
improvement, only 5 good boy points. Things must be pretty damn cheap. 5 good boy points is only awarded for such an incredible innovation.
Mm-hmm. But yeah.
You Zorkin and Jamie. He's like, you know what, my friend? Please
Yes.
join me on my bridge.
Oh. Cody will join him on the bridge.
And he'll get you a guest chair. And it's a pretty large bridge.
Cody was going to stand for this transport because he's cocky.
Okay, stand. Everyone gets in a proper crash chair. Everyone gets ready. All right, everyone. To the positions. Haha. Everyone kind of chuckles. It's kind of an inside joke. Assume the positions. And everyone gets in their chairs, locks in. Neck straps, forehead straps, everything. Only the wrists and hands are free. We are locked in and ready. And this is just what you want. Everyone as immobile as possible to make the calculations as easy as possible. Because the more moving parts, the more energy it requires.
Yeah.
That's why hot jumps are so devastating.
And Cody's going to look at Jamie and like, you control the jump.
From a old favorite of mine, ludicrous speed in 3, 2, go. And somebody pushes the lever. You guys land in as the pilot pulls the lever back. We've arrived in system. You're immediately hailed, and they're like, holy shit, look at the size of those things. Unidentified vessels. This is the enigmatic carrier Elizabeth I. Please identify. And he will send his credentials. And everyone starts to unstrap and everything. And he will say, Queen Elizabeth I, we've sent your credentials. If you could please give us a moment. We're going to check our personnel for any abnormalities and check our ship. Please stand by. We are going to undergo a diagnostic for testing of experimental technology. Please advise. What is a hefty pause? Very well. Bearing of hope. If you need any assistance from our techs, we will send them over. We recommend this particular berthing space. It will be within easy reaching distance of an ice field, in case you need additional H2O. Enigmatic forces from Ares Base are out and about. If you need them, here's the contact codes. Good to see you here, Ringer. And Jamie's like, pleasure to be here. I hope to keep an open comms channel with you guys so we can keep communications. If we can be of any assistance, let us know. We're going to run full diagnostics and, of course, make sure everyone on board is A-okay. And the ships will pull off to the quadrant, and you get to watch a beautiful dance of communication and him literally like almost removing all threat that the fleet that he has brought in has. And they go hunker up and they lock in, just kind of like the way the repair fleet has. And Jamie was serious. He's like, all right, everyone, let's check the ship. let's make everyone. Let's make sure everyone's in one piece. This is top priority. Personnel first, ship second, and then once we have checked the ship, anyone who's fallen behind schedule, let's help them check it as well. We want to make sure that there's no surprises. It's our maiden voyage with such a technology of such a ship. We're the first of the kind. I want no mistakes, because we'll set a precedence, and we won't want that. Apologies, Director Cody. I had to keep you. Sorry to keep you kind of sitting there for a bit. And it's
Oh.
been about an hour of him
Yeah.
just constantly talking, giving instructions, and you get to see him be a political monster. And he demurely just kind of pulls in his fleet, almost lazily, lackadaisically, just parks it. Everyone just takes their time locking up, and he's already calling requests for specialists from Ares. He's invited some individuals over from the Frontier Fleet, volunteers, of course. And it's just, he's opening all sorts of communication with his just charm, kind of a magnet of a personality. And he just cares. Like, he'll even talk to the comms officers. It's like, man, I heard you guys had some quite fierce of a scare upon reentry. Everyone okay over there? Not so much. It was a hot jump. That's one of the things I fear. I've done one in a sim. I'll openly admit, but I hope I never have to do that. But if there's anything I can do to assist, let me know. I got hulls and holds full of supplies, and I'll send them over on a heartbeat if that's what you need. And he's like, I'll confer with my commander. We really could use the supplies. Are you sure? Those are probably very essential for future repair. You guys need them more than us. Tell me what you need. I'm sent right over in a heartbeat. And yeah, just completely diffuses any hostility that they would ever perceive of the ship. Seriously doesn't help. But Jamie actually cuts her comm codes entirely before she can even say a word. Like, completely shuts off all comms from the Orion upon entry. It's rather brutal. He just casually just boop, and that red button is depressed and is gray. And you can see a massive amount of comm chatter from the Orion, especially from the bridge. But none of it's transmitted outwards, but it's transmitted inwards towards the authorized ships, towards the carrier. But it's not broadcasted.
And Cody's
And
just
he
gonna
kind of looks over at you and gives you a wink
like,
and gets back to business. Anything I can help you with, Director? Sorry, I felt like I've neglected you.
No. And should any problems arise, please contact this number. And Cody is going to give him Ashley's business line. We'll make sure it is dealt with right away.
Well, that's really kind of you. Mighty kind of you indeed. Well, would you like a shuttle back, or do you prefer to transport yourself in mysterious style like you have?
And Cody's just gonna look at him and smile and teleport back using a holy verse.
Yeah. You just kind of get a bare echo of a kind of a wry smile as you zip out. Kind of like, of course, why travel the normal way when you got math?
And just lay down in his bed after working that many hours.
And you kind of lay out on your bed, and some arms reach around and grab you from behind the pillows.
I'm like,
Mine.
Sadago,
Hi.
how are you?
The best now.
Good.
Bestest I could ever be. Ashley will shove open the door. Nah, oh, you don't. Not without me. And she will snuggle in on the other half of you, and you'll be sandwiched between your girly girls.
Mhm. And while this is happening, Cody's just gonna send a communication to the admiral to inform him that
Vice
his
Admiral?
son, or no, his admiral, the
Oh,
admiral,
yeah. Okay, the Admiral.
that his son and daughter, sorry, I should say Admiral Tyrion, but are arrived at the base unharmed.
Excellent. Excellent news. If you need any further assistance, let me know.
Understood, Admiral.
No problems, I hope.
None at all.
Well, if they do arise, let me know. My ship is next queued for the device. And you're
Understood,
like,
Admiral.
wait, I didn't queue his vessel for the next jump.
I know, and Cody's gonna look like, that wasn't correct here. He wasn't. He was supposed to be the last one that came up.
You'll have to personally intercede to make sure that his ship has technical problems.
Yes, Cody's gonna like, God damn it, fine. I'm just gonna stop for a moment. Excuse me, ladies. There
Nope.
is some.
You can
Alright.
send the communication from your massive galaxy brain.
Unfortunately,
This is
I need
girls. This is us girls snuggle time with Cody.
Okay. Just remind me in the morning that I need to make sure the admiral's ship has some technical problems.
Don't you have workers for that?
Yeah, it's one of those
What about
things
number
you gotta
9? Technician level 9. Why don't you tell him your plans?
I feel like he doesn't have a big enough backbone to.
Bet.
Mm,
Sadak was like, I don't know. That could be like kind of mean. Ash is like, bet, husband, bet. Challenge him to see if he wants to earn more Cody good boy points.
All right. Cody is going to send a communication to him. He's essentially going to word it as a quest.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be like, the Vice Admiral's ship needs to experience some technical difficulties, and to remind him of his place in the queue. Enter, reward. 20 good Cody points.
As a response, rather immediately, because he's basically a robot. It is a good opportunity to run in-depth diagnostics that we haven't been able to on any of the other ships. I look forward to running an extremely in-depth number of tests. It is the Admiral's ship, after all. There can be no mistakes.
None at all. Cody's just gonna toss the pad across the room and just relax.
And your girls snuggle closer. And we will end it there, wholesomely. Woohoo!
Ooh. Wholesome romance. As I screw over the Admiral.
Just casually, you make a phone call. Homie, I need you to make some excuses for me. Oh, I got you, fam. You get to dictate as a technician. It's like, well, it's not gonna work if you just use it. What do you mean the ship will explode? I mean, there's a possibility. I mean, just give us another 24 hours. We'll work it out.
Yeah.
Why didn't the oceans have technical abilities? Well, here's the initial reports may be the standard, but we can't afford to have an outlier situation with you, boss. You're the admiral, man. What would happen? We can't afford to have anything happen. It's just like, motherfucker. Let me out. Let me out.
I know, but he doesn't get to just casually jump the line.
I mean, he's the admiral. Of course he does. Until you check him. And you're like, I am the director. I am the captain of this shit. How dare you jump the line, motherfucker?
I understand you think that Leah jumps when you tell them to, but we don't.
This is putting teeth back into the Leah program. This is putting like a full set of shark teeth instead of being a mongrel, which unfortunately the Leah department has become because they've been defanged over the years. You're turning it into a shark that can grow new teeth at whim with these new holy verses.
Yeah.
And the Leah department's going to be like, do you really want to fuck with us? We have the ability to move things at will and the power formula around it. And now we have studied it and we truly understand the entirety of the two-step formula. Do not fuck with us. We'll make your ship disappear. You also have checks and balances because you're going to have people who just utterly just lose their minds over this dual formula system if they get their hands on it. Because they've been abused by the system, and it's the Leah program. How dare they? And once they actually get real power in their hands, it's just like you got another fucking warlord. They won't be as common because, you actually are starting to see a little bit of the value behind how strict the Leah hierarchy system is and why they keep people at lower tiers despite being more talented and more knowledgeable. Some of it actually comes from, if we give you power, what'd you do with it?
Yeah. And like, I understand that, but like, you don't get to just be holding everyone back.
Right. So you're seeing what the vision of the Leah department is, but as they said, they got stopped in mid-transition, and because it's not finished, you have this tepid, fetid water.
That
Because the windmill never got finished.
Yeah.
And now you have a swamp instead of a river. So the goodness and the logic and the the beauty of the Leah department is marred because, well, it's turned into kind of a religious cult because the idea behind advancement through responsibility, not just ability, has turned into kind of this. They've added the politics to it, and that's completely denatured it. But at least the responsibility aspect is still held tried and true. And they keep people back like viciously. If you do not have responsibility of what you would have if you moved up a tier, you have completely ignored all of the requirements because you are only a soul and your master is about as buggy as and goofy as you are.
Yeah.
And But I mean, at least they have the responsibility and ability combo. But now, like the addition of politics is really, it's not good. Not good.
So
It's like adding church and state together.
yeah, right.
They had it they had it separate because church didn't really exist. Now there's church and state, and it's like, fuck us.
We were so close, guys.
Civil War actually put was actually the fault here, based off the information from the iRobot. Because he was around for it. He's like, it was all going good until the Civil War.
Right.
Yeah.
So okay. Just so I have this down in my notes. So my nerves and tendons are next.
No. Muscles and tendons,
Oh, muscles and tendons.
nerves and organs, bones and marrow.
Muscle and tendons, nerves and organs, bone and marrow. Okay. So
And there is, after that, once you've done the bone and marrow, there is a rapid event called the catalyzing. And once you've done the bone and marrow, it happens immediately because you're fully ascended. And the catalyzing happens. And there is two things in which you have no control over. One is which is the master's gift. The master gives you a gift to mark how important this event is. And it either is something that enhances your Leah's soul in the process, like a catalyst, or it's something that is an actual gift that they give you afterwards, such as an item, a Leah soul item, which could be something as simple as a actual tesseract labyrinth, like a fucking Rubik's cube that you go, all right, you're trapped in this for eternity. Sealed, haha, suck it. You're back.
Yeah.
Up to literally some sort of Leah like gun. It's a Leah soul gun. Pew! You're Leah soul. You're Leah. Pew! Like you literally shoot Leah instructions. And it's a pistol, but it might as well have been a broadside from a ship. Before you go, I disperse you. Haha. And then there's the gift of the master. The master imbues a part of their energy or Leah power directly into their disciple, so they have what is called the jump start. It is a loss from the master, an absolute like permanent loss, but it's the gift of life, and it's tradition. Not going to be that much of a loss for the fucking Phazon soul. And in fact, they're going to have to dial it back because it's Phazon. They don't want to give you Phazon. But in this case, the brother may have to do it. But that's the jump start, which is kind of the ignition starter, the spark plugs. It's their way of making 13 to like 43% more powerful Leah soul practitioner. It just gives you more life at a cost of 10 to 15% of their own. Okay. So it's a pretty good payoff. Yeah. And that's going to be expected of you. Once you have learned everything in your book and made the full ascension, if you train another Leah soul, you are to give them the gift and the jumpstart, even
Yeah.
at the cost of yourself. And it is a permanent capacity loss that can never be regained. But at the end of the day, it's kind of worth it as an eternal being. And sure, if you have multitudes of apprentices that succeed, you'll kill yourself slowly doing it, losing power, losing strength. But that by the time you've kind of wasted yourself into barely a cohesive form, you'll have 15 apprentices. Strong, powerful, learned, capable people. And that's the gift.
Uh,
And it is once you have done the jumpstart and the gift, it is the apprentice's responsibility to take care of the master afterwards.
Mhm.
Because that price fucks people up. So if you have several apprentices and you pay the price for it, they're all required to take care of you. You can no longer run your businesses, if you can no longer be a politician, whatever it is, whatever legacy you left, they're in charge of it and they're to make sure you're taken care of for everything.
yeah.
No matter how hard they have to work, because you've given them eternal life and part of your eternal life.
Okay. That makes some things Cody wants to do easier. Anyways.
Mhm.
Cody's definitely going to try and get his masters, though.
It won't reduce
Cody,
her energy capacity, it'll just reduce her lifespan. That's the problem with the Phazon Soul.
Yeah.
Her runtime versus the actual performance.
Mhm.
And because you are the Master's apprentice, the Phazon Soul, Phazon Guardian's apprentice, you're going to be the keeper of the Phazon formula.
Yep.
You're going to be literally the one to either carry the torch or to be the holder of the torch for someone to have it.
Yep.
Because people are going to come to you and you're going to go, why do I need to pick you, O Elder, carrier of the Phazon? Please select me, I wish to protect our people. It is not so easy a burden. And you get to be an elder almost right at the get-go.
Uh,
The Phazon is not for anyone, child.
all right.
You're only like 20 years older than them.
But one
They
of
don't
one
need
of
to
the
know
things
that, though.
they don't need to know that. One of the things Cody wants to do, though, because Cody wants to get Sadako as Phazon Soul. And
Phazon
then
Soul or Leah Soul?
Leah Soul. And then also remembered what E told him about practitioner marriage,
Yeah.
and wants to, because Cody's crazy, take the idea of the marriage with the Leah soul and create children
Oh my god. You are bold. You got ideas, my friend.
especially with uh the jump start.
Okay.
And
All
I
right.
don't know how well it's gonna work, but Cody wants to be the official first uh alien race to have a treaty with Enigma. Not sure how well that's gonna work
That's pretty cool.
because but goals.
Pretty cool.
Yum yum. And oh yeah.
Mm, we did it, my friend. We did it.
We did it.
Another Friday.
I know. I forget who I was talking to. Johnny, and I was like, I think we're gonna get through like one day. I'm like, nah, we'll get through like all the way to Tuesday. I'm also not ready for tomorrow.
Yes, you are.
Objectively, I'm not. uh,
Why not?
uh, mostly because I've been dealing with school. I haven't had the time to properly prep for game.
Can I help?
Um,
I can just give you maps and tokens and.
oh no, that's not it. It's what would be those? Okay, so I need to so where they kind of left off was everyone just got back together and they need to know what they're going to do next because it was kind of like they got back together, what do we do? I'm like, all right, there's a bunch of like small stuff because people have been like, oh, we want to get more into the politics of the world. I'm like, are you sure? And they're like, yes, we want to know what this main NPC, aka our sister, does. And I'm like, all right, I have a lot for you guys there because she deals with a lot of menial tasks that a leader deals with. Um, and I ran for like 2 or 3 days of that. I'm just like, this is all that she does. Well, good portion of the time. I had them. I forced them to negotiate a deal. And I'm like, well, what do we have? Like, here's all the stuff that she has for you guys, and here's what the last deal they worked out was, and if and like you guys are expected to make a somewhat fair deal on that. And so yeah, and one Ogre was like, "Does she do this all the time?" I'm like, "Yes." She doesn't get to go out stab people that often because that is unproductive and usually counterintuitive.
A leader has a fuck ton of stuff to do.
Yeah.
They have people to do their stabbings for them.
And one of the big things is because they just took over an area, they have to deal with the previous lords. She named new house jarls in order to establish domain. Had to deal with people being disrespectful to them because they're like, "Why? Like we're important people." I'm like, "Yes, you are, but they're here to try and get what they want." I'm like, well, we could just kill them. Like, you could just kill them. And like your sister would be upset. And like our sister's casually murdered somebody. I'm like, look, I'm not saying she's the best leader. But yeah, no, it's mostly like I know where I need them to go, but it's just getting them there.
No, I get that. Get that a lot. Mm.
Yum. I'm going to go lie in bed and die. It has been a fun game, and I can't wait till Sunday.
Ha ha. See ya.
See ya.